Alright, hello please. Twitch? Hello, Twitch? YouTube? There I am. YouTube vertical? Is this horizontal? No, that's vertical. Where's my horizontal one? Okay, is this horizontal? There we go. There we go. Pop this chat out too. Get rid of my voice. Gross. There we go. That up there. Cool. We building? We're building. Okay. Okie dokie then. Welcome. Been a while. It's been like I think a whole week actually. I don't think I streamed it all this week. What did I do last time? What am I doing this time? It's a great question. I will be doing more procedural terrain vertex data stuff. Where did I leave off though? I was doing the materials. I think I was trying to get the materials blended and stuff like that. So yeah, that's what I was doing all week. That's kind of why I didn't stream, because I was just fiddling. I was doing a lot of fiddling, and I got it to a pretty decent spot. I'm not fully happy with it, so more work to do. But it's in an okay state, and I was kind of I was hitting essentially just limitations of vertex colors, and what I was trying to do was basically have like an unlimited amount of vertex color, which is not something that I've seen been done, and it's questionable as to whether or not it's possible. I have like kind of a workaround, I think. Kind of. We'll have to see when we start getting some more surface types and stuff. But yeah, I can go. Let's go over that one more time. Oh yeah, I'm working on footstep sounds and stuff now. That's what I'm doing now. But let's look at that material. Oh god, I have an animation guy. Okay, go away. Go away for now. Go away for now. Okay, so here's the new auto material. I can get rid of that stuff now. Save. Okay, yeah, let's get some terrain generated, and I'll show you the solution I came to for the vertex colors stuff. So here it is. Here's what we look like. We got some nice blending now. Because when I first started rendering the vertex data, it was just flat, non-blended colors, or not colors, but textures. And so the edges were just super sharp edges. So now they're nice and blended. Figured out how to do that. Which is something that can be done pretty easily with vertex colors if you use them normally. Let's look at this, for example. Let me show you what here's the actual data for the vertices here. And so each point has a color on it that represents like what the terrain type is underneath it, which will have some gameplay implications. Footstep sounds, that kind of stuff. And this way, I didn't want to use physical materials because it seemed kind of like a limited system that you know, you would have had to like use either physical material masks, of which there's a limit of 8. If you wanted multiple, either you only have one, or you have multiple and you have to use this vertex masking, or the physical material mask, which seemed rather complicated for what it provided. Well, that's great. But yeah, so you can see each one of these is gray here. We got brown ones there for the dirt. We got the green ones for the grass, and they're kind of like darkened and lightened based on what the alpha value is. So the ones that are like on the edge should be a bit of a different color, just a bit. Now, let's talk about vertex colors. Vertex color right here. So how am I, first of all, how it's normally used is that your different channels, red, green, blue, and alpha, represent different textures. So that's a total of 4 textures that you can blend between typically for vertex coloring. Now you can also like do multiple textures per channel, but they're like exclusive in that channel, right? So like if you had like, because you can like do a what's the example of, like, you can have like a brick texture and a broken brick texture, and those two can be on the same channel, because you'll never want to have, you may never want to have like broken brick not or brick not translate to broken brick, you know, like one they'll never be, what is it? Actually, what is it? Is it that they can't be next to each other, or they will always be next to each other? I forget, actually. But Prismatica's got a good video demonstrating that and explaining it a little bit better than I do. And so you may always have, you know, even if you can get more textures into here, you'll always have, either you have a max of 4, or you can have a max, you know, you can pack as many into one of these channels as you can, but then those will always need to be touching each other before they transition to one of the other textures in one of the other channels. And so that's a limitation, right? Because that may make sense, you know, for some things. Like if I always wanted grass to blend to dirt and then to stone, and never have grass and stone touching, then that would make sense. And I may still want to do that, but I wanted to test and make sure each of these could blend into each other while still having as many textures as I need without being limited. So the solution I found for that, and it's not a perfect solution, is to, one, I am just packing the ID of a material into actually just 2 channels. So I have an A and a B material. So here's the data. Here's the A material, here's the B material. And then set vertex colors. I take that value, which is just a 0, 1, 2, or 3, divide it by 100, and put it into the vertex colors. Oh, hang on, my zoom isn't on. There we go. So yeah, take terrain material A and B, divide by 100, so that we effectively have 100 values now. We can have 100 values. And put that into the red channel and the green channel, and in the blue channel we have the alpha. Which, this is a linear color, right? So potentially we can put that in the alpha channel, which would make more sense, but this is fine for now. We'll keep it the same. And with that, now I have all of the IDs and the materials, and now I just need to, like, once I'm in here, figure out which ID goes to which material. Right now there's only 3. So I wrote this little material function, which I can probably get rid of the uninterpolated one, ignore that, but I just wrote a little bit of code to be like, hey, multiply it by 100 to change it back into the ID. I pass in which desired ID I want the blend value for it. And then I just do a diff and saturate it, you know, clamp it to 0, 1, do a 1 minus to get it in the right orientation. And so that gives me like the blend value. Now what was happening if I just went straight there? Let me get rid of those vertex colors. What was happening was that, if I'm remembering correctly, it would always blend to dirt first before going to stone. And you can actually still see it a little bit. Like there's a little bit of brown here, but it's like so not noticeable, right? Like it does look like the stone is blending directly to the grass, and I think this is just like my math being a little wrong. What I figured out about like how this vertex color thing works is that I was thinking that it would only do it in the vertex space rather than the pixel space, but I've learned more about materials now in that I think just when you plug into things into here, into like the material attributes, it just makes it a pixel shader, right? And there's this vertex interpolator node where you can go between the 2 stages, of course. I think a lot of people know about this. But what was happening before that was like, what would happen in between two vertices where I have this like hard material ID that's either a 0, 1, 2, or 3, it was actually interpolating this value, which is not what I wanted. And that effectively means that like I can't know for sure what two materials I want to blend between. So that's an issue, right? Because that's why it would constantly blend from grass to dirt to stone, because dirt is in the middle, grass and stone. So that was an issue. And then I was trying to search more about it, and like what I can do, you know, how I can keep things in the vertex stage. Essentially, to get like a perfect blend, I need to like save a value from the vertex stage and then use it in the pixel stage. Which the way these nodes work is like anything on this side of the node is vertex stage, and then anything on the right is pixel stage. So at least in a material graph, I don't see there as being a way to translate information, because any information on this side is interpolated per pixel, which, you know, fucks up the value that I'm wanting to get. So that was a bit of an issue. And then I found out that UVs are evaluated in the vertex stage always, I think is the right way to say that. I'm not sure. Maybe not always, but I found that I actually just copied my vertex data and I just put it into the another UV set. And that way I could actually get, it's like harder value. And let me show you, let me pull this out. So we're gonna look, you know, right over here where we're looking. But I'm gonna go in here and we're gonna change the contrast value. So I changed it to like a really hard value, and you can see like the line for dirt is just like super, super small. Like nigh unnoticeable. And I think if I even change this, yeah, if I change it even harder, like now you can't even, I'm sure there's like 1 pixel of dirt in there somewhere, but it's like you can't even see it. Now changing the contrast back to 0, that's where we get like the full blend, and it does look a little dirty, a little bit of dirt in between, but it's like I said, hardly noticeable. So that, and then using these height lerp nodes, where we're also passing in just some random noise texture to kind of like scuff up the sides and stuff to make it a little less uniform. That is what allowed me to have like effectively infinite vertex colors or textures within my vertex color. So to recap, like don't use the values from the actual vertex color other than alpha. That's fine, because we want that to be interpolated. The material IDs, the IDs of the like texture that we want, essentially, put those into the UVs. That way they're evaluated in the vertex stage. And then we're going to pass it into this little function I wrote. We're going to do a little bit of math to figure out what our blend value is going to be. Now it's interpolated a lot less, and then paired with the vertex interpolator as well. We pass that into each grass, dirt, stone. And then this is just for the A material. And then for the B material, it's the same thing, but using the secondary ID. And then we just combine those together. So that's what I figured out. It's not perfect, like I said, and there's still like, you can still tell a little bit. You know, maybe if we look like right here, yeah, you can see like this little transition line here. It's like you can see the dirt a little bit. So we'll see how much of an issue it is when I start getting other textures to render. Because, you know, I think it's fine for grass, dirt, and stone, but like I may have some other surface materials that I want to use that I keep saying materials, surface texture. When I say material, I mean like a physical material. So I've effectively now just rewritten like the physical material system, kind of, to work with my procedural terrain. So when I start doing some different biomes with different textures, we'll see how much of an issue that is. But I think it's pretty good for now. And we'll take a look at here's the vertex data for this one. So So that's what I cooked up. That's the solution I cooked up. So I think it's a pretty good solution for now. Not perfect, like I said, but I think it looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty decent for being able to blend now between any any textures, which is kind of awesome, actually. And I'm sure, like, if I hooked up with Prismatica or something like that, he may be able to give me some better solutions than what I have. Because he is just, you know, the material graph god. And I'm pretty proud of myself for doing this. Now, packing my vertex colors into the UVs, there's some extra memory overhead for that. So is it worth it? I don't know. Let's I'm gonna take a look here. Let's just put it back. We'll not use the UV channels. And I think it actually makes it a little bit more noticeable. Let's actually, here, I'll show you what, let's do the unblended values as well. So, like, let's just get rid of the alpha value, because this should just use entirely the terrain material A and not B. And so now we don't have the, like, the noise, the scuff marks and stuff. And so I think to exemplify this a little bit better, contrast, pick that up. Yeah, see, so here's what you see when you don't pack it into the UVs and you're just using the vertex colors. You can't have stone touching grass, which I don't want that limitation. And I also don't want the limitation of limited texture. Even though I know, like, you know, loading 100 textures into a single material is probably pretty bad. Definitely going to try to not take it that far. But that's what happens when we just use the vertex colors. Now, changing it back to the UVs, that border that we were looking at effectively goes away. It's gone. So now I just have to figure out how to do the blending, the interpolated values. Which, and that's probably where I could use someone more astute at materials, where I could use some of their knowledge. Is like, definitely don't want the contrast that high, because now these are just hard edges, right? Zero blending happening there. Take that back down to 0. And we'll go back to this little part, which there you can tell there is a little bit of brown going through. Again, I think it's okay for now. I think it actually looks quite fun. But I may have to, we'll see. Because playing around with the vertex interpolators, I can't, like I said, I cannot communicate between the two stages. I can't, like, what I think need is to save the uninterpolated IDs in the vertex stage and then somehow reference that information without it being interpolated in the pixel stage. And I think what I would need for that is my own custom shader. I'd probably have to write some HLSL for that. Yeah, maybe there's a way to get around it. I don't know. Pretty good for now, though. I'm happy with it for now. That's what I've been cooking up. Let's plug this back in. We'll get the noise back. There we go. A little bit of noise around the edges, make it even less noticeable, I think. Because, like, here, I actually feel like I am blending directly between stone and grass. So maybe I don't need a custom shader, and there's just something I can do about this little dirt on the edges. Little dirt. Yeah, I think it's looking nice. Some of this noise looks a little weird, like this grass here looks weird, but yeah, the edges of the chunks again as well. I will need to generate an extra like a skirt. And what am I trying to say? An extra ring of vertices for the height map, an extra ring for the height map to get those blended properly together. Let's take a look underground. Let's find a nice little tunnel here. Yeah, so here's the tunnels now. I like it because it's not so samey. It doesn't seem as samey as it was before. It actually looks like quite a bit more fun to explore. Although I did mess up my noise generation, so now everything down here is just stone. Not what I want. So we'll go back and fix that maybe at some point today. And so what I was working on a little bit, when was it? Yesterday? Was it yes? No, day before yesterday. Was footstep sounds. now that I have this vertex data, this per vertex data here, I want to be able to change the footstep sounds. And now I'm no longer limited by the physical material. I can just have as many sounds as I want. I am relating each of my terrain materials, which is what I'm calling them, to physical material types, just to be able to have some interoperability there. And I had to write some additional code in the ALS footstep effect anim notify. And I did that rather than writing my own anim notify because I didn't want to go back and change every notify on every ALS animation. Maybe in the future I'll do that, but for now I just wrote like a little interface to keep it nice and decoupled that can just override the footstep effect settings, which is based on the surface type. So we now have this little overrideable function that I have implemented in my terrain chunk. And the terrain chunk then is going to kind of intercept the collision trace that it does, that the anim notify does to like what it usually would just get the physical material that way, but it's going to take that and override it by using the location for line trace. And so we'll see if this works. So we'll see if success is true here. I don't know if this location... It is false. Okay, so I do need a better location. Yeah, so I should probably use the Z normal access to like get a little bit lower end location, because I'm just using the same start and end. And this is a line trace that I built for my own procedural terrain system that doesn't use any collision at all, and also gets the vertex data for me, the material. I said get material, but it's going to be the material type, terrain material type, which will be none, of course, here. So let's take a look at that. I think into location, I'll just need to kind of like project this down a little bit. So I think that there is a settings surface trace distance, which I think is probably just set to 50. There we go. Yeah, so we can use that. So let's do what do we want here? No, don't reset that. Just save that there. Let's do f vector end location equals location z. We're gonna do negative. There we go. Negative 50. So we're gonna effectively redo that trace, but with our own trace system. So we'll see. Let's see here. And luckily I had like this footstep sound effect like plugin thing project that has a bunch of assets for me that I got from like a Humble Bundle. So we're gonna be, I think I already copied all the sound files over, but we're gonna be using those. There we go. Success is true now. Okay. Cool. Cool. Let's see what our found surface type is. Surface type 1. So this will be grass. Material type, yeah, grass. Cool. So yeah. Let's generate the vertex data and see how correct this is here. Okay. Show me the vertices. And so this is an interesting one. Technically the material is showing me that there is grass underneath me, but the material isn't really the source of truth. So what we're doing is some math to get the barycentric coordinates of the triangle that has intersected this line trace. And we're using that to kind of get like a weighted value, which I feel like maybe I'm not doing that correctly, because I would imagine that this section would actually be dirt, not grass. Just based on it takes into account the weights of each vert and what their values are. Maybe these are low dirt values, but I guess it does, like the noise that I've done kind of just obscures things a little bit, so maybe I'll just take that out. I don't know. I think it looks nice, but then it's going to make gameplay a little weird, because you're like, oh, there's some dirt here, but it's actually, this is a grass, you know, vertex data. So Yeah, that's gonna be a little weird, potentially. It's good enough for now, I think. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna stand right here, and let's put that right point back. Material type is dirt. Okay, so yeah, I think we're working pretty well there. Oh, I also I did that for the PCG stuff as well, so I can probably show that real quick. Let's go over. Let's find a nice little area. This is probably good. Yeah. So now I'm passing all this vertex data into PCG as well, like with my own. The chunk surface sampler node that I wrote actually returns the vertex data. And then I have an attribute filter, because now all of the data on here, just give me, yeah, there we go. So now you can see I have the terrain material type here. And I can filter on that as well. I think everything in here was grass though, so bad example, but I promise it works. I've tested it and we can see that because on the dirt here, let me click off. You can see I'm not spawning any of the trees or anything. The trees are only spawned on the grass surface. And I definitely need to clean this up a little bit, but yeah, so that's a big step. Big step there. So we'll be doing some PCG maybe today as well if we get done with some other stuff. Maybe, perhaps. But yeah, so we're getting the material data, the vertex data for the footstep thing. Now I think what I need to do is I need to update this to take in an array of sounds, because I have a bunch of sounds to use now. And I wanted to kind of just pick a random one. Effect settings, sound. What do we have here? Okay, yeah, so it's just a singular sound. So let's do a T array. Do I want like weights or anything? I don't know. I do maybe want like a pitch. Changing the pitch a little bit. I have a yeah, sound pitch multiplier. Yeah, because I kind of want to like do a random pitch as well, so it's not, even though I have, we'll do that next. Let's worry about that later. Okay, so now we have arrays of sounds, and actually, let me look at, this is why I had the animations open earlier. Let me get those back open. Show me, just give me some animation. Locomotion states, just give me something. Okay, land. This yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at okay, so here's that settings object that we have. Oh god, I'm gonna have to change all this anyway. Oh no, it's in here. Font sound. Okay, just the pitch, sound type. Step, walk, run, and land. Okay, so I do have like soft, hard, and medium sounds for like each surface. So that can be probably what I use there as well. That'll be nice. Okay, so here's the, okay, and this is the default. Great. So I'll only need to change this in one place. And so this is a map of default surface type to a footstep asset. Oh god, okay. Oh, they just put all the random ones inside the meta sound. Okay. Why can I not hear them? Maybe because gameplay? Okay. Interesting. Okay, so maybe I don't need an array then? What is this? MS footstep. Oh, this is just the other, yeah, the other thing. Does it pick a random one? Yeah, random get. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's totally cool. Okay, so we can maybe we don't need that array actually anymore. Although now we need to like copy that. Let me look at this. Let me think about this a little harder. Now we need to copy this like assets for each to provide the different arrays. Can I like extend this or something? And so if I did like a new, where's audio? Audio, meta sound source. New meta sound source. Yeah, I guess there's no inheritance with these. Okay. There's a class. Interesting. So maybe there is actually some... New sound class. Yeah, maybe I can just defined. Maybe I can define the random arrays in this class or something. Although I'm seeing no way to add duck normal attack. It's in engine sounds. What is this thing? This is a sound mix. Still no way to like define a variable or something. Okay. Audio link settings. Yeah, I know nothing about sound in Unreal Engine, so we're just shooting from the hip right now. Okay, so I did not find anything useful in either of those. Hello, please. Can I please delete you? No, I can't. Okay, let's stop gameplay for a second. Can I delete you guys now? Yes, I can. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear it earlier because the game was playing. What other things do I have here? Source effect presets. So this patch has like an input. So I guess my options are then maybe I can define an input here. Each one of these arrays can be an input. Step, walk. I don't know what the walk sounds like a run. I think these all sound so similar to me. But yeah, there's got to be like an input thing here or something. Inputs, get footstep type, get on play. So these are like defined. Okay, inputs are up here. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, so I can define some inputs here probably. And then I assume footstep type, how does that get passed in? Does that? Do that get passed in? Let's undo the change we made there, because this sound is just going to be like the sound asset, not the sounds. How do you pass in an input? I'm not actually seeing it. Pass anything in here. And it was what, footstep type? Footstep type. Ah, there it is. Ah, okay, interesting. So it's like spawning sound attached, but not actually playing it yet. It adds it afterward, which seems odd. Because I feel like it wouldn't actually pick up on the changed values, because these all sound like they probably just play the sound immediately. Initial params, maybe that's what I can use. Does this have params? Was that the only one that has params? Yeah. Let me look at this. Initial params. What are you? Okay, I think this is probably what I would want. Let me look at how you're used. Give me some examples here. There's not very many. I see none that are actually passing in parameters. Wonderful. Okay. Oh God. Okay, so I guess we'll try to use that. Footsteps spawn mode, so spawn at trace hit location. That seems fine. I don't. Play sound. Oh God. Excuse me. Oh, it only does that under editor preview world type. Okay, weird. The devs journals. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, we're just doing some procedural terrain vertex data stuff. We're trying to get some different footstep sounds going for depending on which vertex data type the player is on. And so I'm just kind of planning my mode of attack here. There's got to be some other thing in here that I can use to pass in some parameters. I would like to not have to create a bunch of different assets when one would do the trick. Why use many asset when few do trick? Okay, so only these play sound at location ones have the initial params. F audio parameter, and this is just like the... Yeah. collection of parameters to be sent to the active sound. So yeah, that seems fine. Yeah, I feel like I should be using that. I feel like that's the one I should be using at all times. Why only editor preview? Pray tell. You know what we're gonna do? Yield the source control, comment out the code I don't want. So sound pitch multiplier. Start time 0, null pointer, and initial params. Oh no, concurrency settings, initial params. Okay, so we do want the initial params. We'll probably have to create that. Initial active sound params. Do I have to do a new object? That seems weird. Let me look up usages of this. Yeah, they do. Unfortunately, the API needs a temp object as wrapper for the data. Yeah, that is unfortunate, isn't it? Glad I'm not the only one who thinks that. Okay, that seems fine. That's fine. What are you unhappy about? You probably want a pointer, right? Yeah, that's what you want. Okay, initial params. What do we do with this guy? Audio params. Yeah, there's no functions on here, so we're just gonna add audio params. Yeah, I think that's probably. You can probably use the bracer initialization. And I am going to need to add some parameters onto the settings class now to pass into here. Settings. Yeah, so probably somewhere around here. Yeah, so we will want, what was it, 3 different lists? And there's like a footstep type somewhere, right? No? Where was footstep type at? Where did I see that at? Sound type. EALS footstep sound type. Step walk. Okay, yeah. That's what I want. I want a map of that. Go back to wherever my... Oh god, where was I? Go back to this. Okay, you go over here. View property. Edit anywhere. Yeah, that. We want T-map of T-array. We'll do T-soft object pointer, I think is probably good here. And then we want you sound base. Sound Q probably. Let's look. What were those data types? You are a wave asset. New sound wave? That's probably that, right? Let me look here. Let me just make sure. Let's look for audio. Sound, yeah, sound wave. Yeah. Okay, so that's probably right. That's probably the right class. Where is this class at? Wave table bank. Water wave. Wait, yeah, where is this asset? Sound wave, what? Yeah, it's different than a sound cue. Sound cues are like the old meta sound, right? Something like that. Okay, I think this is fine now. We'll we don't need to resolve that mystery right now. So tsoft object pointer use sound wave, and this is going to be like, yeah, sound wave map. Sure, or sound asset map maybe. Oh no, we can't have it in a U property, can we? Array of yeah, can't have can't have arrays. Okay. I get that. Okay, so we're gonna have to separate this out. That's annoying. Either we have to separate this out or we have to create a struct. Both are annoying. Oh, I hate that so much. Can't have arrays as value in tmaps. Wonderful. So I can either have a variable for each footstep sound type, but then if I want to add more footstep sound types, then I just have to add more, which is annoying. Or I can just have a struct that wraps this array thing, which is not a big deal, I guess. It's just kind of ugly. Sound assets. Well, we'll call it sound waves just to be consistent with the type. Sound wave. F sound wave array. Sure. So annoying. Okay. But yeah, that's it's just more scalable that way. I hate having to do that. It's just so unnecessary. Okay, but we have that now, so that means we can pass that in here, theoretically. So we can do a for each on the effect settings sound assets map. And this will be just called a sound entry. Well, I mean, do I want to? No, I don't think I need a for loop because we're gonna just we'll hard code it for each one, right? Because we're gonna have to wire it up to the proper input variable. So add item. This is the constructors for this were what now? Name and then value. Okay, so we're gonna do string and then effect settings. Sound assets map, and then we'll do like the boop, 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 this guy right here. Land step walker. We'll do step. Although, hang on. Can we do arrays? We can. Arrays of floats. Arrays of U object. Okay. Is that gonna work? Hang on, let me go back to the asset here. What is this? This is just like a input that is an integer. Input. Wait. Type? Oh god. Wave asset. Or no, that's a single wave asset. Can I do an array? Is array. There we go. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Okay, so we can do that. What are you mad at? Maybe I should use like an actual initializer here. You don't like that either, huh? Oh, he wants F name. Okay, that's probably where I was meant to put that. No? Oh, I need to... Okay, this is where I was messing up sound waves. There we go. No? T-array, it's a T-array of T-soft object pointer. Okay, I have to, like, resolve all of them. I have to, like, load all of them, don't I? That's probably the issue. Yeah, because it's a T-soft object pointer. So, God, am I going to load every single... No, I would only be loading the ones for, like, the material type that we're walking on. Oh my God. Yeah, how annoying is this going to be? Because we have to do T-array of sound wave pointer, sound waves. I imagine there's no way to just like load an array of soft object pointers. But then it still doesn't like that. What the heck? What are you mad at now? Const. Not convert U sound wave pointer to U object pointer? Seriously? That works though. Okay, that's quite strange. But we have to do this for each thing. Step waves. Walk waves. Man, this a little bit here. And is that what we're calling them? Yeah, step waves, walk waves, and land waves, yeah. That do be indeed what we're calling them. Okay. Okay, so those are all set. So let's pass that bad boy in here. And then we'll need to just like change all these, right? I gotta like move these to inputs. I guess let's rename these real quick so I don't like I can like copy them over a little bit easier. Hold. Okay, so this will be step waves. Oh, geez. This will be walk waves. Change that to wave asset array. Actually, let's see, one more. Wave asset array. This will be land waves. I assume this is for when like landing from like a jump or something is what those are for. Copy the old land. So we're gonna just, okay, cool. We can just copy those over. Yeah, so we're gonna keep the defaults the same. Okay, defaults are the same. Let's keep the old ones around just in case, I don't know, something goes wrong. I have to like go find all those assets again and tie them back up. Okay. So now I wonder if we should like check if they're empty or not. Or just always wire them back up, because then like the defaults probably aren't going to matter, right? If I just add an empty array here, that's going to override it, I imagine. Okay, so we may need to put those lists into the settings. We're going to need to update the settings anyway. I should probably wrap this in like an if contains, so we don't have to add it if we don't want to. Contains, although if it doesn't contain a walk run, then it won't get overwritten. Is that what I would want? That'll make it so I don't have to wire the defaults back up. Yeah, okay, let's do that. Oh, we weren't even adding to... Oh, that would... Well, glad I did that. That wasn't going to work. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I guess that's good to go now. Yeah, now I just need to actually update the assets. Let's make sure we have everything saved. Close that down. We're going to need to rebuild. Okay, can you shut down properly already? Just to make sure. Okay, there we go. My allergies are kicking my butt. I'll run in the bathroom while that builds real quick. Okay, do we build? No, we We did not. Initialization of initial params is skipped by case label. What on earth does that mean? I'm just going to use an if else because this is kind of hard to read anyways without the brackets wrapping it. If equals spawn at trace hit location, just get rid of it, and then we don't even need the breaks or anything. Okay. Oh my goodness, go back. Get back there. Okay. We are building. We are building. So hopefully once we get all of the thingies, all of the sound assets plugged in, this will just work. It just works. Okay, where's my default settings? There we are. Sound asset map. Now that's all empty, so that means it probably should just use the default one, which is good. That's what we want. Cannot add. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so annoying. Are you kidding me? Okay, so yeah, this map, I can't even add something to it because it always wants to add it as a default. Oh. And I already have a default in here that I don't want to override. Not add new key to the map while a key with the same value exists. Let me search this. That's really annoying. Can I just have it go to the next value? Bro, so I find plenty of people having the same issue, but no fix. No fix. Yeah, that's I have to log into vote too. Bro. Okay. Dirt Wild, hello. Welcome in. We're currently bitching about the engine. I would like to be able to add things to my map without having to replace the default value. But it says, where my face is in the way, that I can't add a map element because there's already one with the default value. And I guess when you add a map element, it's just the key is always the default value when it's an enum. So that means while I have a default here, I cannot add other ones, which is super annoying. Because I don't want to override this one. Now I could just like change that to stone real quick and then like add. It doesn't even, yeah, so like once I like did all of these, I couldn't go back and add the default one. Like maybe I could copy it and then add it. That's so annoying though. So annoying. Add it back in. Can I copy? Copy. If I pasted. Oh, okay, that just got rid of it. That's wonderful. Paste. Yeah, I literally can't. That's so annoying, man. How has no one done anything about this yet? Okay, let me just add, I guess I'm just gonna add like a dummy surface type here to pick from. A physical material. And we're just gonna go to the very last one. We're just gonna call it dumb for how dumb this bug is. Okay, now this one goes to dummy. That way I have an extra one to like set it back to. Dirt, grass, dirt, yeah. Stone, and now I can switch dummy back to default. That is super annoying, actually. Super annoying. Let me actually, I should probably copy this. Well, I guess the only thing that's not default is the asset itself, so we can just wire that real quick, put that back in. My decals back and going. You've had issues with that as well? Yeah, I saw plenty of people on Google searches saying they had the same issue. Like, I don't know, it would probably be pretty easy for them to just change it to add whatever the next key is in the enum. Like, you can iterate over enum keys. I've done it before. Shouldn't be that hard for how stupid this issue is. Okay, so here's where we get the to the fun stuff. Okay, so for the step, this one does it. That one did it. Wait, what? That one did it. Is it just because it's a surface type, like a physical material? Is that why? Let me look at the definition for the surface type physical material thing. U physical material. Okay, I guess it's a U object. Is it a U object? What type is this? E physical surface. It's an enum. Can I go to the definition, please? Okay, so yeah, why didn't this work then? Steam backends documentation is worse than Unreal Engine. Wow, that's honestly incredible. That's kind of impressive. Kind of impressive. The bar has been set lower than no documentation has set it before. Incredible, actually. Well, that's a mystery as to why that didn't do that. It did it perfectly here. Yeah, let's find our sound. Let's find our. We gotta start wiring up these sound assets now. Okay, here's my sound. My footies. So all of these hard ones should probably be for land. Can I like... Oh, that's so nice. Thank God. Oh, I had no idea that was a thing. Thank God I don't have to add those one by one. Oh, I forgot hard A. Can I move you? Okay, delete that actually. A to E. There we go. Now they're in order. Boom. Try getting the store page set up for a demo that will have no store page. They tell you the preview, but there will never be one. Yeah, so it's like they're forcing you to do something you don't want to do. I haven't actually done much with most game engines. Who has the best documentation? Love 2D. That's one I've never heard of before. Has the best documentation I've seen so far. It's a very small engine, which helps them cover everything. If I had to guess, I don't actually know this for sure, but I would guess that Godot would have the best because it's open source. And so it's like literally, like to me, open source usually has good documentation for things that are like popular because that's how you get popular, right? By being easy to use. So if I had to take a guess out of like the big game engines, I would guess Godot, but I don't actually know that. I've never worked with it. I find that I've worked with Unity and Unreal. I have not touched Unity in like 10 years though, so 10 years ago, Unity was a lot easier to get into, but it was because of, one, the engine just isn't as complicated. So there just overall needed to be less documentation. And two, the community, you know, forums and facts and questions and answers and stuff, those were just more prevalent for Unity. Although now there's a ton for Unreal Engine. So it seems, Unreal Engine does seem a bit more accessible now than like 10 years ago when I first tried it and gave up. Balatro was made in Love 2D. Cool. Oh, you're literally releasing the demons on Friday the 13th. Okay, so the soft ones... Oh, I also have jump. Holy shit, I have so many. Okay. Maybe I need to change this up then. Can you guys hear these on the stream? I hope so. Do I do the shoe one or the bear ones? I actually think the bear ones sound a little bit better. Scuff. Oh, that's for like changing direction, isn't it? Okay, let's put the jump and land ones both into land. And then we'll do bear hard. We have hard, medium, and soft. Maybe we'll just do medium and soft. Medium for walk, run, soft for step. Okay. Yeah, get rid of the empty one. Cool. Yeah, my footsteps are a little bit more complicated because I'm using completely procedural terrain here. So I guess let's see if this one just works first. So I'm not actually using physical materials at all. So I actually don't have any physical materials here. And it's all just vertex data that I'm just translating to physical materials. So there's the vertex data. And so I have some debug colors generated for it, and you can tell, you know, brown is dirt, green is grass, obviously. And so it's for every single vertex. Oh, And it changes back to the regular one. Oh, the sprint land is... It's just the regular one. That's weird. But then... That one's fine. Can you guys hear that? I don't know. Do I have my audio channels set up properly? I hope so. I think I need to add Unreal Engine here. Actually, let me listen. Let me listen back on the stream here. I think I need to add Unreal Engine here. Actually, let me listen. Let me listen back on the stream. Oh god, it's too late. Hang on. I gotta go to YouTube to rewind now. I hope so. No, you can't. Okay. Well, okay, let me troubleshoot this real quick. I think I should probably just add it into here or something. Testing. How many years do you estimate until this game is released? Give me 5 years till I come up with an estimation. Okay. Okay, yeah, now it's in there. Cool. Cool. Okay, yeah, I kind of figured that was the case. Music back on. Okay. But yeah, the sprint jump land. Is just normal. I guess that's one of the other channels. Or the other types or whatever. Which is weird that... where is it? Here we go. Although, no, I have all of them in here. Yeah, what type is that? Interesting, okay. Do you know how to stitch terrains around a sphere? Not off the top of my head. No. I could probably do that procedurally. With some math. Okay. Now for Deutsch. Excuse me. Now for dirt. What do I got for dirt? I have gravel. Oh yeah, and of course I can't hear these while the game is playing. That's just wonderful. That sounds dirty. Dirtish. I actually think the shoe ones sound more dirtish. Trying to make a hollow earth style world where the terrain wraps up the walls. I figured it'd be similar to a regular sphere. That sounds cool. Like the almost like a Halo world, but spherical. Yeah, that one sounds good. What else do we have? The sand? Yeah, it sounds too soft. Water or mud. There's no way this sounds good, right? No. That's super quiet, too. Yeah, okay, so we're going to do gravel here. We're going to do the gravel one. Shoe step hard. You are going to go into land. No. Walk run. I don't like the... New medium. I don't like the soft ones. That'll be for step, and then land. Okay. Okay, so we got dirt set up. Boom, boom. Okay. So now stone, which this can probably just be the default ones. Although let's see what they're. We have metal. What does rug sound? Super soft. Yeah, that could be dirt as well, actually. We have stone, okay. These are so quiet. I do think my old footstep sounds were a bit too loud, though. I actually think the default ones that I have are probably fine. So let's actually leave that blank. We'll just use the default one. Save that. Save all. Here we go. Okay, let's start that back up and go find some stone to walk over. We can go down in a tunnel, perhaps. That's like too crunchy. It's like so crunchy. That's like comically. Grass sounds good. Oh no, what happened here? Oh yeah, that thing. Ignore that. Yeah, the sprint land is just playing the regular sound. Someone is ripping Warcraft sounds. You haven't heard any of the Warcraft. Oh, I guess the level up sound. Yeah, yeah. Yes, I have been. Placeholder assets go burr. Same with the icons, and actually the animations as well. Like, I found a way to put the Warcraft animations into Unreal Engine. My impact sounds aren't there anymore. That's lame. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. It's kind of weirdly. It's not too far. I think my barycentric coordinates weighting could be a bit better. So I think that's why it seems a little bit off. Every couple steps, or every... I keep hearing like a default step sound every here and then. Now let me turn the music off for a second. Yeah, the dirt definitely sounds very Minecrafty. I think the grass is fine. Yeah, I don't like the dirt sounds. I don't like the dirt sounds. Didn't I? What did I say? I said rug sounded like it could be. Does that sound like dirt? Yeah. Yeah, we'll try it. Let's go. Let me hear what soft sounds like. Let's just put medium in there. Put medium in step. Okay, hang on. Medium, go to step. Walk, run, we'll go to hard. Okay. What is this? What are you doing? Oh, thank you. What is this? Stop that. What is happening here? What are you doing to me? Okay, so now I'm stuck. Okay. What happened? What happened here? The spline calculator just gave up on me. Spline calculator, why do you do this? Why did you do that to me? Something about executing the delegate. The delegate, like, became unbound or something. Okay, try again. I hope did my sound save? Oh boy. Yeah. They did indeed save. Yeah, adding Unreal Engine to the volume mixer there turned down the volume of it. I think that sounds a lot better. Yeah, it doesn't line up with what the material is showing, so it feels a little weird when you transition. Yeah, let me do let me see here. Where's Unreal? Oh, it's all the way up anyway. Okay, so hang on. I hate audio settings so much. I hate it so much. Let's move Unreal Engine over. Guess that's like a tiny bit louder. Oh god, now my keystrokes are louder too. I don't know, that doesn't sound like stepping on dirt actually now that it's turned up. The medium ones sound okay. Okay, hang on. First of all, you can probably go down now. Okay. Yeah, I don't like any of these for dirt. Okay, let's listen to sand again. That sounds like grass. Don't like those. No? Ooh, it's so crunchy. Yeah. Well, it's curious that they don't have any just dirt ones, do they? These kind of sound like dirt. Maybe I should use the shoe step grass ones for dirt. Okay. Do I want it? Just put all the hard ones for land, medium, walk, run, soft for step. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, I mean, that sounds better than what I've had. I know, the sprint seems kind of out of cadence a little bit, actually. I don't know, is it annoying? I think the volume is a little loud on them. Yeah, and it 100% does not match up very well. Let me look at where the vertex data is here. Yeah, so this set of triangles is where it's weird. Yeah, my interpolation could be a little bit better. The vertex data. God, that like... Yeah, it's not lining up very well. But we have footstep sounds. That's the good part. Okay. Okay, music back on. Okay, I think that's good enough for now. I'm sufficiently satisfied with that. Okay, what do I want to say for this commit? Okay. One second. Okay, yeah. Add footstep overrides. Add footstep vertex data overrides. Okay. Boom. Okay. Okay. So I wonder. Let me look at my. Where was it? Vertex. Brain vertex data. Yeah, the barycentric coordinates weighting. Maybe I should just do like a simple average. No, because I want it to be based on the location within the triangle. I feel like the barycentric coordinates are just wrong here. I've done something wrong with the weighting, I think, maybe. I don't feel like getting into that right now. It's kind of complicated stuff that I do not feel like figuring out on stream. Let's move on to something more funner. More funner. Which is, what else should we do today? Let me think here. So, we've got vertex data. We've got some material blending between infinite number of vertex color textures, which is nice. No longer limited by the vertex color channels. We could try to make some new biomes, although that's going to involve me just like digging through assets, which doesn't sound that fun on stream. And also trying to find textures, which also doesn't sound that fun on stream. I should probably get all that stuff organized into collections. I was saying we could do some more PCG stuff. That could be cool. Oh, I could do the underground and above ground tagging. I don't know what I would do for that. Here's my vertex data. So I think I may actually need to add another piece of data in here, which is a little concerning because this is going to be taking up a considerable amount of memory. I guess really only PCG needs to know about that. But I have no way to just query that. You know what I mean? Like I can't just... I have to have, because it comes from compute shaders. Which honestly kind of makes me feel like putting them in compute shaders was maybe a bit of a mistake. Not a mistake, but like, you know, maybe it's not worth it anymore. I am glad I got that experience though. Writing a compute shader feels super cool. I would essentially need to know if it came from my height map generator shader or if it came from noise generator shader, which is the 3D noise params. I feel like for sure the height map generator should probably, I should probably move that back to the CPU. I mean, look how disgusting this is. And actually, I have... Actually, no, I think this is okay. Because I can just query, I do have the height map data saved, which is not very much, it's not very much data. So I can just check if a vertex exists on the height. And I have a way to get the bilinear interpolated height map coordinate. So even if it's like an adjusted vertex and doesn't exactly line up with the vertex in the height map, I can still tell with some, you know, a little bit of tolerance whether or not we should consider that location as on the height map or not. And where do I have that function? I wrote that somewhere. It's in vertex data generator. Get interpolated height. Yeah, I should move that somewhere reusable. Yeah, there's the interpy lerps there. And then that way I can feed that into PCG. And maybe that can be like a ad hoc kind of thing. Let's make a new class. I've been needing to split up my utilities. I have like a giga my generic utils file that's just getting quite large and needs to be split apart. So I shouldn't put it in there. I do have vertex data utils, and I guess this is somewhat related to vertex data, so I could just put it in vertex data utils. And I'm going to use that for, I don't know, this one is this is a function that can be used for multiple things. It will need to be local coordinates. I'm thinking here, do I want this? Do I want height map utils? That class could be useful for other things, I suppose. Here's vertex data utils. Yeah, this isn't, yeah, we'll make a new class. Ugh. Height map utils, fine. Fine. Static. Floats. Yeah, get interpolated height. You knew exactly what I wanted, Copilot. Thank you. Thank you for that. We're just gonna copy you. Paste you in there. Yeah, and these index 1D to 2D functions should probably go in the math utils file. Oh boy, here I go refactoring again. Okay. Generic utils. Get the shaders out of here. Go away, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now height map utils is now my math utils. Okay, replace all. No, we're not using that one. Okay. Not using that one. Okay. What? What? Is that it? Does that compile? Oh, there's some places I missed to change those over. I'm imagining there's places I missed. There has to be, right? Okay, at least in here, yeah. Okay, restart that. Oh yeah, and then this one we need the height map utils in here. Member is inaccessible. That makes sense. Make that public. Go away. What did I just do? Yeah, see, I knew there were other places here. Oh, we didn't import them. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, I think we're good. Try again. Okay, I compiled. Wonderful. So now let's go into, I guess, the chunk surface sampler. This is my PCG node. And I guess I need to create a new attribute that I want to store this information in. I'm going to copy this guy. This is going to be, I guess, is height map attribute. And that can be a boolean. Default value false. Is height map. We'll call it is on height map. Okay, and then down here is where we'll set it. Set value, new point, metadata value. The value is going to be then, it is going to be bool is on height map. Height map utils. Get interpolated height. Yeah. Oh, now I need to pass in the height map data. Fuck. Okay. Shit. How do I get that in here? I guess I do have the subsystem, so I can just reference the subsystem directly. That seems weird. These are, there's no, it never runs before the height map is done generating those, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal to just grab from that map. It just feels weird, okay? Feels weird to, and we do need the interpolated height because these are like random, semi-random points, world space points. And I need to transform that. Is nearly equal. Do I have the tolerance amount? Yeah, I do. Okay. Is nearly equal. Error tolerance. Okay, cool. So is nearly equal, get interpolated height, world space point. Okay. And then for get interpolated height, oh boy, okay. We don't want to get the height map every single loop. I can get it up here, that would be fine. U height map generator. Is this running in the background thread? No, it's not. Okay. Okay, the height map generator, we have it now. Yeah, and then we just need to, let's save a reference to the height map data. Now I need the chunk scale. Okay, I am just directly referencing the terrain chunk in here, so sure, we can just use that for get world as well. Make that a little shorter. Terrain chunk. Board, if I spell it right. Okay. Height map data is here. So height map data dot height map noise data. And then we need to translate the world base point to local space. Can we just do chunk transform, inverse transform? Is that enough? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because we need to, like, uncenter it and stuff, right? Or no. Because the height map is the centered coordinate space. Let's just throw a breakpoint in here and we can check. We can check what coordinate space it's in. Okay, I think I can get rid of all of this. Close tabs to the right. Okay. Okay, all that's running. So let's run PCG here. Okay. Local space point, what do you look like? It should be in the -120 to 120 coordinate space. That seems about right, actually. That seems about right. Okay, so I guess let's look here. I'll pull this out. Let me move it on this side. You can see a bit more of it. Okay, select that one. Let me look at the data here. None of it's on the height map. Okay, so we need a bit more tolerance, I think, at the very least. Let me pull up. Height map height. That way we can look at these two values, see how actually close they are. Let's just do 0.1f. That seems like a reasonable tolerance to have. If we're within 0.1, we can consider that on the height. And getting this distinction is going to allow me to like PCG spawn things specifically for caves and underground noise and stuff. Now, when the player like deforms the terrain, that's going to be quite a bit different. Force regen. That is all false again. Let's try a new one just to make sure. I'll put a breakpoint there so we can see the values. What do we got here? What do we got here? Local space point. You still look like you're in the right coordinate space. Height map height. Ooh, what am I doing here? World space. What is world space point? Z. Okay. Okay, so the Z is a lot different here. Let me go over to, because there's a lot of underground noise over there. Let me do one over here. I know that this chunk, that chunk has no underground. Let me check this one out. World space point Z is 95. Height map height is 1. Local space. Divided by height map to vertex scale plus half size. Okay, so I am uncentering it. Okay. It needs to be uncentered. Got it. Got it. Okay. Plus... Is that right? Half of... That's a really stupid way to get half of the chunk scale. Chunk scale divided by 2. To uncenter it, what is chunk scale here? Should be 50. Yeah, that's not right. I don't have the information here that I need. I'd have to get it from the terrain chunk terrain generate, which is kind of annoying. It's gonna be a little messy. Oh boy. Okay. We'll do it up here. Hang on. Chunk scale. Float. Chunk size. Say local chunk size equals terrain chunk terrain gen params, which is not public. Neither is LOD. Do I want to expose that kind of thing? I think grid size is what I want. Simplification increment, max sum square verts. That would be what? What would that be? 240 divided by 640. Yeah, that is what I want. Plus 1. And then I would divide that by 2. Steve N, welcome. Thank you for the follow. We're currently working on what are we working on? We're trying to get some whether or not a randomly generated surface point is on a height map or rather underground. That's what we're trying to do. So I guess I should expose the terrain gen param as public, which always feels bad to make something else public when there's only one other thing that needs it, but it is a useful struct with a lot of information and functions on it, so it can quite possibly be used elsewhere. Okay, why is this now? Oh, okay, just because we're okay, get grid size. Oh, I need the LOD too. Oh no, okay. Change plans. Not gonna expose terrain gen params anymore. We're just gonna make a function for getting local chunk size. Transform chunk vert to world vert. I'm not using that anywhere. This will be a float. Get chunk size. Yeah. That's world size. I don't want that. I want the get grid size passing in LOD. Oh, I guess I have to like extract. Oh, so annoying. So annoying. Okay, so I have to like get the LOD. Get LOD index. That should be const. Yeah? Is that fine? You fine with that? Okay. Okay, so now we just have that as a function. I'm pretty sure is what I want. Where do I want it? Here. Get chunk size, and this should probably be called get local chunk size. It is not in world space. So we have the chunk size now. Local chunk size divided by 2. That is going to now uncenter the verts. No, this isn't what I want. Because it's in negative 120 to 120. So we actually need... we actually need... grid size, LOD scale. I should probably just make some conversion functions rather than having to like manually do this everywhere. LOD scale time simplification, that's gonna be like 300. Yeah, I guess it's just max num square verts per chunk divided by 2. Okay, let's do this. The knowing that I have to pass in the LOD there. But we can do... Let me look back at that. What would I don't even know what I would call this function. Transform. Local. Because there's LOD'd and then there's like non-LOD'd coordinate spaces. Okay. It would be something like this. Transform local centered to uncentered, and then there could also be a, although I don't ever, there's never a LOD'd coordinate space that is centered. That coordinate space is always uncentered. I don't think I use that anywhere. Okay, so this is going to be transform local centered to uncentered. God, that's a mouthful. That is going to be times scale? No, because that would be world space, right? What is wrong with my search now? 240 times 50. Yeah, that's world space. So this is going to be location plus half size. And it's that simple. Okay, so now we're going back to exposing range and params. I'm snip snapping so much. Snip snap, snip snap. Okay. Range chunk to range in params dots transform local centered to uncentered, and we are going to move that down here. Wrap you. Okay, God, this is a mouthful here. Can you stop doing that? Thank you. Okay, rebuild now. BRB while that builds. Okay. Let's see if we get the proper coordinate space now. Okay, that breakpoint is still there. Do this. Go ahead, we'll just do it for a random chunk here. Is on height map. Probably gonna be false. Well, let's look at our local space here. Now that should now be between 0 and 240. So that looks like it is. Height map height 8. World space point height negative. Okay, yeah. So that looks okay so far. I need to go back to that one chunk that has no underground points though. Right. His own height map is still false. Okay. Z121. World space point 95. Height map height 2.9. Okay, so I have 3 different values here. Yeah, I shouldn't be checking against world space point Z. Divided by height map to vertex scale plus half size. Height map. Okay. Okay, so I actually need to transform it even more. Okay. It's oh god. Oh, I hate these. Okay, it's gonna be. Oh, what would you even name this function, man? Transform local centered to uncentered LOD'd. Just like it's just not even so it's gonna be so I do need the LOD. Height map to vertex scale. That's going to be, that should be 6. I'm just trying to think of how I want to have that represented. Is height map to vertex, like, do I know what that means in all contexts? I feel like I do. Height map to vertex scale. So if I multiplied height map by this number, I would get the vertex. And if I divided vertex by this number, I would get height map. And then I need to uncenter it by adding half the size. I guess that makes... I'm just trying to come up with like a reusable little chunk for that. So, because like I do this kind of thing all over the place. These kind of conversions, world space, local space. There's like when I store things in arrays, I use the uncentered vertices because the coordinates or the indices that they're stored at kind of represent the X and Y and stuff. So those need to be uncentered because I can't store something at a negative index. And so I have to do a bunch of translation. And this is all just for like efficient data storage and stuff. But yeah, it would be nice to... Excuse me. It would be nice to have reusable things here, so I don't have to keep going through this headache. Probably should have done this a long time ago. But it's just like the names for these are so awkward. They're not necessarily very explainable as to what they do. Transform vertex to height map. Space. Do I need the transform at the front, or is that kind of implied? Vertex to height map space. Local vertex. I also need the LOD. Local vertex divided by and this one, by the way, I should put this in here. This can just be a static. Although, shit. Do I use this in blueprints? I don't think I use this in blueprints anywhere. Hang on. Undo. Are you used in blueprints anywhere? No. Okay, thank God. Okay, so you are now no longer blueprint callable because you're in a struct. Congratulations. Welcome. What is my purpose? You tell me the mesh simplification increment. Okay, you go there. Good, good. You, my generic, you tills, get simplification. Okay, let's just copy that. That was it's a big word. Big word. Okay. Now this is f parain gen params. Replace all. Okay. Okay, so I think vertex the height map space. Congratulations. Welcome to the party. Const, yes. Well, I guess you could be static, actually. No, you can't because grid size is not static. Okay, yeah, right. That makes that makes a lot of sense. Okay. Vertex to height map space. Okay, so let's plug you in now. which means I have to get the LOD, which is on the terrain. Glorious Sunday, my drunk hath blessed us. Have blessed us. Yes, welcome, Odd. How are you doing this weekend? I'm trying to translate between coordinate spaces. That's what I'm trying to do. So, I know you were saying, I think last time you were here, I think I was working on the vertex color terrain stuff and blending between an infinite amount of vertex colors, and I think I kind of have that figured out. It's not perfect, but it's pretty damn close, and I'm happy with it for now. So I'll show you that once I get this to compile real quick if you're still interested. But I need terrain chunk. I need the LOD. Get LOD, which is private. Ugh, I'm just leaking. I'm so leaky. I need it to be get LOD index. Get LOD index. The range in param. God, this is so messy. Range in params dot get LOD. There. Okay. Is that going to be the right coordinate space? Are you gonna cooperate with me now? Six actions. Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, so for the vertex colored stuff, there were a few key things that I learned. I didn't really know much about materials and rendering and stuff like that. So one key thing I learned was that even though they are vertex colors, they still get interpolated in the pixel space, even though they are per vertex, pieces of data. And then I kind of effectively learned that the entire material graph, like everything is kind of interpolated at the pixel level. And I actually found, the code that does that in the shader files, the engine shader files. And, there is the distinction between vertex stage and pixel stage. And you can use the vertex interpolator to kind of break that apart to you do certain things on the vertex stage and certain things on the pixel stage. However, there's no it doesn't seem like there's any way to communicate across stages from the material graph. I feel like you'd probably have to write a custom shader to do that. But yeah, here's the output. Here's my blending now. And we actually have grass blending directly to stone, which is an important thing because those are IDs that aren't next to each other. So I'll generate the vertex data here to show you. So here's the vertex data. And you can see the grass and the stone are right next to each other. How I ended up packing the colors together. So we'll pull that up over there. There's my terrain material IDs. And then set vertex colors. So I take those IDs, 0, 1, 2, 3 right now, divide them by 100. So I guess max is 100 different materials to blend between. And I put the IDs in the channels, not because the normal way you use vertex colors is by putting the amount of each material into each channel, where a channel equals a material. But I'm just putting an ID of a material, or a texture, I should say, not material. So each color channel would be the amount of a texture, and so you're max 4 textures unless you do some other things. You can go a little bit higher, but then you run into you can do 8, where 0 to 0.5 in the red channel is grass, and then 0.5 to 1 in the red channel is dirt. But then you run into the issue where you can never blend between grass and something else without going to dirt first. So there's a limitation there. And so that's why I'm doing it this way. So I put the alpha between A and B into the blue channel, B in the green channel, A in the red channel. And then I also duplicate that data and put it into the into a UV channel as well. Because I figured out that things in the UV channel are evaluated in the vertex stage. And that's important. I'll pull up my material here. So here it is. So here's the vertex color. I'm getting the alpha from the blue channel, but I'm getting the material, this is A and this is B, from the UV channel that I packed it into. And that, paired with this vertex interpolator, allows me to blend from stone to grass. It's not perfect. You can see like a little bit of brown in here, right? You can see a little bit of a ring of brown here. So it's not perfect. And if we turn the contrast like way up, you can see like there's probably like a pixel of brown in there, but I am able to, you know, change between all three of them without there being a band there. And I'll show you what that looks like. So if I were to not use the UV channels, that's what I'm talking about right there. So I cannot, you know, blend between them properly. I guess I can still somehow, but it's like weird. Because essentially like what's happening here is what I've learned is that these values are actually interpolated. And I don't want them to be, right? Because these are IDs. I don't want them to be interpolated, but there's really no way for me to not interpolate them. I do have my get material ID blend node, which is just a little bit of me taking this is an interpolated value times 100 to put it back into like the right digit space. And then I'm passing in my desired ID. So this is for grass. So my desired ID is 1 here. Here's the actual ID for this location, whatever location we're at. And then I subtract them, clamp it to 01, and then do a 1 minus to get like the amount of that I want. So that's like my alpha for the height lerp there. But I think what I would need to make it perfect would be a way to communicate between vertex and pixel stage, because even though this is evaluated in the vertex stage, like this, anything past this is now interpolated. So even though I'm using the vertex interpolator, even though I'm using the UV channels, or I was, even though I'm using those, it's still being interpolated from 1 to 3. I don't effectively, like for the scenario I'm looking at, I don't want any dirt, but it's lerping between 1 and 3, so we do get some dirt values in there. But because I'm doing it with the vertex interpolator and here, it's like very minimal. Apply. Oh, the contrast is still like giga up now. So contrast, take that back down to 0. Yeah, you can kind of see, if I make this like that, you can see like a little tiny band of dirt. Maybe we can look up here as well. Like, yeah, it's very, very small. Hardly noticeable. So I'm happy with it for now. And now I have like 100 textures that I can vertex color lerp between without having too much of an issue. Now this does mean I'm using extra memory for the UV channels, so that's a little bit of a drawback, but it does get around the limitation of having a limited number of vertex color textures. 100, yeah, so right now it's 100 right now just because I'm dividing by 100, but I could divide by 255 instead, you know. I could divide by whatever number I needed to. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to get up to 100, so that's why I just left it at 100 to And then of course I added a little bit of noise in here too, so I'm just using like a noise texture into the height texture of the height lerp to just kind of like scuff it up a little bit around the edges and stuff, you know. So actually if I take out that, and we'll just see, this is without the scuffs and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty close. And I feel like if I linked up with like Prismatica or someone who's like a shader or a material graph god, I could probably make it even better. But for now, it's pretty good, and I think it does a good job representing what it should look like. Yeah, I think the underground looks a lot better now too. Still a little bit of stretching. I think that's just maybe a normals issue. Oh yeah. And then I have footstep effects now too. Let's go find some stone. I can go walk down a hole actually. Probably kind of hard to hear. Turn the music off for a second. The glorious footstep sounds. Oh, there's some stone. Yeah, and it's not perfect. My I'm like having to do some like barycentric coordinates weighted interpolating between the points and stuff. Oh god. Like for instance, like here, like I only have data at each vertex, and so like I need to do like a little bit of a blend. I don't think I'm doing that quite right. Yeah, like that was like yeah, not exactly a perfect transition from footstep sound, but it's close enough for now. So we're getting some of the gameplay usages built in here for this vertex data, and I already did the PCG stuff. So if I come over, this is probably a good one. So if I were to generate PCG on this, oh yeah, right, I was doing this. Hang on, let me check if this local space point. Are you right? Are you in the right coordinate space now? Maybe. Yeah, I think it's going to be wrong, but so there's PCG. Turn off collision there. And so you can see that I don't have things spawned on the dirt or the stone, only on the grass. And so if I click here, let's go to the forest graph, look at that, and then maybe attribute filter, or maybe let's just do this one. And potentially debug it. Forget what colors I have on here. Oh, I'm just using the use cube. ECG cube. Let's turn on the colors. Hello, please. Can I have colors? Or do I... Oh, I need to apply. Okay, so there's my vertex data colors for my PCG generated points, which are, again, being sampled without collision, right? Because I'm just querying... I have the raw, like, vertex and triangle data that I'm querying, and I'm doing, like, some additional... jittering, some randomness. I apply like some random seeds to each point, and I move them around a little bit. So yeah, so that's what that looks like. So we already have it kind of working for PCG. Specifically right now what we're working on is now I want a distinction for every one of these points. I want to know if it is lying on noise that came from the height map, or if it is lying on noise that came from, that is like underground. So effectively, is it on the height map or is it underground? That way I can spawn things specifically underground and do like cave biomes, underground biomes, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's what we're working on right now. And I am doing some, it's actually pretty cool. I built in like a little filter points by normals part, so I can filter by direction. And that's why these points kind of aren't on the ceilings. So I'm using the normals to determine that I don't want anything facing down, right? So that's a pretty nice feature I built in. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of that. Don't need those anymore. Now, I don't think we're still not doing this right. We're still not doing this right. I think maybe local space point is correct. I have to go back to where I was doing it before, which is in the vertex data generator. Divide by vertex height map scale, or height map to vertex scale plus half size. Mesh simple. Mesh simple. Okay. Height map to vertex scale is just, yeah, that. Yeah, maybe I should just store that on the terrain chunk. That is kind of a awkwardly long signature. But that does seem to be what I'm doing for this other scenario. Simplification increment. Passing in, get LOD, get LOD. LOD index, get LOD. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that is correct. Now I'm doing the inverse transform position, which does put it into the vertex space. And then vertex to height map space. Okay. I guess maybe I shouldn't be, it's not in world space. So I shouldn't be, I think maybe divided by scale here. Chunk scale. Float height map height. It's not world space height. That's not what I should be calling this. What should I be calling this? So I have the world space point height. I think maybe it would be height map height. Maybe we should just multiply by chunk scale. I think that makes it clearer. Okay. Yeah, live coding on that. So we'll run that, see if those coordinates are better. Maybe we just need a little bit more tolerance as well. I think could be in the cards. Let me grab a little sody. Hang on. Okay. Okay, so let's, I guess we can just regenerate this. Gen. And then we want to see what this data look like. So is on height map. Oh, we have some trues. Okay. We have some trues. We love that. I love that from it. Okay. Regen it again. Let's look at some of these. Height map height is 41. World space point height is... Okay, this is not the chunk that I'm looking for. Is this the one? This is the one with no underground on it, I think. Okay, yeah, so every single point on this one should be on the height, which is why I like testing this one. They're not all true. Okay. Wonderful. Let me rerun you. Local space point, effectively 0, 0, with a Z of 20. Height map height 95. World space height 95.98. Okay, so this one 95.84 versus 95.98. Okay, so yeah, I think we need a little bit more tolerance here. Is 1 too much? I don't think so. 1 centimeter of tolerance I think is fine, because we have to keep in mind that the player can deform these verts. And, you know, what do we want to happen? How does PCG respond to that, you know? At first, I don't think it needs to do anything. I will be needing to just, like, remove grass, you know, remove foliage when a player, I think, you know, digs or something at the grass. But the material should respond accordingly and show the dirt underneath the material, underneath the grass material. But then the thing that'll need a lot of consideration is my respawn system. So for my forest graph, not only did I create the chunk surface sampler node, but I also created the environment item spawner node, which essentially takes in a data table row handle and does a bunch of RNG to, like, my own kind of custom RNG to spawn things and set it up for respawning, because I want things to regrow, right? I want trees to regrow. How do you regrow with PCG? You can do some, like, you can do that in the graph, the PCG graph itself, but it's like kind of ugly, and you'd have to do it for every single item spawner that you have, every single static mesh spawner. I wasn't happy with that, so I kind of created my own. Is the name of the game here for me. And so right now I'm not really doing anything with respawns other than using like my initial spawn threshold and respawn threshold. So actually every point that comes into the spawner now is not getting spawned, because when you use the static mesh spawner, everything you pass into here gets spawned. And this you can do some RNG on here. There is some RNG where it'll select from a list, but it will spawn every single point. And so here I'm saying, give me 40% of the points. Initially spawn 40% of the points, and then the respawn threshold is like how much up to the maximum threshold of points that I want to respawn to. So there's effectively 10% of the points passed in here are now eligible for respawning whenever I get to the part where I'm writing my respawn system, which I think will probably just be in the form of a subsystem that ticks every minute or so, and then iterates through all the terrain chunks and just says, hey, respawn things if you have anything to respawn. And then it'll, you know, select from the points all the other, because there's like, you know, I don't know how many go in here. We have 564 eligible points to respawn at. So whatever half of that is, it'll select some random ones from there and then assign it these data table row handles. And in my data table, I have these static meshes that they should cycle through, and the scales, which again, not doing anything with those yet, but I will. And then it also tags it with like what resource type it is, what gathering skill you need to get it, and what tool types you need, and what loot it gives. So all that gets tagged with the point. And that way my colonists, when they're running around in the world and I say, hey, go get food, they know which PCG points represent food. And I don't need to use collision to like do a collision trace, get the, you know, instant static mesh component and check it, right? I can just iterate through my PCG points, and I can do that completely in the background. I don't need collision at all for it. And that way I can actually have these PCG graphs, I can have them completely unloaded. And I just serialize the points. They're already tagged with the data that I need to determine what the points represent, if they're spawned, if they're not. And I will know what growth stage they're at as well. They have a growth time, a scale min and max as well, so that's all going to be super handy for that system when I get there. But that is a system that we need to be considering when we're thinking about terrain deformation, because I may need to actually rerun the graphs, right? Because I don't want trees to just spawn floating in the air, because a point that was previously eligible for respawn, that was spawned on the surface, generated on the surface rather, player deformed the surface, so now it's just a floating point. So I may need to actually, probably going to need to be like a flag on the terrain chunk for whether or not it's changed since its last PCG generation, to determine if I need to rerun the PCG graph and regenerate those points. And I may potentially need to be able to pass in points that, you know, say like, hey, here's the points that are already generated, so that it doesn't like, so the RNG doesn't override itself and just like reset the state completely into a state that doesn't make sense. And so why am I talking about that? Because for the site map stuff, the tolerance of 1, I think that's okay, because in this scenario in the scenario where the player has deformed the terrain and we want to regenerate some points to spawn at, I have this flag for whether or not the point is on the height map. Well, let's think about this a little bit harder. Let me think. And so if I were to deform the terrain, it would no longer be on the height map. Yeah. It is on the surface, though. So yeah, I mean, I guess then it would just be false. It would not be on the height map, which would make me think that it's underground or something. I need a better way, don't I? Man, if I didn't have terrain deformation, this would be pretty easy. It'd be pretty easy. And also, like, technically, if I look at this one here, technically this little dugout right here, this is not on the height map. You ever name this project? My project is killing me. Nope. It's gonna be my project for a while. I have no idea what I'm gonna name the game. I wish I did, though. But yeah, so I don't want to, like, spawn. I don't know. Maybe it could be kind of cool. What do you guys think? Like, if I were to have logic for, like, I definitely want, like, I want to spawn, like, some stalactites and shit like that. You know, cavey stuff. Some mushroom. You know, stuff like that. Like, I don't want to spawn grass in this cave here. Should I do something to determine if it's a point that is on the surface, or in other words, it has nothing above it? I would need to do like a line trace above it or something. And so therefore, like, the spawning of that would, like, it would start, like, right here, right? Like right here. And it would continue down there. Or would it be cool if some of that stuff, the cavey stuff, extended out a little bit? It could define the caves a little bit better if it extended out a little bit. It might not make sense, though. Kind of depends. Kind of depends. Because it would kind of, like, because some of these caves are, like, hard to find. Like, look, there's a cave right there. You can't actually tell. And this is, my lighting is doing me no favors here, but, yeah, if I were to spawn some things here kind of on the rim, it could help players be like, oh yeah, there's a cave there, and it's not just a patch of dirt. Could be cool, but also, like, if I wanted, because I'm thinking about doing, like, some glowing mushrooms, you know, once I get the actual lighting working down there, because it should be dark in here, right? I shouldn't really be able to see in here, so thinking about doing, like, some, you know, glowy mushrooms, that kind of stuff, some bioluminescence, you know, some glowy mold, you know, a la Underdark or Blackreach. You know, every game's got to have, every good open world game has to have, like, a labyrinthy underground subterranean, you know, location. Skyrim, Baldur's Gate, great examples of that. I definitely want to have that kind of a vibe going on in some of these caves. I fear what I may have to do. So I do have my own kind of collision tracing. It's not actually collision, it's just, again, based off of the vertex and triangle data. Let me look at that. Line trace. Yeah, so it's just math. It's just some math, but I do have to iterate through all of the vertices and indices. Maybe things that spawn specifically at cave mouths. But see, the part is I have to make that distinction. And making that distinction is going to require me to do some, like, really hacky things, maybe. And potentially some really not performant things. Maybe things that spawn specifically at cave mouths, but things that grow in the cave should not. Wait, maybe things that spawn. Okay, I see. Maybe things that spawn specifically at cave mouths, but things that grow in the cave should not and could never grow outside the cave. Yeah, I mean, flavorfully, yes, I agree with you. Technically speaking, as in like the technical work that I would have to put in to make that happen, it would be way easier if there was no distinction between cave mouth and under cave. Because yeah, I have to iterate through all the vertices and indices, and this can happen on the background thread, but it still takes up... I have to do that for every single point. Iterate through every single other point, which is not performant at all. In order to do a line trace upwards to be like, okay, yeah, nothing is above this. Now, another thing I guess I could do is calculate this at the compute shader stage of my terrain generation. But that would mean that I would need to store the data rather than calculate it on the fly, which means more memory. Memory is right now my biggest limiter, my biggest limiting factor, because I want to have like the whole world running, and I don't want to do any of that sphere of influence type stuff. So memory is my biggest, my biggest limiting factor. So anywhere that I can compute something at runtime rather than store it in memory, I need to do that. This is one of those cases, but I'm thinking that, I have done my first iteration of this chunk surface sampler was doing a line trace for every single point. It was not performant. It was taking like 20 milliseconds. And like, what's the performance of it now? Where's my performance tab? Where is my performance tab? Profiling. I want you to combine. Can you do that? No, I guess not. Okay. But now I guess it was breakpoint. So let's refresh. Chunk surface sampler. I guess it still is taking 20 milliseconds. Okay, maybe it was longer than that then. Maybe it was 200 for what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was taking about 25 milliseconds. Which it is running across multiple frames, so there's some of that included there. Yeah, I'm thinking actually what I've done here is not going to work. This only works for initial spawning. Which, if I generated it at, even if I did it at the compute shader stage, I would have to rerun the compute shaders when the player deforms the terrain, which I don't want to do. I guess if I only have to... I guess what I would want in the compute shader stage is just if I punched the height map out or not. Because what how the generation works is I generate a height map first, which is just a 2D section of noise. And then I generate a couple different 3D noises. For the caves, I have some cheese noise and some noodle noise. Noodles, cheese, noodles, cheese. And then I combine them together with marching cubes, and then I have just some special logic for like, if this is a vertex that is intersecting the height map, get rid of it, right? If there is empty space in the 3D noise. And that sounds easy, but that was actually hard as fucking shit to get right. It's actually really difficult to get right. But yeah, I wonder if I should be storing some of that data, because if I had that, then I would be able to kind of tag some of these verts as being like, they're not on the height map, but they are on the surface. And the marching cubes is voxelized, so there is like a I would just be able to check straight up from the vert, and we would just be able to check by index rather than having to do any sort of like line trace math. But that's just one more buffer I have to extract. And also the let me open up marching cubes here. Let me open up marching cubes. Okay. So we are extracting verts and tries, yes. Verts is just a float 3 or a vector 3f. Triangles is an f-int vector. Oh, I guess I would need another structured buffer that would be extracted for vertex data, essentially. I don't like how difficult this is turning into. Not fair. But I have no one to blame but myself. This is the kind of thing I could kick down the road, you know? Like, it's not super important right now. I could just, you know, on height map, not on height map. Again, I don't even have the respawn system working, so that's not a huge concern at the moment. It will be. It will be. Yeah, even my... This is the same for the footsteps. It's not perfect on these, like, edge triangles. Like, that tree doesn't make sense, right? Just growing straight out of the fucking rock. I gotta get my vertex data sampling to match up with the material a little bit. Yeah, what would the logic be here? Let me scroll down a little bit. Okay, get noise for verts. Yeah, okay, so here's the logic for, like, punching out the height map. Okay, if the vert height is greater than the height map, we lerp to the height map, yeah. Using the difference divided by the increment. God, it's been so long since I've looked at this. If the difference between the vertex height and the height map value at that XY is less than 0 and greater than 1 cell size, 1 marching cube cell, and there is solid space, punch it out. Yeah. So we either clamp it to the height map, which is the height maps that the height map verts that we're keeping, or we like punch it out. And what would be, I guess this would be if is solid space. If vert height greater than, okay, so I guess it would be the else here, right? It would be this condition. I'd have to play around because I kind of forgot why this worked. But yeah, that's where I would need to tag the data with, like, surface. Vertices, yeah, and I don't actually... Ooh. Do I even have, like, a proper index? Where do I do out vertices? Okay, here we go. This is where I'm saving the lerp. Out vertices, save index, and we're passing in the noise here, which comes from get noise for vert. Let me look at that. Where are you? Get noise for vert. Where are you, actually? Where'd you go? It's in get noise, right? Right. Noise 1, E, okay. Noise A, noise B. Yeah, that does end up getting passed in there. And then we do save lerp, save index is, okay, right, that's just the index of the cell. That's like the cell index. So I guess I would just store it with the same index that the verts are at. That, yeah, that seems kind of obvious now. Of course, of course. Yeah, I know that this will require quite a bit of tinkering. I'm not going to get it right the first time. I'm a little hesitant to just jump in that right now. It's the weekend. I just want some easygoing game dev. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a thing. For me, at least. Yeah, again, this just isn't super important right now. And I effectively need to undo everything I just did. Yeah. Goodbye. If it's easy, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, I should probably remind myself that more often. Says man who uses engine the way it's supposed to be used. I can keep that function. That might be useful in the future. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I think when I deform the verts, it'll be not that expensive to determine if they're on the surface still or not. Because it's just going to be a limited number of verts. I'm not going to need to run that logic for every single vert. And that doesn't need to happen immediately either, because it's just for PCG respawns. I'm ready to make my own UI framework. Lyra layers got me sweating. Yeah, doesn't it? Isn't it like UI in Unreal Engine just seems like way more complicated than it needs to be. Like I pulled the health bar indicators, the nameplate indicators from Lyra, and I was like, dude, this is so fucking complicated for what it is. Like, I get we're rendering UI in 3D space, but still. Yeah, give me React, but for Unreal Engine. Although that's just like one more system, right? One more system in Unreal Engine. You know, I was thinking about like just redoing, like making Redux, but for Unreal Engine. Because that's what my team did for Angular. We recreated Redux, but in Angular. And we loved it, honestly. We have one app in Redux, Angular Redux, and one not. And the Redux one is just night and day better than the Angular one because of dependency injection issues, of which we have thousands of dependencies. And that at least allows us to not have any of our own dependencies, because it's all just like pure business logic is just in pure functions now, rather than, you know, super duper, you know, giga object oriented abstraction, polymorphism classes. Just so much easier to follow. React for in-game UI exists? Huh. Yeah, I wonder how good. I would be hesitant to use it because I'm just sure it's not very well supported. Probably third-party type thing. But Redux is a fairly, like, I think we wrote it in like 600 lines of code, so it's a pretty lightweight framework. So that I wouldn't be too hesitant to use for Unreal Engine. So yeah, what am I doing right now? I don't know. Just kind of like procrastinating. Just kind of procrastinating. What should I do? Yeah, what should I do? I don't know. What should I move on to next? What did I even do here? This is just like a utils refactor at this point. Maybe I should do move speed based on... I don't know. I don't know if I care about that right now. Move speed based on the material. You know, there are several things I kind of want to get into. I'm actually thinking that maybe I should try rewriting some of my compute shaders back into the CPU code. Snip, snap. So I'm kind of going back on my decision to do that. I think marching cubes maybe makes the most sense to still keep in a compute shader. That's like the heaviest one. But having 3 different compute shaders in my terrain generation process is kind of starving the rendering thread, because, you know, the compute shader does run faster, way faster than the CPU, especially for what I'm using it for. But I only have 1 thread instead of 8 to run that stuff on, so... And also there's this, like, a lot of overhead for... Like, I'm pretty sure most of the time of the compute shader is spent copying data to and from the GPU. Like, I think that's where most of the time comes from on the render thread, from what I've deduced. So some of these, they just don't, like my height map generator and my 3D noise generator, they just don't do enough to warrant that overhead, I think. And then being able to have extra frames to run them on may actually mean that while a single chunk might take longer, generating the world will take less time overall, I think. So there's a refactor I want to do. And that's annoying because I feel like I just put them into compute shaders. So yeah, I could do that. I could continue to go down this road of what I was just talking about for the PCG, whether it's on the surface or not. And I guess I would need some logic for whether or not it has ran already. Or I guess the logic would be like if each vertex has data for it. Because the deformed vertices will not have any vertex data that at least got populated by the compute shader. It would have vertex data that just got populated outside of it, just for the materials, but not for whether or not it's on the surface. I can do those things. I could do move speed based on the terrain. Oh no, I need maybe looking into the barycentric coordinate fix. Maybe I should do that. That seems, getting that to line up better with what is rendered, I think that's probably what I should do next. Where's that at? That's in, yeah, terrain vertex data. Yeah, the barycentric weighting. This should be happening every frame. Let me just look at some of the data here. Is it not happening every frame? Let me get back up to the surface here. Get material type for terrain triangle. Okay, that's only used for PCG right now. Okay. And what am I doing for the line trace? Oh, I'm just using the closest triangle. Okay, that's why it feels so off. Okay, that makes sense. Although I do feel like the PCG ones are off as well. Right, where was I looking? Yeah, this one very off. I feel like that one shouldn't even be. Let me click off then. I feel like that one should not be spawned. I mean, I guess it's just barely on into this triangle, which does have a bit of grass on it. Yeah, that should be lerped away from it. Okay, so that is one thing we should fix. Get closest vertex material. Oh, that's used within the get material type for terrain triangle. Yeah, okay. Right. Because it's really just a linear interpolation. But I don't know. I guess I don't know what direction it's going. So that's why I feel like the barycentric coordinates are correct, or like it's the correct method to use to get this. Now I also have the noise that's happening, which I turned that off actually, so that's actually not rendered right now. Let's regenerate this. We'll hit that breakpoint, I suppose. Yeah. Dirt, dirt, dirt. Yeah, that's an easy one. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I never converted that location. Okay. Yeah, no wonder this is fucking wrong. This is a world space location. Salty Frutitas. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Welcome, you guys. Hope you had a good stream. we're working on procedural terrain vertex data. Specifically, I guess I'm thinking about whether or not I should be interpolating using barycentric coordinates or not. That's what I'm trying to do. What were you guys working on? Are you Unreal Engine developers yourself? Or just game devs of another variety? Yeah, so we've got completely procedural terrain here, and I have like vertex data generated for each vertex, and we're feeding that into PCG so that I can do things like you know, spawn trees on grass and not on stone or dirt. Now, what we have to do is, this may be kind of hard to see, but on like a we'll look over here, on like a triangle like this, I've got a stone on this vert, stone on that vert, but a grass here. So like I wouldn't want trees to spawn, you know, like these ones do, where they're like on the stone. That doesn't make sense, right? I want them to move at least closer to the grass vert. So we're trying to fix. And then I just realized that the location I'm using for my barycentric coordinate computation is in world space and my vertices are not. So I need to change that. Okay, so let's refactor this. We're gonna name this world space location, and then we need to get like a local location here. Local location, and I think we may just be able to. Is inverse the right one? I hope it's the right one. Let's see, where else am I using this? Get closest vertex material. Yeah, I think these probably all need to be in. Yeah, I probably, because I might reuse that function. So let's make this one world space as well. And then we'll do just the same transform in that one. Where the hell? There it is. Okay. Put that bad boy up here. The fallback for when I like fail at this is just getting the closest vert, which maybe is a little more accurate than what I have already. But we'll see if this. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here just so I can check if that. We need to check if that location is in the right coordinate space. That should be in the vertex space, which should be negative 120 to 120. Oh, we gotta rebuild. Okay. We gotta rebuild. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Salty. I'll have to check you out and see what goes on over there. Okay. This is now a compilation simulator. Welcome, everyone. But yeah, I have a few unique constraints for the type of game I'm going for. So there is going to be some colony sim mechanics, and I want the colony simulation part going at all times, and I don't want it to like pause when you're not within a certain range of the colony or whatever, right? I want it to be running at all times, and I want the colonists to actually have to be running around. Like if you send them to go chop wood, I want them to actually have to go find a tree to chop. And if there's a wolf next to the tree, that wolf will attack your colonist no matter where you are in the world. That's the kind of stuff that I want to happen. Which provides me, you know, when I'm doing procedural terrain with that, it provides me with some pretty unique constraints. You know, I can't have the entire world generated at once, so I'm having to do things like just save the triangle and vertex data and then use that as collision. and write some of my own functions to just iterate through all the vertices and the triangles to determine, you know, if there's a collision. And that's how I do things like what I will do for like determining whether a physical material, what physical material is underneath the feet of a colonist, which now are just they're just entities in an ECS system that I built. So they're not going to be actual actors moving around that are rendered and stuff like that. They'll just be like little bits of data that are being changed in the background threads. But I want things I want there to be like different movement costs to different terrain materials, and so maybe if you're on grass and dirt, the movement speed is a little bit different. And potentially some more like gameplay related things, like maybe there's like a bug race that spawns some creep, and maybe you move a lot slower on that creep, stuff like that. And I want that to be true for the colonists all around the world. But yeah, let's see here. So I think this was the chunk I was testing with. Let's generate PCG on this chunk. Let me look at this local location now. -108 to -42. That does seem... yeah, that seems like it's in the right. Yeah, that's a lot better. Okay. It'll be interesting to see how different this is now. Yeah, no tree on the stone anymore. Okay, so that's a lot better already. Let's show the vertex data here. I should probably make those a little bit bigger because it's kind of hard to see when there's PCG spawn on top of it. Yeah, some of the grass. I think, am I doing offsets on the grass? No, just scale. Just scale. Okay, so there could still be some work there. It is better though. It is better. And maybe I should be returning. Look at my chunk surface sampler here. Yeah, maybe this should also be returning like the strength of the material type as well. Because maybe I don't want to spawn things like too close to the edge, you know, so I can avoid some of these scenarios as well. Okay, so I think actually that's looking better. That's a little rough right there. That's like literally right on the edge. That could not be any closer to the edge. I want to incorporate this now. Get material for terrain triangle. I want to incorporate this now into the line trace function that I have. Because right now that's just getting the closest vertex. And so I do have, yeah, I can just use this directly, right? That's pretty cool. Crazy when you do things like that. Do I have the terrain chunk that we've hit? I do. Nice. Closest triangle index. And I need the world space location as well. Okay. It actually should go here. And that's the vertex location. That's the new closest vertex location. Yeah, okay. Nice. Yeah, we should do that at the end. We should do that at the end. Wait, no, that's not the right location. Where's the impact location? Where do I set that at? Out hit impact location. Okay, yeah, I can just directly... right, I should just be directly using that. Duh. Duh. We don't need that there. Vert data. So this is just get material type. And that's fine. I don't know why I was caught up on that. That's fine. That's exactly what we want, actually. Okay. So now hopefully maybe our footstep sounds are way better now. I love that I wrote that function like that it just worked. I didn't actually think about that. It just works. Oh, just live coding things taking forever, you know. You know how it'd be. Okay, rerun. I guess I didn't need to rerun there, because that line trace happens every frame. Or I guess when it's whenever I take this. But let's, I guess. Oh, well, we'll see how closely this. Let me find some stone here. Imagine not disabling live coding. Imagine rebuilding the engine every time you make a goddamn change. I think that sounds better. Hang on, I gotta turn off the music here. Yeah, that's not exactly correct either. It's not exactly great. That's unreal. Yeah, thanks, Tim Sweeney. I want like a big patch of stone, dirt, and grass. What the fuck was that? Why is there dirt right there? That's not fucking right. Why did I get dirt right there? Why did I get a dirt sound? I am using ALS. The OG. Yeah, what the fuck? Why am I getting dirt right here? Okay, something's a little bit off, right? Gotta be. But yeah, I like ALS. I don't like working with it, but I do like what it gives me. Working with it is a little bit difficult. Having to make some of my own changes there are kind of a pain, but we got through it. Yeah, okay, so, and the footstep notifies our ALS as well. Yeah, there's no dirt in that triangle, so I should not be getting that at all. Let me actually... Okay, that's, I mean, I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess I can't actually. Let's go continue there. Okay, material type is dirt. There's no dirt there, though. Ah, I see. Not centered. So I think it has exceeded the triangle. That is not a center. I mean, I think, didn't I just write a function that should be doing this? I'm from 0 to 240. And I need it to be between, I need to subtract the half size. Okay. Divided by 2. That should be it. Right? And maybe the PCG will get better with this change as well. Oh, and I'm using the ALS C++ refactored community plugin. Yeah, now that's stone. Uh-oh. Failed for triangle index. Okay, hang on. What's happening here? What is happening here? Ooh, we are slightly above 120. 240 divided by 2. Wait, is this in the revert A, all chunk vertices? Yeah, okay, yeah, it is. It is in negative 120 to 120. Okay, maybe I should be clamping this then, because that's yeah, that's slightly off. I guess there's a little bit of data loss for the transform position. Yeah, what do I want to do here for this? Well, let me see, what is world space location? Yeah, is there a way to clamp each component of a vector? Get clamp to size. Oh, but that's not going to do each component, right? That's just going to do, that's going to do like our radius because it's the magnitude. Here I go writing my own function again. Okay. I guess this can be math utils. Maybe I should have a vector utils. This can be math utils. Okay. Clamp vector components. Maybe I should do, yeah, let's do passing in a vector ref. So it'll be an in place clamp ref in vector, and then I'll need an A and a B, or like a float min and a max. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, copilots. Create that declaration. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. You need to be static, though. Static these nuts. How about that? Okay. My math utils. Clamp. Oh, I have to import it. Ugh. Clamp vector components. There's your vector. What's your vector, Victor? Okay. Okay, and then we'll need to store the half size. Chunk, local chunk, half size. There we go. Put that there. Okay, so then we go min, negative, half size. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, so let's copy that over to the other function as well that I was using this in, which is right here. Boom. Okay. Live coding again. This is what live coding is nice. Like when you've set up like a certain situation at runtime for the game. Oh shit, I created a fucking header though. Never mind. I was gonna say, it's really nice when you've gotten yourself into a certain situation, you know, something weird is happening and you need to like make some changes and see what happens without having to like restart the play session. But today is not that day. I know what you mean, but it's introduced phantom bugs and corruption enough that I just disabled it. Yeah, that happened when I was rebuilding header files. Once I stopped doing that, I haven't had an issue since. But yeah, those bugs are like literally the fucking worst. Those are the absolute worst. I've had so many blueprints corrupted because of that. Insane. Running a bug that only exists until you rebuild is some weird gaslighting nonsense. Yeah, it is. Dude, I've said that. I've used that same terminology. Like the engine is gaslighting it. What is happening here? Those old logs? Yeah, okay, those are all the old logs. Okay. I mean, from what I've seen eCorp, it happens because header files, you shouldn't use live coding when you've changed a header file. That's, in my experience, that's the reason why. Okay, we're still getting failed. Yeah, like the blueprints don't understand how to respond to header changes, like when the type of a property changes. A lot of it for me was with components specifically. Like a component in like a blueprint subclass. You know, you change something in the component, like in the header file of the actor. That's like a reference to one of the components. That's where a lot of the issues happen for me. And then it would effectively just like make your component like null, even though like if you were to debug it, you could see that your component wasn't null. It's just like the blueprints didn't have the reference to it or something because the type changed or you changed something and that, you know, some weird fuckiness. But why is this still happening? Okay, this shouldn't be happening now. I hope. Occurs when the triangle area is too small. How small is too small? For computing a barycentric coordinate. It's the tolerance. Okay. It's checking the normal magnitude to see if the triangle is too small. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is kind of a small triangle. 6011. 6011, okay. Let me... That is not... Why does it not seem... Two of the coordinates are the same. What? That's not right. Is my line trace fucking wrong? I mean, I was drawing debug on it. The location seemed correct. What was triangle index? Y'all been getting hit with that fucking like disable ad block or like, you know, get Twitch turbo overlay? That's the most annoying shit, man. What am I doing wrong here? Transformed a world. Should I just be transforming the triangles into world space rather than the hit location into local space? Let's try that actually. That's what I was doing in the other place to draw the to do the debug drawing, which maybe I'll turn that on now as well. Where am I calling that from? I'm calling that from the footstep override. Yeah, so let's draw debug there. Through brain vertex data, yeah, so ignore that now. We're just gonna do world location, world space location. So comment that out. Okay. Up and down. Okay, are we still getting this fucking stupid log? We are. Okay, so I don't know if you guys can see this. Probably kind of hard to see, but the B and C triangle indices, or vertices, are the exact same, which is not correct for where I'm at. Also, why am I not doing the draw debug? Riddle me that. Riddle me that. Oh, is this the Wait. Which trace is this? Ow. Ow. I forgot I was just doing this on tick for a test. I don't need that anymore. But you know, while we're here. Are we completely frozen right now? Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, I'm back. Okay, this is just like freezing, so we're gonna rebuild. Yeah, live coding, not the greatest solution. Hey, but guess what? Unreal Engine 6 out in a few years. Actually, I think the terminology was a couple years, right? From Tim Sweeney himself. So Tim Sweeney said it's out in a couple years, so realistically the soonest we'll see it is like 5 years probably. At least if it were my product manager, that would be the answer. Which, I don't know, I find that to be very stupid. And I think everyone else does too. Like, how long was Unreal Engine 4 out? I mean, like, it felt like forever. It felt like a decade. Unreal Engine 4 release date? 2014. Unreal Engine 5 release date. 2022. So yeah, 8 years. And it's only been 3 so far for Unreal Engine 5. Tim Sweeney saying a couple years for Unreal Engine 6. So 5 years. Yeah, I don't know. I do not think, and I think this is what most people's criticism is, I don't think Unreal Engine 5 is a stable product at the moment. A complete stable product. So I don't think they should be moving on to 6. Okay, yeah, so our verts are like right. I don't know, maybe live coding was doing some weird shit there. I think we'll probably implement AI in some ways into UE6 as the next step in game development. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That is still AI. Is there actually any AI in UE5? No. No, I don't think so. There is some like, I don't know if I would call it AI, but it's like some neural network type AI behaviors, right? Forget what it is. Right. I forgot what it was called. But I don't know if I would call it AI. But it's like, I don't think anyone actually uses it. Neural network engine. I think they're thinking of UE6 already because there are parts of Unreal that they can't change without breaking everyone's games. That's a really good point. That is actually a really good point. It just, I guess the reason it like it feels like they're taking away support from me when I just started using this, even though it's been 3 years. They want a massive low-level change in the engine. Yeah, that does make sense. It just feels like Unreal Engine 5 is not going to be supported for very long, and that kind of sucks for developers. And kind of cheapens the experience, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this neural network shit does, or whatever. And like, the reason, if this were any other type of product in any other industry and they were coming out with a new version, I would say like, yeah, they probably do want to use AI. But I think the game development is like the one industry that I feel like has pushed back against AI quite a bit. At least AI generated assets. you know? So could they put like an AI assistant in the editor or something? Yeah, maybe. Maybe they could and people would accept that. I don't know. I just don't, I feel like it's not a priority for them. I don't know. I hope they don't move on too quickly. I hope so too. I totally get, like, if they've started working on Unreal Engine 6 already, they probably have, right? I get that. But Tim Sweeney saying, like, 2 years or whatever he said for Unreal Engine 6. First of all, I just don't believe that. I don't think it'll be only 2 years. I'm gonna double that. I'm gonna say 5 years. Double that, add some change. Okay, see, here I'm in another scenario where the barycentric coordinates calculation did not work out. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Okay. 3,300, negative 600. 3,600, negative 300. Yeah, 2 of these are the exact same. Wait, what? Why are index B and C the same? What? What the fuck kind of math just happened right here? Triangle index. Wait, what am I passing in here? Hang on. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. I was using the wrong one. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Will the barycentric coordinate solution work? I've only gotten it wrong about 8 times in a row here, so place your bets now. Oh, live coding. Yeah, the more I have to, like, wait on... Like, if I were to rebuild the engine here, I would also have to wait on the world to generate. I kind of want to... Yeah, like I was saying before, I kind of want to change all my compute shaders back into CPU algorithms and see if having extra threads is faster. Because I actually haven't... The last time I was running everything on the CPU, I was only doing the height map, and then I was doing the raw spline distance calculation, which was the most expensive part, by far. And now that I have a... Oh, Jesus. Okay, we're just rebuilding. We're just rebuilding. Yep. But now that I have the spline distance calculator that I use Niagara particles to calculate the distance to splines, that should actually be a lot faster. It should no longer be my bottleneck. Because I think maybe marching cubes makes the most sense to keep in a compute shader, but I would still like to see how that runs on the CPU. It would be nice to have access to that without having to, you know, sync, you know, input, output data from the GPU all the time, because that seems to be a pretty drastic overhead. Okay, running again. Okay. We got crazy doggos over here. Okay, yeah, let's see how I'm paying attention to the footstep sounds here. Which, let me turn those up. That seems a lot closer to what it should be. Oh, Jesus. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, that feels a lot better already. I'm not seeing any warnings. Okay, let's pay attention to the stone here. Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. I mean, the logic that the material uses is just never going to be the same. Because they can't rely on physical materials. I don't think it'll ever be perfect. I'm curious, what is it if I take the alpha of the weights out? Hang on, let me look at this. What are these values actually? 0, 0, 1. Okay. Where am I on this triangle? Okay, so I'm clamping it between 0 and 1. I don't know, that maybe is not right. For that one, it doesn't really matter. This one, it should. Well, these have some values that look good now. Oh, and then what are we doing? Weight A. Wait, how is weight B 0.1? Definitely closer, but I still don't think it's quite right. Wait, why? Yeah, I don't understand. Why are these the case? Anyways, I didn't want to I was gonna try without these these alphas in place. Let's see what happens. Now, can we run live coding? That's the question. Please, live coding. You're my only hope. By the power of Tim Sweeney. Not bad. What if I didn't clamp them? Oh no, I did a I'm fucking dumb, dude. I was reading that as clamp. No wonder they didn't make sense. Max, okay. Yeah, what if I didn't do that? That's the question. Yeah, no wonder I wasn't reading that correct. Jesus. Hello? Oh, Jesus. F. Okay, we're back, I suppose. I ran live coding and my stream disconnected. That's just, you love to see it, don't you? Is that a memory issue? I don't know. Lame. Yeah, this seems worse now, though. That seems worse now. I did not like that. Yeah, okay, so live, I don't know why. Maybe it's because this function is getting ran like on tick. That I didn't like doing that. But yeah, I think this current incarnation is the closest that we'll have gotten. Okay. I just want to run around a little bit more. I also want to generate PCG because the changes I made definitely affect PCG as well. So let's see if that little stone situation over here looks any better. I think it was this one. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better actually, because before we had a tree spawning on the stone. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Yeah, these are all pretty good. Show me the vertex data. Yeah, so it seems like without the weights is actually a little bit more accurate. Because the lerps aren't exactly taking in the weights very much. It's really just for this kind of external noise. Generate it here, see what we look like. Yeah, I mean, pretty good. I think that's a lot better. Yeah. And this is honestly a better reflection than like walking around and trying to listen to my footsteps. I'm interested to see what these ones look like now. Let's actually, let's do this. Endless terrain. Let's just turn on PCG and see what happens. We're gonna do a full spawn here. It just takes a lot longer to do this with PCG on, so I usually just have it off for testing purposes. A little weird that these trees all get cut off here. Oh, that's another thing I could do. I forgot entirely. I'm gonna use the splines, the mountain splines as the chunk, or not the chunk, the biome borders. So right now it's just on a per chunk basis, and this chunk is technically in the forest biome over here rather than the meadows one, so that's why we're still getting these forests right on the edge. So That's another change I could do. Again, not a super important change or anything. Yeah, PCG just really chugs, doesn't it? Yeah. My Meadows biome kind of looks like shit, too. What are we still spawning? Okay. Okay, we're finally done. There's the Navvish, okay. Not too bad. It's gonna be super laggy while this stuff is spawning. And it's because PCG just like caches the goddamn world, and it runs garbage collection like every frame while it's running. And that's really frustrating. And I would really like that to not happen. I've even tried turning off the cache of PCG. And that's actually what makes it run every frame. So that might be what I have. Yeah, I think the cache is off, so it is running garbage collection every frame, which is why it's so laggy. Because everything I'm actually doing in PCG happens on the background thread. Y'all like this PowerPoint gameplay? This slideshow gameplay? Pixel Shake, hello. How's progress coming? It's coming. We've got vertex data. We're trying to get that vertex data incorporated into the different systems of the game. We got footstep sounds based on what terrain vertex data we're on. We've got vertex data as a part of PCG now. So, you know, take for instance this here. We're not spawning anything on the dirt or on the stone, which means that nothing is spawned underground either. So we've actually got we actually have, like, I don't know, it's probably been a while since you last checked it out, but the vertex data is actually giving our terrain meaning now. Like, it's actually made out of a material, and I store that material. We have that data. I'm going to use it in a lot of different systems. You know, terrain deformation. When you hit rock, you want it to behave differently than when you hit dirt, right? And you don't want to spawn trees on stone. Before, I mean, this looks pretty similar. I'm using the same textures and everything, but before I was just doing like a landscape auto material. Now I'm actually using the vertex data, the vertex colors, to lerp between it and stuff. And I actually figured out a way to seemingly get an infinite amount of vertex color textures to lerp between, rather than the limitation of just you're limited by the number of channels of vertex colors. So that's pretty cool. I'm storing the material IDs, which are just where is it? Which are just the enum numbers, right? So I'm storing these IDs in the vertex data, and here's my vertex data, and it's one per, not per triangle, but per vertex. So it's not voxel data, because I'm not storing it per voxel that I'm not using, right? I'm just doing it per vertex that is actually existing. So saving memory there by not having the full voxelized data. And also it means that I'm not limited by the resolution of the voxel, right? Marching cubes is voxelized, so the terrain is slightly voxelized, but the height map is not, right? And when you deform the terrain, it doesn't need to line up to any voxels or anything like that. and my because I've separated out my terrain material noise and algorithm from the terrain generation algorithm, so they don't line up. And that means that when you deform the terrain, I can just grab whatever the new terrain data for whatever the new verts are. I can just grab whatever their data is, which is really cool. And so let me pop out here for a second. I'll show you the vertex data. So here's the actual like incarnation. This is what it looks like, right? And so they have it's an A, a B, and then an alpha for like how much of A versus B. And then I pack this ID into the vertex colors and the UV channel, which is important because that's the UV channels are actually not evaluated in the pixel space, which means that they're not interpolated. So here's the material A, here's material B. We still get the alpha from the vertex color. The other ones are coming from the texture coordinate, the UV channel 1. Then I can actually, in comparison with the vertex interpolator, now I don't have that limitation of like either only 4 vertex colored textures, or you can also do like the, you know, 0 to 0.5 is one texture and 0.5 to 1 is a different texture. So you can have more textures, but then the limitation becomes you have to have that band. Like you can't go from one to the other. You have to have that like band of the other texture in between the two. And so what that would mean would be that I can't go from grass directly to stone. It would lerp from grass to dirt to stone. But I've kind of gotten rid of that, and you can see that here. There is a tiny bit of it if you look closely. I don't know how well it shows up on stream, but there is a little bit of brown on the edges, but it's hardly noticeable. And I don't know, like you can actually kind of see. Very hard to see. And that's just a very hard interpolation there. The rest of it looks pretty good, I think. Like right here as well, a little bit of brown. So that was pretty difficult. That was what I was working on for the past week. But yeah, we've done the footstep sounds depending on what we're walking on. Yeah. And then we did PCG spawning depending on what the point represents. And we were just fixing our barycentric coordinate computation for like lerping in between the triangles. Is that not, it's not generating anymore? Oh, it's because I'm like on a slant. Ooh, okay, so we might need to increase the distance that we do the line trace for. And again, that's our line trace that we just iterate through the triangles for, so it doesn't actually use collision at all, which is important because I'll pop out here and show it for those who maybe haven't seen it, but there's no meshes out there. This is very laggy. But there's actually no mesh generated right here. It's not a mesh that's just turned invisible. There is nothing there. But I am exporting the custom data to the nav mesh, which allows the nav mesh to still build. And so I'm gonna have like entities and stuff moving around out here that need to do collision traces, but there's gonna be no collision there to trace against. So I had to write my own, again, iterating through the vertices and triangles to figure out where the impact is. Isn't it slightly more intensive than it needs to be though, since you could do per triangle in a 2D grid? Well, it is 3D terrain, so I'm not sure, I guess, how that would work. I don't think that would work at all, unless I'm misunderstanding something that you're saying. It is 3D noise. But I'm just sampling that 3D noise only at the vertex locations. I feel like I should have a different sound for when I'm walking through the tall grass. God, it is so freaking laggy. PCG is like the worst. I love working with it, but when it comes to generating it at runtime, it is the worst. Oh, and you know what? I think the foot kinematics are not working because I have a custom trace channel for the terrain. I'm gonna write that down. I mean, just for the landscape itself, because it's 3D, but the verts are still located on a 2D grid. No, the verts are not located on a 2D grid. It would make the landscape data much cheaper to parse. No. No. They are. X, Y are stable. What do you mean by stable? God, if I could just get PCD to stop garbage collecting and start creating... You know what? If PCG could just not create garbage to begin with, that would be great. So I'm assuming, but I could be wrong, but the cheapest way to do landscape would be 2D grid where you just add a Z offset. Yeah, but you can't have 3D terrain that way. Like, you're talking about a height map, I presume. And I do have a height map, and I do store that as just an array of floats where the index of the array is the XY coordinate. But you can't do this with that. You cannot have 3D terrain using that. And so when I'm dealing with exporting the vertices and storing data for them, I need all three components. If I go into wireframe, okay. Well, that's very laggy. The landscape layer is stable. I don't know what you mean by stable. The height map itself is at a certain resolution. But this is not just a height map, right? This is height map also with 3D terrain. So Marching Cubes also has a certain resolution to it as well, but there are interpolated vertices. The gaps between X and Y are reliable. No. They are in a lot of cases where there's just height map, but there's a lot of cases where there is not just height map, and I can show you like this. Right there. But I'm not sure, like, even if what you're saying was true, that that has no effect on how I store the vertex data. The vertex data would be stored the same because it's just stored at the same index of the vertex. So regardless of whether or not the resolution were consistent, I would still store it per index. That's fugly lines. I mean, that's, to me, that makes the landscape more dynamic, right? If it was all the same resolution, then the terrain would be very samey, and it wouldn't be that interesting. because it would be confined to a certain resolution, which it is in a lot of cases. But you can kind of see it here. It's like where the elevation changes a little bit is where it becomes a little bit higher resolution. But like I said, it wouldn't change how I store the vertex data, because that is stored per vertex, stored at the same index of the vertex. All data is beautiful. All data is beautiful. Goodbye. Some real nice indie physics there. ECG, runtime performance is bad. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just running around at this point. God, this slideshow is so bad. I wanted to go to this little place right here because this is actually like a really cool little tunnel system. Okay, so check this out. There's this like little tunnel just right here in the middle of the forest, right? Like imagine you're building a base. It's gonna run like a dream in 2050. I know, right? But like, imagine setting up a little base here, right? Like you set up a little base right next to this little cave here, and you're like, oh, I can start building underground if I wanted to for some extra protection, right? From attacks and stuff. You start filling this out, start exploring this little area. You got like another little exit just right up here, right? You got these two little tunnels here. You could just build walls around the tunnels, put your entire base underground, and then check this out. So this tunnel, right? You got that other tunnel that we just went through. We can go up here. Another tunnel up here, so you could like pop out behind them. So we got 1, 2, 3 little tunnels here, and then you know, those are the two we came from. We got another one. We go up here, and then check this out. This is just in the ledge of the mountain, and so you just got like a little just a straight shot to here. Say this right here is getting attacked. Maybe you seal off the other entrances, right? And then you're getting attacked here. Your gates are getting sieged right here. You just pop up. You have all your colonists come with you. You pop up here and you just like rain down from above, you know, with some arrows and stuff like that. Like I think that this is just a really cool piece of natural noise terrain here. You know, build some like little palisades here along this edge, so they can't get up. I actually don't know. Is it walkable? Maybe they could get across here. But yeah, I thought that was a really cool little cave system. Dude, check this fucking place out. Jesus Christ. Just a giant fucking crevice. Now, yeah, I just need to get to the point where I'm spawning stuff in here, which is kind of what I was working on. I think I fixed the barycentric coordinate stuff for now. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Let's go and fix this too. Okay, so that's good. That's good. I like having that draw debug on. That's just nice to have. Leave that on. This one can be false though. Don't need that one anymore. Okay, yeah, let's commit that. Fix barycentric chord line trace calculation. Do you think PCG is a boon or debuff overall from your current experience with it? Boon or debuff? Yeah, I gotcha. I think it's a boon, honestly. I don't think I would have as high quality of spawnage without it. The graph is really nice, and the tools that they give you in the graph are really nice. Has PCG slowed me down in some cases because I fucked around with it too much? Yeah, 100%. Is trying to understand the internals of the framework a pain in the ass? Yes. Yes, it is. Like creating my own nodes, like the chunk surface sampler, because I don't have collision to sample against for the points. That was a pain. But actually, that wasn't as bad of a pain as the environment item spawner. That one is a pain. That one was a big pain. But being able to debug and troubleshoot with this, and really the iteration, right? Like visualizing the points and stuff like that. Like this is one that's really cool. Like if I were to go there, oh Jesus, no, oh no, oh no. It just doesn't run very well on a large scale at runtime. Because now you can see it's like it's literally regenerating everything right now because I did a debug on it. And now everything is running like it's literally, and it just, the caching is so aggressive. And I get that that's for like iterating on it in the editor, but like for me, when I'm generating this at runtime and I'm not using the built-in like runtime partitioned hierarchical generation mode, which is already really complicated and wasn't exactly perfectly performant either. But that caching and that the rerunning that it does, like how the execution works, is actually really annoying. All right, 80% of the performance impact is currently the logging. Yeah, a lot of the logging is really bad. Yeah, but I mean, it's still the PCG. PCG is I have the cache turned off, so it doesn't take up. So I was doing a bunch of memory testing for it, so I turned off the cache, but that means that it has to run garbage collection every frame, which is what's slowing it down as well. But you can see it's like still running, and like even if I turn this off, like I'm pretty sure it would still run. Still be running. So yeah, I think I still want to use it just because it's like so nice to develop with it, or to design, I should say. Maybe designing with it is really nice. And I think I'll eventually get into the grammar side of things. There's this like little grammar stuff, or when I start doing like this is way in the future, but like I want to have colonies running like that don't actually, like they're running without you, right? And so, oh my, here's all the points. There's all the sampled points that are being spawned. Yeah, we just gotta stop. But I want colonies to build themselves, right? So I think I'll be using PCG for that as well, to determine where the colonists should like place buildings and stuff. So yeah, we're at a good stopping point. Is there anything else I want to work on today? Yeah, spawning stuff underground would be cool, but yeah, I really want to maybe rewrite some of my compute shaders before I do that. And Pixel Shake, I'm actually kind of considering changing. I have 3 compute shaders. I have height map generator, I have 3D noise generator, and then I have the marching cubes for my compute shaders. And I'm feeling a bit starved because I only have 1 thread for all 3 of those to run on. And a lot of the overhead on them is just like copying data to and from the GPU, not even like actual execution. So I feel like I'm not utilizing my resources effectively for some of these. Maybe marching cubes, it still makes sense to keep on the GPU. But I think for the height map generator and the 3D noise generator, I'm thinking maybe it would be best for those to go back onto the CPU, which is kind of annoying. Because I have 8 threads. Well, at least on my machine I have 8 threads. And, you know, for processors, I have more threads in general if I'm running it on the CPU. And so while one chunk might take longer, comparing CPU to GPU, I think the entire world could probably be generated faster because I just have more resources. So I'm thinking about doing that. And thanks to your spline calculator, spline distance calculator in Niagara, because that was my biggest bottleneck when I still had things on the CPU. But thanks to that, I'm now unbottlenecked there. So maybe we'll move the rest of the height map generation to the CPU. That's not the spline distance calculator stuff. The Niagara particle stuff. A dumb idea that works? I don't call that a dumb idea. I call that a great idea. At worst, you can call it a hack, but I think it works exceptionally well. So yeah, I mean, so talking about the complications of, let's turn PCG back off and run this. The complications of like, I need PCG to know whether a sampled point is on the surface or underground. And, you know, if I had collision, you know, that wouldn't be that hard. I could just do a line trace directly above me and for every point and see if I'm underground or not. Copying data is a big one. It's just packing as much data as possible, right? That's where I'd imagine a lot of your savings come from. Yeah, yeah. When talking about CPU versus GPU, yeah, I wouldn't need to move data around as much, which is a positive for sure. And like looking at some of the, I don't know, maybe I have one already. I'll just grab one. Phase shader. Compute. Shader. Processor. Hello? I can't tell where the hell this is pointing at. Oh, it's probably like a tick or something. Yeah, maybe I don't have any in here. Never mind. I was gonna show you that most of the compute shader is on that. It's like extracting the data, the write data is the biggest chunk of it. But yeah, so like take for instance this guy, right? Let's run PCG here, generate. Cool. So we have that data. And I like if we look at this PCG cube, and so here's like the hello, please. Oh, I need to like have it selected, right. Boom. Okay, show me the cubes. Oh my goodness. Why are you not showing me the cubes? There they are. Okay, so there's like the random generated points. And that's their like density values. But a cool thing I found out is that you can actually render the point colors as well. So there's the vertex data actually written to the PCG points, which is pretty cool. I think that looks pretty cool. Maybe develop a small little prop-based in-out system so you can store and easily access a tiny amount of data for if you're under or inside or outside a mesh deeply. Yeah, so I only need it during, at least right now, I only need it when PCG is spawning things. And so I can determine whether or not it's on the height map. Right? And for most cases, most examples, that actually works fine. Because I can do a bilinear interpolation and get the height map height at an XY coordinate for every vert here, whether it's underground or not, and I can see, hey, are we under the height map or not? You know, and that can determine if we're underground. But for this little entrance right here, this little entrance area, this is all technically like underground from that logic. And so if I want to do things like, you know, spawn some stalactites and like, you know, maybe some mushrooms, you know, some little like glowing mushrooms and stuff, which wouldn't make sense to be spawned right here. And so I would want that to actually start spawning like, you know, here when it's actually underneath. Or at least if there's like enough darkness or something, which is like really hard to do. But so it's definitely not going to be light map based. That would be just insane. That would be really fucking cool, but that would be insane. But what I can do is I can add more output data to the compute shader. And so like when I'm generating the, you know, when I'm combining the height map and the 3D noise, I can say, oh yeah, this is a vertex that came from 3D noise. Therefore, it is not height map data. But I can also, I have the for how I connect the height map to the 3D noise, I have like the, I have that scenario. Like I have a branch for that. So I can say, hey, this is from 3D noise, but I can tag it as being on the circuit. I was more speaking from the perspective you could look up if it's even worth tracing in the first place. I mean, I do know which vertices I need to trace from. Any non-height map vertex, I would need to trace from. And I know that there are spatial data structures that make that more efficient. But I still have to do it for every vertex. And so even if it's stored more efficiently, it's still kind of a lot. And when I deform terrain, I'll need to do that, but that's only for a limited amount of vertices, so that's not too bad. More so just like the first generation. That would be an issue. And for respawning is basically initial spawn and respawning. When trees respawn and stuff like that would be the issues. Yeah, it is possible. Spatial data structures help. But those get kind of complicated, and I don't know how much they would help. So yeah, I'm leaning more towards just like, I have this scenario in marching cubes, and so I could just write out some more data for when that scenario happens. And anything not marked as height map for this scenario is underground. And for the scenarios where I've deformed terrain and I need to respawn, I can just do the trace from the limited number of verts that have changed. So that's not too bad. There's not going to be terrain deformations that happen on a large enough scale all at once, such that that won't be efficient enough. Yeah, I do want colonists. I do want you to be able to like give an area for colonists to like dig out, you know, like if you find like, you know, you can, I want you to be able to tell your colonists to strip mine essentially. So you could have a lot of colonists like mining an area. So that's a lot of terrain deformation happening, but should be able to generate the vertex data on the background threads and stuff. Like wind, fire, propagation, and stuff like that. I think that my current line trace that I have is enough for something like that. Because essentially all you'd need to do is check the vertices that are right next to you. Like from, like, let's say we'll do it on like a, yeah, we'll do it on a per vertex, right? Like, is this vertex on fire or not, right? And I should be able to do the line trace to the next vertex and get like the next hit location, you know. That shouldn't be too difficult. By the way, segment, triangle, intersection, this is like the core. This is the this is what my collision system is based off of, right? Yeah, but you're simulating the whole world, so the trace gets expensive. Yeah, but it's all on the background thread too, right? Like, and it's only happening. It's not happening every frame. It's just when the fire needs to propagate or something, right? So every, you know, every however many hundreds of milliseconds, and it runs on the background thread, so it's just kind of like as it gets done, the fire spreads, you know? And yeah, since it's not actual collision, it can entirely on the background thread. So that's really nice too. And I was seeing this in an average scenario, this function for, because this is like the early out function where it just takes the first intersection, which is not necessarily the first from the direction of the line trace, right? It's just the first vertex that it finds. So it could be not a proper line trace, but when you're doing it over small enough distances, you kind of know that it's going to be, like, I'm using this for tracing directly underneath my feet. And so I'm only tracing like, you know, like 50 units. And so I know whatever the first triangle that I hit, that's going to be the right one. It only cost a few hundred microseconds. Exactly. Yeah, it was. I was seeing around 150 for the early out scenarios, and then I did it without an early out, and I was seeing like, because there's a different number of vertices in every single chunk. There's no standard amount anymore, like there would be for a height map solution or a voxel solution. But I was seeing worst case scenario like 350 microseconds. But when you multiply that by every single point on this for every chunk, that's you know, here, that's a lot. That's a lot, because it's like an n of n times n complexity. Even if I only did that for non-height map verts, it would still be a lot. Because there are more non-height map verts than there are height map verts. And yeah, for the respawn scenarios, like when you chop down trees, like I will have respawning, so I will probably need to rerun the PCG graph and figure out what the new surface, you know, values are, and I'll probably just calculate those when the terrain is deformed, so have them in advance. And so deformed terrain is going to take up more memory, basically. Because it can't just be, well, let me think. Well, the vertex data is just generated on the fly. I don't necessarily need to store that. But whether or not it's surface or not, that does need to be stored. I could also start, I probably just need to go back through and check if my entity system is even working still. I probably broke it. I probably updated the engine and broke something. I probably need to go back and make sure that's fixed. But then I could probably start spawning some colonists in the world and seeing how they interact with the unspawned world. And start getting that back. Oh yeah, because I did change like a bunch of that stuff, didn't I? Yeah. I changed the whole like PCG serialization stuff, so I'm gonna need to make sure that all works again. But then once I get those like spawned in the world and stuff, probably get back into some more colony simulator like state tree work. The terrain deformation is going to be a pretty big saga, I think, as well. Pretty big side quest. Well, no, that's a main quest type thing. Sure. I do have like I can deform terrain right now. It's just not. It's more so just a proof of concept. Oh, spare me, cry me a river. That's like the core of your main thing right now? What do you mean? What specifically is the core of the main thing? The core of what? There you go. There's your deformed terrain. Oh god. One, I'm not regenerating the vertex data, so that's using a missing texture. And two, yeah, that's adding way too many vertices. Like that's not scalable. That's too many birds. And it also the shape is dog shit, so. Modifying of the world, I don't know if I would say it's the main thing. It is important though. It's one of the like principal colony simulator things, I would say, because I am going to put ore into the world as well, and that's going to be, you know, crucial for crafting and base building and stuff. So yeah, very Minecrafty, but Minecraft is like entirely about the terrain modification. Whereas, like, for me, it's more so just like a means to an end, you know? But yeah, that's no bueno. Normals also need to be recalculated there as well. Yeah, I definitely want to... The resolution will be higher than this, but lower than that. That is what I'm going to aim for. This is like only deforming in these squares would be stupid looking. I need like I need a default underground monster. I was hoping for like some sort of bug thing. Maybe I can grab some like Paragon asset or something. I think I have like some goblin pack. Maybe I can use some goblins for the underground. Some gobos. Oh my god, the fucking... the launcher just crashed. Yeah, I'm gonna send to Nicola. Never mind. I was gonna look through my library, but never mind. Yeah, I think I have some maybe. Oh, I think I have some like skeletons or something too. I have mad respect for what you're doing. Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Really fun. Yeah, there are fun days and frustrating days, dude. The infinite asterisk, infinite blending vertex colors. That was a frustrating thing. I learned a lot, though. I learned a lot. But yeah, now I am no longer limited by the number of channels. And that way, like, all my biomes can have different textures and stuff like that. And I'm not limited by 4. But I am taking up more data in the UV channel. So, side effect. We'll see how much that actually ends up being. It should be relatively small data. I guess right now I'm limited to 100 textures, or 100 like physical materials. Right now I only have 3. Yeah, I don't know if I feel like doing more right now or not. I'm just kind of like piddle farting around here, trying to figure out if I should do something or not. Yeah, terrain deformation seems like the next big thing, though, for sure. It's just not. It's not super necessary right now. I guess I do need to figure out what I'm gonna do for spawning. Oh, he's back. Are you talking about like when my stream crashed? When I was just running live coding? Not what you're going for, but it feels like the kind of game that would be really cool, locked into a 4x4 chunk grid. That's your entire world with water off the cliffs just falling off the edge. Why does that seem cool? I'm curious. Game design wise, just because you're like, it's constraints that you're forced to work within. And then I assume you still want like random encounters within that 4x4 grid. Okay, how big would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Okay, so like here, yeah, like this. Like that. And then maybe 4 down as well. 4 down is a lot more than 4 to the side. You know what I mean? Like traversing the underground terrain is a lot longer than traversing a mostly height map terrain. I definitely want to come up with like some just like fun little mini modes almost like equivalent to what like a custom game in like Warcraft 3 would be or something. Just some like small little vertical slices just to interact with all my systems. Constraints the idea of being able to travel to other people's worlds, where you get on like a skyboat or something, but basically just really compressed experience where you roll a new world. Dude, I have actually thought of something very similar. I was thinking portals, and like it would generate biomes that are different than what you have, and so you hop into a portal that's like randomly generated. You go explore, you have to explore the world before it like falls apart or something, or you like sever the connection or whatever. And then you have to bring all those resources back through the portal from wherever you came, right? So if you're imagining like maybe, I was picturing just like a smaller radius, but then like, you know, you have some biomes in here, you can do some stuff in here, but then let's say you need some more like, I don't know, like some more steel or iron or whatever, and you've ran out of iron and try to like go to a different one, get a bunch of iron and come back before that world like falls apart or something, you know? Because the problem with these kinds of games, IMO, is that sometimes they're just more fun in the first few hours than they are 2 weeks in, so you end up constantly re-rolling. Well, I'm hoping that's what the roguelite aspect of it helps. Because you'll be constantly trying out new builds, right? I'm hoping. But yeah, this world is too big. I agree, though. I think I will end up sizing it down. I mean, that one ain't right. And yeah, I do kind of agree with that breakdown. If we're talking about just survival games in general, and this is why I want to do oh shit. Okay, we're just gonna fall. Oh yeah. Patented ragdoll physics there. There we go. But yeah, I do think survival games, as far as like the character progression goes, I think the world progression and like the external from the character progression, very good for most survival games. But the character progression I don't see as very good, because the characters, like, you don't usually have like a level, like you don't level up, you don't get experience. Sure, in Minecraft, sort of. But Valheim, you know, I'm also thinking of Rust, and there's a ton of them that have come out now. But those kinds of games, like, you don't have like a level where you're leveling up and getting new abilities and stuff. And it's all like Souls-like combat, which definitely has its place. But I feel like it's not very... Souls-like combat puts all of its eggs in one basket, where the basket is, you know, the mechanical execution of the combat. There is very, I'll say, very little strategic execution during and before combat in a Souls-like game. I wonder if Valheim uses similar biome generation, or did you come up with your own unique system? I kind of did my own unique thing. So, and I do compare myself to Valheim a little bit in one aspect, and that's like each of these. If I pop out here, let me orient this correctly. So, if I pop out here and I kind of look from above, maybe kind of hard to see, but like I'm in this cyan zone here, and like the edges of the biome are like, I put mountains around the edges, and then these little white dots are like how you get from zone to zone. And so I feel like that creates like a nice little encapsulation around the zone where you can cross the threshold, go into the entrance of a new zone, and it kind of like opens up, and it's like this really cool moment where it's like, it should be like, right now these two biomes are the same, this blue one and the cyan one are the same, but in the future they should be different, so it'll be kind of like whoa, I want to go explore this new place kind of vibe. Whereas in Valheim they just kind of seamlessly blend between the biomes, which can be cool, right? But there's nothing like defining the biome as like a zone, you know? So I kind of took a page from WoW's book, and I was like, you know, just slap mountains around every zone. And I kind of like that, because I kind of want each zone to kind of be its own little story, you know, and I want you to be able to like kind of finish a zone or something like that to a certain extent. So it's similar in some aspects. Valheim is also entirely height map based, so there are no overhangs or concavity there, whereas I do. So, you know, pretty neat too. Yeah, it's cool in WoW when you see the juxtaposition of a new zone. Yeah, 100%. And you know, of course, the zones in WoW, like I always think of vanilla WoW, but the zones in WoW are like so different too. Most of them, like going from Barrens to Ashenvale, peak moment right there, peak moment. the Ashenvale zone looks so cool compared to like the red and brown that you've like. If you're an orc going from Barrens to Ashenvale, that's a cool experience. And I definitely want some, you know, nice purpley blue foresty fantastical zones like Ashenvale for sure. I just started playing Minecraft with my son, and the number one frustration is traveling to get to the new things we want, but not in a fun way. I'd love to be able to tap into a new biome and travel there. Okay, so here's an idea I actually came up with a couple of weeks ago for fast travel. So before this, I was thinking I wanted fast travel to be like having to be set up by the player. Valheim does this by you have to build portals, and you need like a specific resource for portals. That resource early game kind of hard to get. Late game, you have an abundance of it. So you can build like a ton of portals. I don't, that's too easy for me. Like, I like WoW's fast travel where it's just like, you hop on a griffin and it takes you on a very scenic route there. I think that makes the world still feel big while having fast travel. And I think also it gives the player downtime, which I think is actually incredibly important and what a lot of games neglect nowadays. Because it's all about like high octane, high intensity action all the time, right? Like all these lobby games, that's what they're going for. Stargate random dial as a seed that people can share. I don't know if I would want like I'm definitely going to give the player an ability to start the world with a seed. I don't know, even if I did some sort of like generate a random world, like I think what's that game that does that? Nightingale does that, right? Like you have the ability to generate a random world and go explore it. I don't know that I would want you to be able to put in a random seed. I think that would trivialize a lot of things. Like I think you just put in a seed for whatever resource you need. You'd go get it, and then, you know, that would kind of trivialize the exploration of it. So I think the fun part of that is exploring a new world that looks different and trying to find what you need. And when you find it, like, oh yeah, more iron, I needed that really bad. I think that's a cool moment. But I think I want like I want animal husbandry or training in the game similar to RimWorld, where you can kind of be a rancher, you know, you can do things like that. And I want there to be like some sort of flying animal that you can train to go from colony to colony. And so you as the player are actually setting that up. You have to train the griffin. So there's like, it's not necessarily resource based, but it's kind of like an abstracted resource. If you thought about it, it's resource based and then also progression based, where you need a colonist who's good enough at taming animals. And you need enough of those animals, one for each flight path, I would say. And so you're building those flight paths yourself. And then it's not instant. And I think that's really important. It is not instant because that trivializes the world, makes it feel smaller, but it is faster. But it's also not like, I'm not going to let you control the flying mount because that's insane trivialization, right? Like we've all seen how bad that is in World of Warcraft. Even in a single player game, I think that's bad. Being able to just hop on a flying mount, go up, over, back down, like that turns the game into an instanced game where the loading screen is just the time to get there. If you can go anywhere, you know, A to B, up, over, down, that's bad. I would, unless there's like air units or something like that, you know, I think that's really bad. That's solving for a problem that doesn't exist. The people that would do that would just cheat or not play anyway. I don't think so. I think as a designer, you have a responsibility to save people from themselves. And I think if you're putting if you as the designer are putting the like onus of being the designer on the player, where you're like dangling candy in front of the player and be like, hey, you have this really easy dopamine right here that you can just take. You can just take this. It's trivial. It's right here. It's right in front of you. And you as the player, you have to be like, okay, I know that candy's not good for me. I know that's going to trivialize the game. I know that's going to make me have less enjoyment in the long run. I really want it right now. I think that that's a type of situation that you as the designer should save the player from so that they don't have to be the designer themselves and they don't have to, you know, save themselves from themselves, right? Because that always takes me out of the game, right? And a lot of people say, you know, I think your argument is similar to one I've seen on Reddit that I always roll my eyes at, which is like, if you don't like it, just don't use it. And I don't think that means, I don't think all other things are equal in that situation. I don't. I think you're making the player, you're kind of like making the player be their own parent in a way, which I think does have an impact to the overall game. Flying mounts and WoW ruined the game, 100%. Yeah. Like, and it's funny because like in vanilla WoW, if we all went back to vanilla WoW and the developers were like, hey, do you guys want flying mounts? We'd all be like, holy fuck, yeah, that sounds awesome. But looking back on it, you know that it's a bad idea. And that's what kind of separates a player from a game designer. Because like you can't just let the player, I don't think as a designer you can let the player just do whatever they want. You know, if they want to do that, they can mod the game. That's my input on it. There's a seed for everything in Minecraft, literally like 100,000 views per update for the best seeds on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine for the overall world. I don't think that's fine for our idea of these like sub-world. That's like too much freedom to me. I agree with you, but it's a paradox because save from themselves happened in DayZ. Then it goes to survival, and it goes to battle royale, then it goes to extraction. The industry always optimizes. I'm not sure what you're trying to say with that. I'm not super familiar with DayZ or what you're saying there. Because save from themselves happened in DayZ, where so you're saying the designers of DayZ tried to save players from themselves, and it went from survival to battle royale to extraction, and that was the designers trying to save the players from themselves. That seems like a very, very drastic change. I also agree that Griffin flight paths are way better than fast travel. Every time I fast travel in a game, I lose all immersion. Yeah, and it's just like, you know, I actually, one of the reasons I like WoW combat is because I can do it for hours. You know, I always compare it to Black Desert Online. If you guys have ever played that MMO, the combat in that game is, it looks great and it feels amazing, but it's like very high octane. And that game gave you an hour-long double XP buff every day. And so, you know, every day you would go grind for an hour to, you know, get that XP buff, maximum usage. And that hour felt like for fucking ever. Even though the combat was really fun, looked awesome, felt awesome, it was so high octane that I couldn't take my eyes off the, you know, to be perfectly efficient for that hour, which I think, you know, doing the XP bonus is bad for that reason as well. But being perfectly efficient for that hour is fucking draining, right? And I think that's what's great about WoW's combat is like having global cooldowns, having auto attacking. It allows your brain to do other things, to relax. You know, it's very chill. And, you know, if you want a high octane situation, you go play PvP, you go play PvE. Those are times when you need to be focused. And it's not entirely on mechanical execution. It's on you shift some of the fun of it from mechanical execution to strategic execution. You know, what's the next button I'm going to press? How am I going to respond to these things happening in front of me? I have a little bit of buffer time to think about that because of the global cooldown, because of auto attacking. You know, it slows the pace down a little bit and allows there to actually be more space for the player to make decisions, make mistakes, but also express themselves through the combat, I think. I hope that made sense. And I think the same goes for situations with fast travel, because that's what we're talking about here. You know, when you're just going from A to B, you know, in an instant, no downtime, you can't look through your bags, you can't look through your talents, you know, you're not looking at your equipment, which is what you do. You either get up and pee, you know, you get up and go take the dogs out. It's a natural break to the game, and I think it actually gives the game more longevity. Because you as the designer, this is another scenario where I see the designers kind of saving the players from themselves. Like, hey, get up, stretch, take the dogs out, get some water, go pee, check your talents, you know, have some mental downtime. I think that's actually really important, and I think a lot of games don't give a shit about that because they're so worried about, like, you know, daily active users or like how engaged people are and stuff like that. I think actually, you know, giving them a break is actually a positive in the long run. In DayZ, people just wanted to go kill each other, but designers said no. So then players move over to survival games. It was like, that's taking so long, so players moved to battle royales. The popularity increased with each optimization. Well, you're just talking about the natural evolution of a genre, right? It's not, you're not saying that like one designer went down a slippery slope of saving the players from themselves, right? But yeah, I don't see that as, I think that's just a natural progression. And then I think the farther you get away from the original, I think the more so that the original becomes more applicable, right, or more popular. And I think we saw that with Classic WoW relaunch, for sure. Like, you know, I think there was probably a time where Classic WoW had more players than Retail WoW, and it was refreshing, right? There was no MMOs with the kind of old school principles and stuff. No, I'm saying that what you're doing, the world sounds negative, but I don't mean it like that. But you're devolving from where we're at as an industry. I wish there was not a text-to-speech communication barrier here. I don't get what you're saying by that last one. I wish I did. But what was that? That was on the topic of saving the players from themselves, right? Oh, I totally forgot to tell you my new idea for fast travel. My new idea for fast travel, or like an alternate to fast travel, an alternate to the Griffin flight path, because you know, for what I said, you would need a high level animal tamer. My alternative for that was you can build portals, but the portals do not take you straight from A to B. First of all, what they do is you actually go into a different dimension. And this is similar to Pixel, what you were saying about generating another world, right? I would have some like other world, like you could think of it like a nether in Minecraft. Like imagine if there were portals in Minecraft, but you went in one, you went to the nether, and then somewhere within an area of where you came into the nether at, there was another portal. And when you got to that portal, you would actually come out the other side of where you were intending to go in your world. Does that make sense? And the distance between those two portals in the nether is commensurate to how far apart they are in the real world, in your dimension. And then there's all sorts of like monsters and stuff in there that you have to, you know, some challenges you have to get through. And so, you know, you can also send colonists through there if you need to do a trade route, but then you, the upside down from Stranger Things, yeah, it could be like that, right? Except I think in Stranger Things, there's a 1-to-1 distance, right? I'm thinking, because this is fast travel, so I'm thinking like, maybe you just cut the distance in half, or maybe square root it, or something like that, you know? Something to where it is faster, but it's more dangerous, and it's also different, which the different part is the most important thing, right? Because look at a game like New World. One of the big criticisms of New World was how much running there was. Why was there so much running? Or why did it feel so bad? My takeaway from it was because there was too high a ratio of just running from A to B, not enough time actually spent at A to B, or not enough time spent doing fun things in between A and B. And so that's what I feel like this problem solves. One, you're not running back and forth the same path that you've always done. It's going to be different. And there's also new things there, right? Not like you can kill everything in between, you know, two colonies and just go back and forth freely, but you still have to just sit there and run your ass over there, which would just take time. Everything's dead, so it's not fun, you know. It's not automatic like a flight pass, so you can't even get up from your computer. And that's where I think the portal idea shines, is because it actually gives like a fun way. And maybe there's some resources you can kind of farm from there too, you know. Some rare mobs potentially, you know, a little bit of exploration in there as well. Limited, because it would be a smaller kind of dimension, little pocket dimension or something like that. And I think that kind of flavor fits a portal as well. Like maybe it's kind of like a warlocky type portal, not so much a magey type portal. Could be like a human zoo where some cosmic beings are keeping versions of the world to watch, basically. Huh. Yeah, I saw it as more of like a, you know, some like mad scientist or warlock is like, oh, I found a way to travel from A to B faster, but it involves going through a demonic dimension, a demon dimension or something like that. And so it'd be interesting to like, I want trade routes to be in the game. I don't know why, but that's just like, it's always something that I want to do better in every game that I see it in. And I don't even know how I'm going to do it better, but I think it would be really interesting if you could send trade routes through the portal instead. And, you know, maybe, you know, that's a lot faster than just sending the trade route on foot in your dimension. But you're also going over to the other demon dimension that's a lot more dangerous. So it's like faster, high risk, high reward kind of thing. You could lose your colonist in there. You could lose all the trade goods in there. Whatever mechanic that satisfies, you know, whatever those trade goods represent. But maybe you only send, like, if you have like a really high level colonist with like really good gear, really good abilities or something like that, or, you know, maybe, you know, paladins do more against demons or undead or something that are through this portal. So you send your paladin trader colonist through the portal to the other side or something. I think that could be really cool. But yeah, I don't know what I want to do. Trade routes, I have no idea what purpose it would serve in my game though. Like maybe it just connects resources, right? So like that would be similar to how Fallout 4 did and their settlements, right? If you had a trade route from settlement A to B, you could use resources that were stored at either place, which if you created like a giant circle, trade route circle, you effectively had like a global inventory at every colony. So that's one use case that it would be, but that's kind of like, I don't know, that's not like real enough, I guess. Like that doesn't, to me, like, it's cool and I think it's a good purpose, but I don't know, I want to do more with it. I just don't know yet. Are you allowed to build multiple settlements? Yeah 100%. I want to encourage that, actually. So I want you to be able to, like, you know, maybe if there's like a giant ore deposit across the zone, you know, go set up like a little tiny mining outpost over there with a bed, some food, you know, send your high level miners over there to stay at those beds. And then, you know, maybe that's what your trade routes are for. Just you have like a guy, a hauler, you know, or a trader or something that makes sure that there's enough food in the storage chests over in that little outpost or something. Yeah, so maybe it'll actually handle like dispersing, you know, like if I want there to be specialized settlements, and so I want there to be like a type of building, or maybe it's a town hall or something, just something that you build that like defines a settlement. And I want the settlements to actually be defined, right? I don't want them to just be like, oh, you've just put buildings in multiple. Like I want it to be a little bit stricter than that, but still you can build them anywhere. You can build them anywhere, but I want you to be able to like build like a town hall type building or something, and then you can kind of select maybe like a specialization for the town. And this is where my like civilization influence comes into play, because like I want you to have like, you know, maybe like this you know, this zone is like it's a plains biome, so very good for growing crops. Not a whole lot of ore though, you know. And then maybe you have like a mountainous area right next to it, and that has a lot of ore, but can't really grow a lot of food there. So maybe that's what the traders are for. You can take all your food from the farming specialized town, not only because it's in an area that's better for that, but it's also you've specialized the town hall to have bonus food production. And maybe you've specialized the mining town to have bonus mining yields or something, bonus ore processing yields, something like that. I think that would be really cool. To be brutal, I think the biggest mental conflict I have with what you're describing is the actual setting. I think it would be so fucking cool, and then in like the 1920s and 40s level of technological advancements. But for medieval, it feels done. I guess the reason I'm so drawn to medieval is the skills and abilities. Like the RPG aspects are much stronger, and I don't think, like, what's the combat look like for this 1920s and 40s version of your game? I don't think it looks as fun. I don't think the roguelite aspects of it are as fun or as compelling or engaging. And I think being able to like, you know, you can be a mage, you can be a paladin, you can be a warrior, hunter, you know, druid, shaman, you know, and have deep talent trees and a lot of abilities to pick from. They're random though, so every run is different. I feel like that's a really compelling part. And I think also like having different settlements for, like, you know, you've got like your quaint little logging village, you've got your like alchemical society, you've got like your demon cult worshippers, you know, you've got like your undead, your fucking orcs, you know, your dwarves who are really good at mining. That is all like really compelling to me. And I know the genre has been done time and time again, but the way I'm envisioning it has not. And I think there's a lot to it that's still like, there's still a lot of of low-hanging fruit that I think players will be happy with. So various resources will be more scarce in various places. Yeah, 100%. I think that's what's going to encourage exploration. And they're going to be finite too. So, you know, with ore, you know, maybe there's some like, got to do some like crop circles or crop rotation rather. At the very least, maybe you got to go get fertilizer if you want to keep replanting, you know, in certain areas. Otherwise, you got to like grow out, and you know, as the more you grow out as a village, you know, the more dangers there are that are attacking you. You got to keep in mind, like, there's going to be raids and stuff, so there's going to be bandits and goblins and you know, shit attacking your base. So yeah, definitely some friction from the world with expanding outward, but some reasons to do so, you know. But yeah, you know, some biomes, maybe there's I definitely would do like some elemental things as well in there, you know, like, you know, maybe there's some reason to go get fire resistant herbs and stuff like that. Still gotta iterate on those thoughts quite a bit though. I like the idea of watching a rudimentary train go through the portal with guns on it. I do like that vibe as well. Lots of branding. Demon Mail or something just has the character. Bioshock, Deadlock, Final Fantasy VII all work with modern fantasy. Final Fantasy VII is kind of like its own fucking genre. Like, that's a fucking weird ass genre. There's no rules in that universe, I feel like, you know. You've got guns and magic, you know. And like the aesthetics are like, it's like, I don't like, what time period is Final Fantasy set in? Like, you can't even pick a time period because it's just fucking everything. What happens if a settlement runs out of resources? It fucking dies. Your colonists die. Yeah, just like in RimWorld. I want there to be, I like the dire consequences because I think it forms like a stronger emotional bond to, you know, your colonists, right? And with the, you know, some of the LLM generated stuff that I'm doing, I think I'm going to be able to do a really good job of giving personalities to these colonists and giving a lot of interactions between colonists and players, right? To form that stronger emotional connection. Can they move? Colonists, or like, you mean like a whole settlement? Yeah, I'm sure I'll have a way to be like, you know, every colonist follow me. Let's get the fuck out of here, you know. And I do want like a RimWorld style of like, you know, for most of the time a colonist will go down and get downed, and then the AI won't target them because they're not a threat, but they are bleeding out and there's a time limit on it, so you got to get them some medical attention before they bleed out and die. I do want that kind of a mechanic, so it's not like, you know, the second health goes to 0 they're dead, but there is that possibility, right? RimWorld does that by like when you shoot or stab something in RimWorld, it like rolls the dice on like what body part it hits, and then it rolls the dice on like the severity, and then of course takes into account the stats on either side, the instigator and the target, and then like that can potentially just be a fucking headshot, you know. And if you don't have a helmet on, that just one shots your colonists. You don't even have a chance to save them. So I do want that kind of, I don't know how I'm gonna like incorporate that with like healing and health, because there's kind of a challenge there, right? Like, I do want there to be a medical skill where you can do things like you can bandage people, you can give them surgery, you need to patch them up. But then what if, like, how does healing, you know, I do want healing spells as well. So how do those kind of two systems incorporate each other? Like, can Lord actually exhaust the local resources then move to the next spot? Yeah, 100, like you could 100% do that for sure. I actually was thinking that there should be like a Lorax related quest. Like, you know, if you don't, like, I'm thinking, because like in Valheim, you always have that shitty friend in Valheim who never cleans up their stumps. And then there's just these ugly fucking stumps everywhere. And it's like, there's no reason to do it other than aesthetics, right? Because it's like, they don't give good amount of wood for the trouble that they are. But I was thinking, like, maybe if you leave out too many stumps, like a fucking Lorax quest starts or something like that. And some little guys, some little Danny DeVito kind of guys, like, pissed at you. I think that'd be pretty funny. But yeah, I'm pretty hard stuck on medieval fantasy for sure. It's definitely gonna be like, it's like wow, like Warcraft level fantasy, not like kind of a softer fantasy. I don't know how to, maybe like Lord of the Rings is kind of like a softer fantasy, right? Maybe that's a bad example. Like a, you know, I want, you know, humans and orcs and elves and dwarves and, you know, maybe undead. I don't know. I really love the aesthetics of like Warcraft. I've been watching a lot of Warcraft 3 lately. There's a lot of streamers getting into Warcraft 3 now because Grubby, who's like the king Warcraft 3 streamer, he's been putting on like little invitational tournaments where he invites people who have never played the game before, and then they all try and get as good as possible in 2 weeks and play each other, and it's pretty entertaining. But yeah, the vibes in Warcraft 3 are unmatched. Like the thematics and the fantasy of it. Like if I could just have Warcraft 3 aesthetics, oh, I would be so happy. That would be perfect. Yeah, it's an iteration on the ideas. I think one challenge I'll have is how do you make a colony sim not annoying as fuck to manage without having the overhead omniscient viewpoint that most colony sims are from? Oh, you're saying it exactly here. Do you want this to be a top-down RTS style camera? No, I don't. I want over the shoulder, because I think it puts you into the world and gives you a lot more stake in the world, and you see things from the colonist perspective, and that emotion that's going to come from the player to colonist interaction is, I think, really important. I always wish that games that were top down, like it works for some games like RTS for sure, you know, that's a game where you want that. Colony Sim, that's a game where you want that. But then I look at a game like Diablo or like Path of Exile, and I'm like, I want to be down in that world. You know, I want to be able to look around in that world and feel like I'm a part of that world, and like I am running around in that world, and not, you know, I'm point and clicking a character around in that world, right? I think it's just much stronger for immersion. Of course, it makes the game harder to develop because now you don't have to worry about, you know, just a radius around the player to render and stuff. I wish I could get that feeling from fantasy. My bias is the complete reverse. Closest I've got to enjoying fantasy is The Witcher. That's a great one too. It's just not my thing personally. Yeah, I get that, you know. I feel the same way about, you know, sci-fi. I just don't feel as strongly about it. There are some sci-fis that I really get into, though, you know. I do like post-apocalyptic quite a bit as well. Fallout, really, really good vibes. Bioshock, good vibes there, too. To make it not a pain, you need to embrace real-life delegation. Yeah, I do plan on having some kind of specialist colonist that you can kind of... because like at first I think how it's going to start is that like you kind of have to specifically put priorities on each colonist, and this is just going to be like, you know, you have like, you know, a couple 3-4 colonists maybe, and you have to go to them and be like, hey, here's your priorities, you know, we're out of wood, go get wood, if we're out of food, get food, you know, and you kind of like prioritize that for them, give them like a stack rank list. The hill I die on is that realism is boring regardless of the period or thematic setting. Yeah, 100% agree with that too. You got to gamify it at least a little bit, right? And yeah, I like the escapism from fantasy a lot, you know. Warcraft 3 in whatever ways it's medieval works well because I think it's very stylized. Yeah, and that's 100% like what I'm trying to say when I want like a hard fantasy, or like I guess it's high fantasy is how they say it, not like a soft fantasy where it's like real life, but there's like, you know, people with pointed ears. You know, I want like heavily stylized. And I also don't, at the same time, I don't want that like traditional stylized look, you know? Like the, you know, like if you were to go search stylized on the Unreal Engine Marketplace, I don't want that. And I know that's what my game looks like right now. It's because I only have placeholder assets, but I do want something more unique, for sure. I think maybe a Frostpunk 2 style voting system would work really well. Well, I do want governing styles to come into play eventually as well. But that definitely not at the beginning of the game. Do you think you'll be able to create scenic flight paths procedurally? Yeah, I think I could, because I have like the I do know like the max height in each chunk, right? So I would just basically be creating like a randomly generated spline from point A to point B, you know? So I think I could.
No Rest for the Wicked. Oh yeah, shout out to Kevin Jordan. Hell yeah. Really great stylized medieval art direction for sure. Yeah, again, another game where again I look at it, I'm like, god damn, I want to be down in that world. Give me an overhead shoulder, first person view, you know. I would fucking love that game. Maybe a little bit too close to realism overall, but still really nice, yeah. The thing that I've been getting really upset at seeing, like every new game comes out, what is it? Souls-like combat, 3-4 abilities, that's it. I'm like, dude, can we not just do a fucking... Can we get some more abilities, please? Can we get some non-collision related, you know, Souls combat, please? Can we get some innovation? You know, when I see that, like, oh yeah, A, B, X, Y are your special abilities, and then you just have like a light weapon swing and a strong weapon swing. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so tired of that. 100% the biggest strength and weakness of what you're making is the mix-up in playstyles during a run. Just need to hope you don't design it in a way where people are like, I wish it was like the first hour for the whole game. So I think that's where, because one of my, like, I guess I don't have like specific core design pillars or whatever the hell they call it in my head, but if I were to have, one of them would be replayability. And so, you know, having a procedural game where every run is a little bit different, you know, having those roguelite elements and those random events happen, I think that's what will, you know, players that feel that way, that's what they'll be able to do, is just re-roll, you know, different class this time, you know, different seed, you know, every start's a little bit different. And you know, RimWorld, I get to a point in RimWorld where I just stop playing. Like I either lose or I stop playing. I never play RimWorld to actually win, and I have 1,500 hours. And so I think like basically up until you get steel, not steel dependent, where you can essentially just like get infinite steel, that's kind of where I stop, because then that means like the steel is kind of like there's other things, but I'm simplifying this a lot, but like steel's kind of a bottleneck for defenses. And so if you have enough steel, like you can defend yourself even on the hardest settings pretty fucking effectively, right? So I always get to that point of like steel self-sufficiency where it's like kind of not fun anymore. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about. Something, you know, probably a lot later than what you're talking about, but yeah. There's only one real ability, dodge roll invincibility. I know, dude. So frustrating to just time the dodge roll perfectly. I wish they did. I wish games did dodge rolls in that dodge rolls had a lot more cost to them, and not necessarily, oh, they cost more stamina, but I mean like movement cost. Like I think they should get you out of the way quickly, but then like maybe you dive quick out of that area, but then when you roll, like the roll is really fucking slow, and so like yeah, you can get out of the way really quick, but then you're opening yourself up to getting hit. So I wish games had something more like that and less iframes and stamina cost. I'm personally interested in earlier ages such as Stone or Bronze Age, but with magical alchemical themes. Yeah, that's definitely what I have in my brain for how this, like, one thing I am frustrated with Warcraft's aesthetics is gunpowder. I hate that there's fucking gunpowder. I hate that there's guns and flying machines. So like the engineering side of WoW is actually what I hate. And then I also hate the fucking spaceships and shit. Like when we get into Outland type vibes where like you literally have an entire race of space goats that have a fucking spaceship, like that's, I don't like that. Yeah, I like the more humble vibes of what I think is what you're saying as well. It's like, you know, I gotta go chop wood and mine ore to build my housing structures and shit, you know. We're literally the reverse of each other. I hate magic and games, love tech. Well, one thing I want to do is like have like a kind of, it's a stand-in for technology, but it's like I want to have like kind of like, I guess it's called like Aetherpunk is probably the style that I'm talking about, and it's like how where technology meets magic. And I want that to kind of be like maybe it's a part of a tech tree, right? And it's kind of how like non-magic users will be able to harness magic in buildings and stuff like that. And so not necessarily like industrial age, like steam engine or anything like that. Coal, you know, I'll of course have some coal technology, but maybe I can search, you know, some Aether punk aesthetics or something to show more so what I'm talking about. I'm picturing like magical pipes, you know, like with like magic flowing through them, kind of, and the pipes are like kind of like they're like wires almost or something, you know. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Something, you know, kind of like this, you know. Ooh, okay, this is perfect. Yeah, you see, yeah, dude, this is almost exactly what I had in my brain. Yeah, like you see like these magical like pipes and stuff, like those are like how you power your buildings, and then like you kind of have to run this magic, like maybe there's like some magical wells or something that you can tap, and you have to like kind of all They Are Billions pylons, like you have to get like your energy out, you know, the further you want to expand, the further you have to take your energy, and the more you'll have to defend it, right? Because the wider you'll spread. So that I do kind of want like a technology kind of like that. Totally not my 5. Immortals of Avium. Let me search that. Immortals of Avium. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. Yeah, maybe similar. I don't actually... Did this game flop? I feel like I remember seeing a bunch of like ads and stuff for this. Yeah, I think something similar to that, probably. Where they have like a gauntlet, it looks like, that like channels the magic or something like that. But yeah, I want there to be like different technology trees. Like I want like, and it'll define the vibes of your colony, like of your individual settlements, maybe even. Like maybe you want to go like, and it'll kind of depend on. So I want there to be different research types. Like if you're picturing a tech tree, picture like, you know, there's like kind of alchemical style. There's this aetherpunk style. There's like, you know, maybe something that's really involving religion. You know, maybe there's something really involving just raw, like magic users. You know, some kind of Tempest, you know, arcane sanctum type vibes. And, you know, maybe there's, maybe there's like some really like, you know, burning coal type technology. And then maybe there's like a demon worship. You know, you kind of summon flesh crafted units or something, or colonists or buildings, and maybe you can tame a bug. Maybe you can befriend the bugs and become queen of the bugs, bug queen. You know, maybe you can have bugs poop out buildings or something. You know, and like imagine each of those have like their own tech tree, and they're each their own kind of buildings and ways that they get resources and process them and feed and expand. You know. And which one you go kind of defines a different play style, and then maybe, depending on what resources you find in the world, can maybe influence which way you go, and which technology tree. And yeah, you know, I'm not going to say you can't. You have to pick one and only do that one technology tree. No, but there's these different styles, and kind of depending on what researchers you have, right? Like you'll need some kind of alchemical guy or styled researcher to progress that tech tree. I think that would be really cool. So it's like if you want that tech tree, you kind of have to find a colonist, and then that colonist means like a lot to you, right? So you really maybe you don't put him in combat, right? When you get raided, you have that guy run so you don't lose him, you know. I think that would be pretty cool. And then maybe like the different races have their own tech trees as well, you know. So like we're thinking, if I'm looking Warcraft 3, you know, here's a good, you know, orc vibes here. You know, wooden spikes, palisades. You know, really rough living, but you know, kind of war focused and really defensive. And then let's find another example here. And elves, you know, very harmonious, very nature. You know, maybe a lot. You know, I like. What is it in the Aragon books? they sing to the trees, and over like hundreds of years or over years worth of time, they coax these trees into the shape of buildings. So, and they never chop down trees. And in Warcraft, you have wisps, which I guess are the souls of dead elves. I think maybe, I'm not actually sure, but a wisp will kind of like coax wood from the trees. They won't actually cut the trees down, and then a wisp, you can have it turn into one of these buildings, which is actually like an alive tree, you know, very Deku tree, very forest fairy. Yeah, massive flop. I'm deep diving this wiki on different punk aesthetics. It's pretty sick. Yeah, there's a good yeah, hang on. There's like an image that I'm thinking up in my head. Oh no, God. Like there's like, oh yeah, this is what I'm thinking of. Read the actual image. Oh God, of course Reddit sucks. Okay, but yeah, you have like the different vibes. Steampunk, kind of 1860s to this is maybe what you like, Pixel Shake, probably steampunk quite a bit. And you have like ray punk, which is like ray gun gothic, streamlined, strange forces, unknown tech, aliens. This is like what the 50s thought the future was gonna look like. Diesel punk, this is very like Brotherhood of Steel, you know? Fallout 4 almost. World War II, Pulp Fiction, film noir, you know. Atom punk. Oh, well, this is more so what the 50s thought the future would look like. So I feel like Fallout is a combination of these two. Solar punk, I have heard that. Forest punk, yeah. Set futurism. That's so silly. Or not enough iron boilers in steampunk. Yeah, true. Never enough there. Cyberpunk, of course. Deus Ex kind of vibes, you know. Dystopian future. The cool concept. Don't you find this a little abstract, though? I feel one of the weaknesses of fantasy, and something you can really break down, is that the races are caricatures of actual races. It's like 1940s cartoons of other nations. You're talking about like orcs and night elves and humans and dwarves and stuff like that. I definitely think that you can get into that territory. I don't think on its own it's that way. Like what nation would this represent, right? Of because this is like very fanciful. All elves are the same, all orcs are the same, they all believe one thing. Yeah, but I think that's kind of the beauty of it, right? Is that there are these kind of like... They're very defined, as you're saying. They're all kind of the same, or very similar, all act one way. Yeah. But they're very different from one another. So you're kind of creating these tight bounds. And you're kind of saying, like, pick a box, you know, work within that box. And I think like the more different you make them, I think the better it feels. And I think like what I would do is like, you know, depending on what race you start as, like you kind of just come across, like you start in that kind of a territory where there are more of that race. And so like if you start as a night elf, you know, you have a night elf researcher, you can progress through the night elf tech tree, but then maybe you can also recruit an orc or something, right? It just kind of depends. And then if you have an orc, who's a good researcher, you can research the orc tech tree, and you can kind of transition your colony to that kind of a vibe. And I do want there to be a cultural aspect of it as well. And this is again where my civilization inspirations come in, because I want you to be able to kind of like set cultural doctrines, you know, like certain ways, like, oh, you know, maybe we're completely polygamous colony, right? Maybe we're all nudist, you know. This is what RimWorld does a really good job at too, is the different memes and ideologies that you can have. It's all religion focused, which I think is definitely something I'll explore as well, creating your own religion, because I do want certain gods in the game that you can worship and stuff like that, and that's where kind of the powers come from. That's not true of the Warcraft universe, but like where's the young single elf masturbating over a stick figure kind of thing. Excuse me, what? Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that. There's just no depth to their societies outside of a shared history. Yeah, I can see there actually being a great depth. And you have not read Lord of the Rings, I take, because there is a great depth to the histories and, the societal values of each race. Such that he spends pages, he spends very boring pages talking about it. But you cannot argue that there is no depth in Tolkien's writing between the differences of the races. Humans get that depth, but no one else does. I mean, I think that's kind of the fantasy of it, right? Like, we're humans, and we know that we're flawed, and that we're very different, and that, we are immoral to certain extents, but we can also do good, but we're all different, and we fight amongst each other. But then there's also these other, races that are, at least more harmonious than humans are as a race, right? Like, there's definitely in Warcraft there are different kinds of orcs, and those orcs fight each other. Even in Tolkien, in the Tolkien universes, there are dwarf kingdoms that do not like each other, that have infighting and have different values and stuff. Yeah, Illidan, that's a good one. Yeah, the exiled, disgraced night elf who accepts the demonic powers, right? Imprisoned for 10,000 years by the Warden Maeve, the other night elf, whose life, purpose is to find and catch Illidan, right? Elves are just socially acceptable monster girls. No, what elves are is actually humans that have different colored skin and pointy ears. That's what they are. Love triangle, betrayal, sacrifice, all to save his people. Yeah. Yeah. You are not prepared. You are not prepared. Like, yeah, I see both sides of what you're saying, though, Pixel Shake. I definitely think you can get into that territory where the different races are just all the same. Or each individual within a race is the same as other one. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm also going to have, like, randomized... I'm really poorly at describing what I mean here, so sorry. Well, yeah, it's all good. The text communication is difficult here. I really want dwarves too. I really want underground kingdoms. I think that's gonna be so sick. Like, imagine a procedurally generated iron forge that you just come across when you're digging through the fucking world, looking for diamond or whatever. That'd be pretty sick. And then, dude, oh man, the undead vibes in Warcraft are unmatched. The Necropolist, the Ziggurats, so fucking cool, man. So fucking cool. Like, imagine building one of these. And you kind of fucking ascend up into it, right? Aesthetics are very, very cool. And like the juxtaposition between the aesthetics is, I think, what lends itself to like very different play styles and just different gameplay elements that you can interact with, and just, the more different they are, the better they are, I think. Yeah, you can only convey so much without writing a fucking novel in chat. Yeah, I hear that. I hear that. Yeah, I know. I think the lag between, like, because it's like, I have to say something, my voice goes over the internet, there's a little bit of delay, the different internet connections for everyone. You hear the voice, and then you're like, oh, I have a response for that. Then you got to type that response, and then it's got to make its way back to me. Like, that delay, like, sometimes people are saying something, I'm like, oh shit, I don't know what I was doing at the time when you said that, so I like lost context, so that makes it difficult as well. As long as you're not a cowboy denier, you're fine. Dude, what the fuck was that about? Yeah, that's some deep cut lore there, and from Microraptor's channel. some guy from a different country, you know, a non United States or not, you know, I think it was not even an American country at all, was saying that like our interpretation of cowboy, like it wasn't an actual job. And they were like, what was he saying? That they were just farmhands? And it's like, well, yes, but actually no. Like there were like farmhands who specialized in one, ranching, and also they had to defend their properties. And so, yeah, they shot bandits and shit. You know, there were outlaw bandits, you know, like I forget what it was. It was such a weird hill to die on for that guy. And we were all trying to say like, yeah, you know, we learned about cowboys and the history behind it in our, you know, United States schools. They were a real thing. Like we have accounts of this, and they kept saying like, I think he kept saying that like the way we taught it was wrong, and like the way like his school taught it or something was right. But it's like, yeah, your school was teaching a culture of a different country. It's probably not the school that's right, you know? Like that's a very specific you know, at least Mexico and United States and, you know, Canada history, right? And definitely South American countries too, for sure. They have a lot of cowboy. Like the Brazilian cowboy is a real thing for sure as well. So maybe not Wild West cowboy. That was more of a Mexican and United States type thing. Yeah, really weird. Yeah, I really want like I don't know if it'll be like an undead race, but definitely like a way that you can like be like kind of demon worshippers or cult like, and you can like summon, you know, maybe some skeletons as to defend your colony and shit like that. But then people like, if they're not like assimilated to your colony yet, they're gonna be like super weirded out about it, and they lose like happiness buffs or something like that. Show Canadian cowboy. Like I feel like you know, like Alberta. I feel like Alberta has cowboys. There you go. They're just Mounties, actually. There you go. They're all in red and white. That's the only thing you're allowed to wear if you're a Canadian cowboy, I suppose. That's not a Canadian cowboy, actually, or cowgirl. Yeah, I'm very excited to start working on some more Colony Sim stuff. So we're getting closer and closer to that. I have a little bit going already. You know, I have the bare minimum, really. You know, like sleep and food. Those are the two like colony actions that I have. But I'll be excited when I start getting into like mood, you know, like a la RimWorld, where, you know, if they're hurt, you know, they're in pain, therefore they're in a bad mood. You know, they had a nice meal, you know, happiness bonus, you know, and then coming up with what effects the colonists' mood and happiness have on how they work, how they fight, you know, how they interact with other colonists. I think that'll all be really fun to do. And it's all stuff I can do without like many assets, right? Like that's all like pretty just programmery, pretty systemy, which you know, is my strongest suit. So that's good. Just need some animations really, or just like different actions, you know. Crafting will be cool as well, getting some actual gear equipped on these colonists and having the stats impact their fighting abilities a little bit more as well. When I get to a point where I have a running base and it can be attacked by a random kind of semi-random raid, you know, maybe there's I think at first it'll just be pure random, and I'll just like spawn like just a random ass cluster of enemies some distance away from the colony. Release date when? 2035? Yeah, probably. That sounds about right. I feel like, you know, a lot of people have the you know, start small advice when it comes to game development. And I do get that. If you're trying to become a game developer, I think that's great advice, right? Or if you're trying to get into the game industry, or if you're just trying to release a game, I think that's a solid. This is a couple years of progress with at least one refactor. Yeah, if it was only one refactor, you know, we'd be cooking. We'd be cooking. But yeah, I think that's solid advice. That's I just, my goal I don't think aligns with that, because I'm trying to make this game. You know, I'm trying to make a game I want to play. I don't even necessarily care if it gets released. Obviously, that's a major goal, though, of course, to have other people play it. That's an amazing thing that I want. But like the core of it is just like, there's a specific type of game I want to play that I've always wanted to play. You know, I can't play other games without thinking about, you know, having inspiration for the game I'm currently working on. And so I just kind of, my goal is to kind of just work on this forever, honestly. Like, if I could work on this for the rest of my life, I'd be a pretty happy guy. I think the ultimate goal is to just be able to not have to work outside of the game. That would be really nice. But again, I'm not going to kid myself. I have to fucking release a game in order to do that, or become the next Pirate Software, which not very likely. I'm not into the fast food dev and release smaller games. That's fine for them. Yeah, I mean, again, it just kind of depends on what your goals are. If your goals are to become a game developer, have something to show for it, you know, release a game. Totally understand starting small. I'm just not motivated by that, right? Like, if I made a small game, I don't think I would be very passionate about it. And that's what's been driving me for the past 2.5 years now. That's what's been driving me to, you know, make the deep fucking rewrites of Unreal Engine, you know, the ECS system, the procedural terrain, you know, the 3D terrain deformation, like the solution I have for the infinite vertex colors, you know, like all of that is driven by wanting to play this game, really. Oh no, I know you don't mean it as a criticism. I meme on myself as well. Anytime someone asks me when it's coming out, I say, ask me again in 5 years. So yeah, it's pretty ambitious. I understand that. In 7 to 8 years, we're just going to be another operating system down, 2 graphical APIs, new CPU architecture. It's just interesting. I don't think so, actually. I feel like new architectures are slowing down. Like, technological progress is definitely not, but like because the gap in between generations of consoles has widened every generation, you know. Failing fast, yeah. You have drag and drop? No, not yet. I just have I only have a cursor. I just have a scroll wheel. Oh, arrow's a little messed up there. And yeah, the hotbars they're set up to be configurable, but I haven't actually done like an interface or anything with that. I'm trying to keep in mind like controller support, but I don't know, you know, that's gonna slow me down a fucking lot, you know. Someday, yeah, someday. Just not the most important thing I'm working on or going for. Slot-based inventory, yeah. You don't have one for your game, do you? You just have the abilities, right? And I guess you did like gold or coins not too long ago as well, I think. But yeah, you're working on like the hotbar customization as well, like the hotkeys and stuff. So here's something I want your guys' input on. So weight-based inventory systems, yay or nay? What do we think about weight-based inventory? Because there's weight-based, there's slot-based, and then you can have both actually too. Black Desert Online does both. Serialized XP and gold, which is sick. Hell yeah. I don't have any currency in the game though. I do have serialized XP and stuff though. My guy's fucking stuck down here, bro. Yeah, I don't like weight-based inventories. I always find them to be kind of annoying. I don't mind either, but I don't like the middle ground. Weight-based, but you can carry... Wait, what's the... Elaborate on that. What's the middle ground? Weight-based, but you can carry 500 kilograms? That means like your carry weight's just like extraordinarily high. That's the middle ground. So if you impose constraints on the inventory, it creates player optimization dimensions, right? The thing is, like, I hate, I do like slot-based inventory, because there's also Tetris-based, where things can take up more than one slot. Because, like, the dimensions you have with a slot-based inventory are how many slots it can take up, and then how high it can stack as well. How many, like, I did arrows at 200, right? But, you know, of course, a piece of equipment only takes up one, and that kind of creates a pseudo weight, right? Because the equipment does weigh more effectively. Than the wooden arrows. The question would be, what would the player be optimizing for that weight matters? So I think it plays into the colony simulator side of things very well. And RimWorld has a strength, like your strength stat determining how much you can carry for a colonist means you have colonists that are better for being haulers. Like if you haven't played RimWorld, at first your colonists are very general and they have very general purpose and they have a lot of priorities. Like they're probably hauling, like if you have a crafter who needs to get a bunch of steel, they probably go out, mine the steel, bring the steel back, and then craft with it, right? That's how it starts. But then you start going from, okay, you know, I have a mining colonist who goes out and mines the steel, brings it back home. And then I have a crafter colonist who, you know, maybe it hasn't gotten brought back, so he's going to go get it. But then once you get late game, you start having just hauling only colonist for efficiency. So you have one guy who's just mining the whole time, one guy crafting the whole time, and then another guy who's bringing all of the resources to where they need to go. And I think this would also impact like trade routes and stuff as well for me. Depends on how much this weight-based inventory respects your time. Yeah, I definitely think even if I went with weight-based, I would need to augment it for the players. Like I think the players should be able to carry a lot more than the colonists. I like bag limits, Tetris-based. Yeah, I do too. I do too. And like, someone in this chat was also in some other streamer's chat where I think it was probably MicroRap. So Turning Cog was probably you. But he was saying that people who like Tetris-style inventories are in the minority. And I was like, what? That was surprising to me. Sometimes I like no limits. Yeah, that's a little too easy for me. But I hate that I can carry a shit ton, but not one more grain of sand, otherwise I can't walk. Yeah, that's the frustrating part for me. And a lot of them don't do the weight to sell price ratio, because that's what matters, right? That's what it boils down to. You're like, okay, what thing do I ditch that weighs a lot that's not worth it, you know? And then you have to go searching for that thing. And that's the kind of game that I hate playing. Tetris-based, but quest items, some exceptional consumables not included in the Tetris. Pure slot for WoW-esque is Chef's Kiss. Yeah, so just a one slot. Yeah, no Tetris. I kind of don't like the specific slots for specific items so that they don't take up space in your inventory. I kind of don't like that. Like in New World, every tool that you get goes in a certain slot. You don't have to worry about that or something. Because then it's like, why even have the item, you know? And for quest items, like, you know, quest items not taking up space in your bags, it's like, am I even carrying an item, right? Like, to me, that just breaks the fabric between game and realism too much, to where it's just like, dude, don't even have the item. Like, why do I even have this quest item? Like, just make the quest without an item. And that's how new WoW, right? Like retail WoW, they don't have all the quest items are just like, you know, you have like the quest entry at the top right of your screen, and it's got, oh, you need to click on this thing and this, and I think it even like fucking lights up and shows up like right in the middle of your screen, like, oh, you need to click this thing here that's not actually in your inventory. Like, well, that doesn't exactly feel like I have a quest item, you know. So I kind of don't like, and then like same with like potions in Diablo, right? Like there's no slot for potions in Diablo 3 and 4. And I get what they're doing with potions. They're making it because there's a limited number you can have now. It's like a charge. Your potions have charges instead of crafting items. And they're trying to make it so players don't hoard them too much, you know. I get what problem they're trying to solve. To me, it just kind of breaks the immersion. Walking around in The Witcher carrying 80 swords or 20 sets of armor just bothers me. Yeah, I don't like it either. People don't like Tetris. We're literally witnessing the explosion of a genre based on it. Yeah. I mean, I guess Microraptor was saying, and he's, you know, an experienced game designer. You know, he worked on Darkest Dungeon, which I consider quite notoriable. Is that a word? Sure. He's got clout, is what I'm saying. So, yeah. I love the Tetris-based system. I think they boiled it down too much in Diablo 4. Like, I loved it in D2. Loved it. But here's what I'm thinking, like, for the Colony Sim side of this, like, the weight makes a lot of sense. I could just do it to where the player doesn't have any weight and it's all slot-based. I could combine the two, so the two kind of overlap. Like, maybe the player doesn't have any carry weight, but the space things take up in your inventory is drastically different, right? Like a stone maybe takes up 4 slots, you know, or like maybe a tree chunk takes up 3 horizontal slots if you want to, maybe even 4, you know. And if you don't have a pack that can fit that, you can't carry that, you know? But there's also like colonists need to be strong enough to pick up that tree chunk, and I think that allows for some pretty cool like colonist traits. So I want them to have like different, like RimWorld, like you can have like Herculean colonists whose strength stat is very high. Now strength doesn't equate to damage in RimWorld, but it does equate to how much you can haul around, which can be a very effective stat to have. Isn't that how the Forest does it? Probably. I've watched that, but I don't know a whole lot. They have like the ultra immersion, the ultra realistic inventory there in the Forest. So that's like as close to 1-to-1 as you can have it, right? Because they like unfold the whole pack, and you gotta like put the shit in there. And I guess the Tarkov VR does that as well. I'd like to be able to bulk those weapons into a crate so I can sell them as a single item for more effective storage. Now, one thing I want to do, speaking of optimizing storage, I do want there to be different storage container. Like, you know, in Valheim, you just have chests with slots. Like, Valheim is like pure slot based, no weight. I think the weight only matters for move speed, but there's only one type of container, right? And I think it would be cool, you know, you have a general chest container, but I think there should also be like barrels. And this is for kind of immersion, but also for like the player kind of decorating their... Because like when you walk through like a Baldur's Gate town or some shit, you've got like the fucking building, but then the building's always got random crates and burlap sacks and barrels outside of it. And so I was thinking about, like, in order to facilitate the players kind of doing that thing, to make the town look kind of more natural, I was thinking that each of those storage types, crate would just be general purpose, burlap sack, maybe you can store more food in that, or only food, or something like that. And maybe that makes food perish less or something. And then barrels would be like, that can store more liquid, you know? So higher liquid storage ratio in there. And so that would facilitate, you know, kind of not just putting chests everywhere, you know, and actually kind of the town kind of reflects what it's for, which I think would be cool just aesthetically, right? So yeah, I think, you know, a combination of maybe how many slots things take up and weight for colonists. Because that is the most realistic, right? Like, not only do you need to be strong enough to carry it, but you have to have enough space to carry it, right? So I do want colonists to like have to go pick up the trees and go take them to a lumber mill. I don't know if that's going to be like inventory based though, because that would be kind of silly, right? Like a colonist walks up to a tree trunk and then just disappears into their inventory. Like I feel like that kind of thing they should have to carry. Like you should actually be able to visualize the colonists carrying that. Maybe they got to take a cart or something. Well, I've been yapping for a couple hours now. Strength requirements to simply hold items as well as a grid. Tetris is specifically like items can take up more than one slot in a grid. So it's like kind of an extension of it. But yeah, I agree that it's probably the most realistic for sure. Plenty of shit used to be sold by the barrel. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be restrictive with it. I would just want to provide bonuses for certain things, I think. Not just like, you know, you can have a barrel of apples, you know, why not? But like bonuses like liquid, you know, maybe liquid just takes up more space in other types of barrels or something. Because otherwise what the player's just going to do is like they're just going to have a wall of storage, right? It's cool and I agree, but it's literally at the point where the most effort to make a colonist collect a tree is more dev work than most people put into their full games. Hey, that's what I'm about here. That's what I literally have dynamic mesh component. Like I change a static mesh into a dynamic mesh and edit it at runtime so that the tree chopping is realistic. Slot inventory does not have to be a grid. You can use a list like in Final. That's a good point. I guess I don't know if I'd call that a slot inventory, but you have a valid point. Yeah, Tetris is distinctly dependent on that grid layout. Yeah. I feel like that's just like list. That's just a list inventory, which I think is the shit. That's the shitty. Also, bone to pick with modern games. Why does every game have full screen fucking inventories and shit now? Like that frustrates me. Am I the only? I feel like I might be the only one. Like, I like this, you know. I can check my inventory while I'm walking around. It takes up as much space as it needs, nothing more. All these games have like the fucking giga inventory screen. It takes over your whole screen. It has another, you know, rendering of your character there, you know. Because people play on the couch, it's literally that simple. But I mean, you still don't need it to take up the full screen. Like, you can render it large enough. You don't need a full screen menu that prevents you from doing everything else in the game. Same with your character screen, talents. Like every game now does that full screen fucking thing, and I don't think it's necessary. Single cell or multi-cell grids. There you go. But yeah, I get frustrated with the full screen menus, man. Like I get having a system menu that takes up the full screen. That's fine, because usually when I'm looking through the system menu, I'm not playing the game, you know. But inventory, character sheet or equipment sheet, abilities, none of that needs to be. It doesn't need to be full screen. It doesn't need to. And that's like dying. I don't remember the last time I saw a new game come out and not have a full screen. One of those. Yeah, but most of them pause the game too. I mean, I'm talking about even in MMOs, like New World. One of the newer MMOs, like full screen menus. You can't do anything. You can't do anything while you're looking through them. Your character actually used to have an animation to throw down a bag onto the ground and dig through it. And so, like, even like that's how it started, and it wasn't full. And you couldn't move because your character was like in that animation, you know. And then they changed it to full screen, if I'm not mistaken. So even when it doesn't pause the game, they'll fucking do it. Grid-based inventory where you can rotate items, that might cross into the boundaries of too tedious, I think. Can't pause this game or your settlers die because you stop looking at them. Yeah, that's a great distinction that I'll need to make for sure. Because like part of being an RPG with like a over-the-shoulder camera and being a colony simulator, I am going to need to have a lot of leniency because you can't be everywhere at once, right? Whereas you can in like a top-down colony simulator game, right? You have full management control over every colonist. You can see them at all times. You won't be able to in this game, right? So I am going to need to have a lot of leniency. I think combat's going to need to be pretty slowed down for that. Raids are going to need to be slower so that you can respond to them, you know. colonists are going to need to be a bit more resilient. Things are, like, there's going to be no like speed things up, you know. So yeah, that'll definitely be a design challenge to get that right. But yeah, here's a hot take. Tears of the Kingdom was really fucking annoying. The new Zelda game. And odd, your rotational comment is what made me think about this. I love Breath of the Wild 1. I love Breath of the Wild, hated Tears of the Kingdom. Why? A lot of people didn't like Breath of the Wild because of the weapon durability, which I understand. I didn't mind it in Breath of the Wild. I actually did mind it in Tears of the Kingdom despite the system not changing. And it's because of the other systems around it. I only played the first one. Did you like it? What was your opinion on it? Curious on other people's opinions as well. I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I know it was a kind of a department from the traditional Zelda style. Smaller dungeons, you know, there were only a few big dungeons, so that was another criticism of it as well. Players wanted the old school, like, large temple type dungeons. Odd ones, Tesseract. Yeah, 4D inventory. Yeah. You literally have to travel through time in different dimensions. That's kind of like Satisfactory kind of has a... They have a multi-dimensional storage depot. I don't like durability. I prefer sharpening. Yeah, I mean, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the durability is there to provide the world meaning. To provide the... Because it's the first, like, truly open world Zelda game, so, like open world. You know, you could argue... The other ones were open. You love the game. Is it a real Zelda? Was the criticism? Yeah. Music can drop 200 hours in it. Yeah, I loved it too. My girlfriend and I played the shit out of it. That's actually the game that got my girlfriend into playing it. So forever grateful for that. But the durability in Zelda is there to give you a reason to go exploring. Otherwise, you just kind of get to the point of like, oh, I have the best weapons. I don't need to accumulate more, you know. I don't, the world doesn't mean as much. It's, what's the term? It's like, I don't know if this is the right term, but it's like infinite relevance or finite relevance, you know? Yeah, Shawnee B, get in here. We're talking game design. We have been for the past 2 hours. Get in here. You'll need to watch the past 2 hours to see all the game design talk. Didn't mind the durability. Otherwise, min-max would... Yeah, you'd get the Master Sword, never have a reason to go kill anything ever again, right? Making the rest of the drop meaningless. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I get why they did it. Now, the hot take is that Tears of the Kingdom fucking sucked. And I'm saying that with hyperbole. It didn't suck. It was just really fucking tedious. Because of the fucking menus. Holy shit. Everything you fucking did in that game, it was so tedious. Like, they created the new, like, fuse ability to where you can, like, or like there was one was like the building ability, and then the other one was like fuse things to your weapons. And while a technological marvel on the Switch, awesome, loved that. But oh my god, it was so, like, having to attach things together where, like, in 3D space you're moving things around and it doesn't, like, there's like it's all flowy. It's not like it's right where you're pointing. It's like you turn and the thing follows, it lags behind. And then you got to attach it to a thing and you got to build these little contraptions. And you have to rotate everything in 3D space, which actually is really annoying when you only have a D-pad, right? Like, that's actually really annoying. And so you got to rotate, and then you get it into like a wonky rotation, and you got to like get it turned back around. So right location, right rotation. Again, all of this is kind of laggy. Like, there's an animation that plays that you have to wait for. And then you got to fuse it to the spot. What happens if you fuse it in the wrong spot? Oh, do you just press a button and it detaches that one item from that one spot? No. You wiggle the thumbstick. That's how you detach it. And it breaks the whole fucking contraption. It does not detach the one thing. And so you got to rebuild it all fucking over again if you put something in the wrong goddamn spot. So not only are the controls bad for it and unresponsive, 3D rotation, it gets annoying if you get it turned around the wrong way. But yeah, the control, like it's not instant responsive controls, and it breaks the whole thing. So that on top of the fuse system where you can fuse items in your inventory to your weapon, your shield, your bow, or your arrows, right? So what was a game where you just had like a little you had a quick swap menu for your bow, for your shield, for your weapon. And your weapon would break during combat. Happens all the time. So you gotta go to the quick slot menu, pick your next weapon, right? Your shield can break as well. But now what's happening in combat is these abilities that you're using, you have to go through menus to use them. And so you have to go through, I have to select, if I want to fuse something, I have to go through the menu and click the item I want to fuse. I have to do that for my weapon. I have to do that for my shield. I have to do that for my fucking arrows before I shoot an arrow. If I want to shoot a fire arrow, I have to go in that quick slot menu, which for that system is long. It is not finite. It is a long thing. And you got to find the fire berry or whatever that you attach to your arrow. And then you have to aim it and shoot it, right? God damn, it was so annoying. It was like this, the UI, the menus were just getting in the way of the gameplay. I felt like I couldn't fight something without going through a menu. And it was so fucking tedious. And like, at first it was really cool. The building system was really cool in the game. What it turned into was there is now every puzzle in the game, there is a way to brute force it. You can create some stupid ass fucking like every puzzle has like a design solution, and then you can just brute force your way across it, right? Like you can just fucking throw down some fire, spawn a hot air balloon thing, fly up and over, whatever the problem is. Or you can do it, or you can figure out the way that the designers intended to do it. And I get the answer to this. For a lot of people, it's going to be like, oh, if you didn't like the creative way, well, then you don't have to do it. Well, that kind of like, I was like, yeah, that's what I didn't like the creative way past the first, few times I used it because it was so tedious. And, not only do you have to figure it out by trial and error of this really tedious building system with bad controls that's not very responsive, like you have to do it multiple times to figure out the solution to the problem, right? Like, no, I'm just going to brute force it the fucking way I know works, but it's the same way, or at least a pretty similar way for each puzzle, right? And so the puzzles just weren't as satisfying for that reason in Tears of the Kingdom. So those are my two main criticisms. Too many fucking menus during combat, during the game. The puzzles weren't as satisfying because you can brute force them now. And I get just like, oh yeah, if you don't want to brute force them, just don't. But like that option being there, this is a scenario where I was talking about before, where as a designer, I think you have a responsibility to protect the player from themselves, Yeah, so that's my criticism of it. And also the new abilities that they have, like the Ascend ability, I thought was stupid. I didn't think it was a good ability. It didn't lend itself to interesting puzzles like the rest of the abilities did in all the other games. Because you can now just like fly through the floor and ceiling of whatever's above you. And so like what that turns into is you're walking through a puzzle or something and you see a low-hanging ceiling. You're like, oh yeah, the game wants me to fucking shoot through that ceiling. Like you can just change your Z level, right? And it's not, figuring out where to do that was so obvious that again, another thing that did not create very interesting and satisfying puzzles. So yeah, that's my criticism. Didn't finish it. I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom. I suppose I want creative games to have larger scopes for challenges like Kerbal Space Program is great for me because the puzzles are these major goals like land on the fucking moon rather than cross this river. Yeah, there is the, if you haven't seen it, there's the Korok Space Program subreddit. Because there's this like little mini, I'll call it a mini game in Zelda, but it's like in Tears of the Kingdom, there's a lost Korok. And you have to get it back over to his friend. And it's usually, across a river, like you say, or across a mountain or whatever, right? And so, like, the Korok space program is, like, you can literally put rockets in your inventory in Tears of the Kingdom. You can, and that is the easiest way to solve any problem, by the way. You get rockets, you strap the fucking Korok onto it, you send his ass over there. The first time, you know, that's fucking hilarious. Second time, still pretty fun. Third time, getting old, you know, getting old. It's like, I'm just gonna walk my ass over there with the Korok now, because you can just pick them up and walk with them too, because you have to fuse them onto things. So you can just like use that ability to like walk his ass over there. So yeah, like doing the creative way to solve these was too tedious. It was too tedious. And when you have a solution, which is just pick it up and walk over there, or strap it to a rocket dangling in front of you the entire time, you're like, yeah, why am I gonna attempt to make this really cool, you know, flying machine or, you know, race car or some shit when I could just like do that? Yeah, let me catch up on some chats here. Just played a bit of that Zelda game, not my flavor. Back in my time, Link only had a couple swords and we were grateful. Yeah, I did. I thought the, like, you know, going back to like Ocarina of Time or like you know, Wind Waker, the different items like lending themselves to different puzzles, I thought worked a lot better. I thought it was a lot more satisfying as well. There was still a lot of menuing in that, but you had like three slots for items to try out, so they managed to make it not tedious with a Nintendo 64 controller. You know, I think we can improve upon that. I thought the interface for swapping weapons in Breath of the Wild was the worst part. Constant pausing the action, scrolling through the gear list. Exactly what I'm talking about. If you hated it in Breath of the Wild, you will absolutely loathe it in Tears of the Kingdom, because it is way worse. I didn't mind it in Breath of the Wild. I didn't mind it in Breath of the Wild. It wasn't too intrusive to me. It can't be as bad as Minecraft on a controller. I don't know what that's like. Is that pretty bad? So the durability system as a workflow was inelegant. Yeah. In your opinion, yeah. With the waggle controls. I know, like, that being a control for anything, unless it like represents what you're doing in some sort of Mario Party or WarioWare type of way, I think it's probably pretty bad. Tears of the Kingdom should have been a single dungeon in Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Like a single puzzle or something, like a big temple where you have that ability. That would have been good. Yeah, I would have enjoyed that. I probably would have even asked for more. An entire game based around that? So tedious. Can't we just fuse a magic candle to our bow that lets people too dumb to think for themselves beat the entire game? Dude, I don't know if I made it that far. Is that an actual item in Tears of the Kingdom? If that is, that's to my point even more. God damn. That is even more to my point. Because like even the designers were like, yeah, this is fucking tedious. Put something in this game to keep people around. I think I've seen some Korok boots, yeah. I guess there's some mismatch between scope and possibility space. Like, say, the highly influential puzzle game, Portal had a small scope and small possibility space, so it had awesome flow. And yeah, they did what they could within that too. Like, even though the puzzle is the same mechanic, right? They did a lot with it, right? And I guess it's, yeah, it's like what you're saying. Like, scope and possibility, yeah. Technical scope and possibility. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom's seems like you need to exert a lot of effort and design into achieving something simple. Yeah, it did feel like that for sure. It did feel like that. I think there are a few things they could do to make it feel better, but overall, like, it just was not what I'm looking for in a Zelda game. Breath of the Wild was, though. I think Breath of the Wild was kind of what I was looking for. And like, I did love I loved in Tears of the Kingdom the verticality that they added into the game, like the floating islands and stuff. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, giving the player an ability to just like ascend through any fucking ceiling into the next level it meant the dungeons were not as compelling. And that started to make me think about like how Breath of the Wild popularized the cliff climbing as well, which I actually, looking back on it, I'm like, yeah, the puzzles are better because you can't cliff climb in previous Zeldas, right? So when you looked up at something in the world, you were like, oh, how do I get up there? Whereas in fucking Zelda, in Breath of the Wild, brute force your way, you know, get enough stamina, you can just climb your ass fucking up there. And of course, you know, when you got into like the mini dungeons and stuff, there were certain walls you couldn't climb, so they, you know, they kind of solved it. But isn't Zelda finally getting her own game? I think she has had a couple, right? There was the new one that came out on the Switch, the Echoes of Wisdom or whatever. I have that one. I played that one a little bit. It's cute. I don't know. It's like the top-down 2D kind of style though, so not as compelling to me as the 3D stuff. Yeah, it is a B game. It for sure is a B game. That's a good way to put it. It's like the animation team that got put on Shrek. It's like, yeah, it's like the sequel animation team for fucking DreamWorks. So yeah, long story short, Tears of the Kingdom sucked. Come back later for more hot takes. Yeah, technological, like, really fucking cool and impressive what they did on the Switch, but not fun to play for me. The puzzles weren't fun, weren't satisfying. Controls were tedious and unresponsive. Dude, the one enemy. Let me try to find this enemy here. Tears of the Kingdom. Rock guy with platform. That's what I'm gonna search here. Let me try to find what I'm looking for here. There is an enemy. It's this. Let me see. Talus. Here's the kingdom. Talus with moblins on him. Yeah, okay, this fucker. This is the worst goddamn thing to fight because this is a rock guy that's walking around. That guy doesn't have any enemies on him. Here we go. This is a good picture. Hated this fucking guy. Hated it. So you have the moblins on top of it, right? These guys are shooting arrows at you. And how you get up to them is like you're supposed to use the ascend ability to go through like the floor or something to get up there. Like you can also shoot them with arrows, but they're constantly fucking moving because they're on the top of this thing. And when this thing walks, it's like it's all over the place up there. So very hard to hit with arrows. And you can either just climb up him, which again, he's moving all the time. So he's going to smack your ass most of the time you try to do that. So you got to use the ascend ability through this platform. Now, again, menus. You got to go through a menu to select the different ability. You got to go into like the ascend mode, which like changes your camera to like, you know, upward facing so you can see. But then you lose like all of your 360-degree vision. And so you're just getting fucking whacked while you're trying to aim the ascend ability at this platform while this guy is moving around. It was so frustrating, man. It was like playing Dark Souls for the first time, you know, so fucking frustrating. All while these guys are shooting arrows at you, which knock you out of the ascend ability thing whenever you take damage. So you gotta like go back into it and change your camera again. And there's just like this little like, you know, indicator as to where you're gonna ascend through. That you're just trying to press the button at the right time that it passes through this fucking this fucking platform, which yeah, and you're doing all this on a controller. So yeah, not selling the idea of controller support very well, am I? It was so hard, man. It sucked. It was so annoying. And yeah, like I guess the easiest way to like solve this would be to like use bombs or something, because that actually like can hurt the rock guy. But early game, you don't have very many of those. So that mob in particular was super frustrating. Yeah. And the other hot takes, yeah, I don't like Elden Ring either. Yeah, that's another hot take. I know, get good. I know. I don't really play Souls-like games. And I don't like the combat style in Souls-like games, so no surprise that I'm not a fan of Elden Ring. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna hop off for the night. But thanks for yapping with me, everyone. Past couple hours. Thanks for hanging out and shooting. I love talking game design, so more than happy. Elden Ring isn't for me either. Yeah, I'm just never a fan of Souls-like combat. Zelda, I think, is like the more abilities you have, I think, the more interesting the combat is. There's a limit, of course, but I love watching it. It looks neat, but I have a bad time. Yeah, I love watching it. I think it's really fun to watch, just because it looks like a cool game. But yeah, the combat that's just entirely mechanical execution, or at least mostly mechanical execution, is not for me. I mean, Zelda is still Souls-like combat, but to me it flows a lot better when it's not Tears of the Kingdom. It flows a lot better, and you have different items to use, which varies the combat a lot more and provides a lot more decisions. Now, if you give the player abilities to pick from that have cooldowns and mana costs and different situations where they're better and worse, now we're talking. But yeah, not all, and then on top of that, like the Souls, like, you know, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, very slow and unresponsive and sluggish, you know. Even the faster weapons are still slow by other game standards. And it's like the whole iframe dodging as well in Elden Ring is like great. Like the best way, like, you're good in Elden Ring, you're not even dodging like out of the way at all. You're just pressing it at the right time, and you literally like dodge into the boss, right? Like that's, and it's all just about pressing it at the right time, right? It's not even about the strategic, okay, where am I dodging to? Like that's not even that big of a part of it anymore. It's possible to play Dark Souls in a highly varied way, but it's not intuitive to do so. Yeah, I mean, as someone I played a grand total of like 2 hours in Dark Souls 3, and that's it. So the game did not explain to me very well how to use like items and magic and like the different, what were they called? Like arts of war? Is that what they were called? Like the weapon abilities and stuff? Rod, what did you think of Elden Ring? What were your thoughts, or just on Souls games in general? But yeah, like I imagine I would enjoy the game more if I was playing a caster, but then like the controls for it are like you have one, if I'm not mistaken, you have like one fucking magic slot, and you have to like cycle through shit on it, which is like, come on, like it's 2025, like we can innovate there. We don't have to just have one goddamn slot for items and magic, right? And like the switching between using one hand and two hands and equipping things in different hands, that was like super awkward. And, you know, I played it on both controller and keyboard. Neither felt good, to be honest with you. I think keyboard felt a little better for me. I'm more used to that anyways, but the spell cycling UI is such a holdover. I'm glad, you know, someone who enjoys Dark Souls can agree to that. Maybe they'll do something about it in the next game. DS1 was less about iframe dodges. It was more Night Simulator, and I missed that. You had to spec into high iframe. Oh, really? So you could like, you could specialize into the invulnerability of the dodge more? That's kind of funny. That's kind of like, I don't know, that's a little too nail on the head, I think. I played Bloodborne much more on PS4. I've heard good things about that one too. It's still not really for me. It's just about memorizing animation sequences. Yeah, and see, that's what I mean. It's all mechanical execution, you know. Sure, you can like, there is some pre-combat strategic execution in what your build is. But I think a lot of that is just like, you're maxing stam and damage while keeping enough secondary stat to equip what you want to, right? Like, and it does a terrible job of explaining that too, on like what the different stats do for you. I felt that to be, of course, what was it, endurance or constitution? I forget what they called it in Elden Ring, but yeah, I knew how to increase my health. That was into that stat made sense, but I didn't know like what should I be getting, dexterity or intellect or strength or what? You know, I had no idea. You had to keep your equip load super low if you wanted to play roll souls. Oh yeah, yeah. And I think that's still in that was in Elden Ring too, right? Like if you were in heavy armor, you don't do the full roll, or am I mistaken? Maybe I'm thinking of New World. So it's just one of the building styles, yeah, rather than the style, yeah. I think that's a lot better, right? Like that's just more, yeah, that's more varied playstyle, just straight up, you know. But I guess you're saying that it wasn't, you know, it wasn't the case for Elden Ring, that you can just roll all the time. Born beat me into the dirt and I rage quit Souls game because of it. Yeah, my girlfriend hated me playing Elden Ring because I was getting pissed off at it. I think I have like 20-ish hours in it, and I had a really bad experience because in Elden Ring, you know, I got out of the first place and then I took a hard right around the knight guy in the field, the mini boss guy, and then I went into like the rat fucking place that had the chest that teleported you to the end game zone. And they didn't explain to you that fast travel is a thing. So I walked my ass all the fucking way back to the beginning. And yeah, that took a fucking minute to get through, because it took you to like some mine where guys shoot spines out of their backs that are like homing beacons. So yeah, it was very difficult to... And that was also before I understood that it was just pure iframe and nothing to do with where your character was located. So I was actively trying to dodge out of the way of those rather than just pressing it at the right time. Still works like that in Elden Ring, but it's calibrated so that roll souls is the default. Nobody fat rolls in Elden Ring. Oh, okay, I see. 20 hours is decent go in most games to know for sure you don't want more of it. Yeah, I think so too. It should be at least. If people are like, oh, just get past the first 20 hours, then you'll like it. I'm like, nah, you can't have that big of a entry time. I actually love that teleportation troll. That felt like old school Dark Souls. Yeah, thematically I loved it, but like I just wish the game taught me that fast travel was a thing, because then I would have been out of there a lot faster. I love that it kind of, what I like about it is that it kind of gives you a glimpse of what's to come, and I love when games do that. They kind of tease things for you, especially when it's like, oh, come back later, you know, kind of thing. Or like you pass by, you know, I love in WoW when like you're in a lower level zone, say Ashenvale. There's an elite like level 60 dragon that can wander around. Same with the Duskwood. And so you see that, or you go into the center of Duskwood, you're like, holy shit, you know. That's really cool. So I liked it for that part. I just wish it told, like, the game taught me that you can fast travel from the fucking, from touching grass, you know. So that's what I wish. It was cool though to see the rest of the world on my way there, because it was all like that scarlet crimson blood area or whatever it was that I was traveling through, and it was kind of fun to like try and kill some of the mobs, and there were a few that I actually could, so if I was like, you know, really careful. So that was kind of cool. It was really cool seeing the different mobs and what they do, and like what they can potentially drop. But I beat the first boss. I am proud to say that. And my god, I rolled off that goddamn bridge so many fucking times. Oh my goodness, that was so frustrating. And of course, like they haven't iterated or improved upon the fucking lock-on system, right? It's the same as in Zelda, but way worse. And it's because the combat is so unresponsive. It's like you're so slow that missing an attack is devastating. Right? Like you're going to get mollywopped if you miss an attack. And so the only reliable way to hit something is to lock onto it. And this is mainly for non-boss battles, because, you know, there's a bunch of fucking shit around you, right? And it's moving a lot faster than a boss does. And then the thing will like move behind you, and then the camera is the real enemy, 100%. And that's why my hot take is that a lot of the difficulty in Elden Ring comes from a bad... The input queuing was diabolical as well. Maybe they fixed that. That was the worst part of it for me. That was so frustrating. But yeah, you'd be in like this tight-ass fucking dungeon that was not designed for a third-person camera, right? It was designed for a first-person camera. There's these little goblin motherfuckers jumping all over the place. They're literally on the walls. You can't hit them to save your life unless you lock onto them. And then you lock onto the wrong one, right? It doesn't even go to the one you want to lock onto. The guy jumps behind you and the camera just goes right up your ass, you know, because you're in such tight corridors. And then you, of course, fucking die because of that. So, super frustrating. I don't think it should be smart or helpful, man. I think you just change the responsiveness of the combat and it feels instantly better. Like, because it doesn't feel bad in Zelda, and that's because you can recover from a mistake a lot easier, right? And you can make Zelda a lot more punishing and still be responsive, right? And difficult, and it's not gonna. You don't need lock on for it, right? Input queue. That sounds like somebody's indie game. Well, it was where. Okay, so here's how I describe this. Like, the boss has a 2-piece combo and a 3-piece combo. They look identical. Or at least the start of it looks identical, right? And so, you know, after the 2-piece combo, you have a window to attack, right? And so you see the combo starting, you know, you're dodging, you're spamming dodge. Okay, and you're like, okay, it's the 2-piece combo, I'm gonna spam attack. Because I know I have a window here. You're spamming the attack button. And then you're like, oh wait, no, wait a second, it's the 3-piece combo. And before you're done rolling, meaning you are not in the attack animation, you switch from pressing the attack animation button to the dodge button. The game has queued up that you have done an attack. You're not doing the attack yet. You're still rolling. You're still in the rolling animation. The game has queued up the attack, even though you're still pressing dodge. Guess what's gonna fucking happen? In a responsive game, it should continue to dodge. That's not what happens in Elden Ring, at least not when I played it. And it was egregious. The window was way too big, especially for like how devastating a mistake can be against the boss in Elden Ring. It would attack even though I'm spamming the roll button before I even get out of the previous roll. That was the absolute worst for me. And again, maybe they fixed that. I don't know. I like that aspect of Souls where the combat is slow but places a lot of demand on your precision, and within that there are these micro risk reward judgments. Other games feel hella spammy. I think you can still do that and not have an input queue. Like, even without that input queue that I talked about, stored inputs or queuing is pretty annoying in those games. Yeah, I mean, I 100% why people like that, like the mechanical execution part, which is I think what you're saying there, Johnny. But yeah, I think you can still have that. Like, the combat is still slow without that. Like, just accept my input as the player. Like, come on now. It feels like I'm fighting the controls in the camera and not fighting the boss. Like, I'm fighting the game, not the boss. And that was so upsetting for me. Sometimes it'll remember that button you pressed 2 seconds ago. Yeah, I mean, that's... And again, if Zelda did that, you probably wouldn't really notice that. Maybe a few times, but it's because, like, the responsiveness of the attack itself is quick enough that you can recover, even if the input, you know, is queued or whatever. But in Dark Souls, the attacks are so fucking, like, slow that it's devastating. I also hate that, like, the fucking jump attack is, like, the meta, right? Like, you don't even use multiple attacks. It's just the jump attack. Because you only have, like, you only can swing once. Unless you're using, like, a fucking dagger, I assume. I never use the daggers or anything. But unless you're using a dagger, like, you gotta do the jump attack, because you're only getting one swing in anyway. So the combat is just dodge, poke, dodge, dodge, poke, poke, dodge, 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 poke. I just don't like that. There's no decisions to be made other than press the button at the right time. And of course there are a little bit, but not enough for me. The worst is when boss attack patterns feels designed to punish stored rolls. Yeah, and I get there that they're like, what they're trying to do is, like, subvert your expectation as to when the swing is coming. I mean, you could try parry. You can parry. I didn't even know you could fucking parry. The game never told me that. I never knew you could do that. I knew you could block, but then, like, you'd still eat damage through the block every time, so the block never felt worth it for me. Elden Ring to me feels too designed around the meta in that way. I feel those games are too late stage now. Yeah. I feel like it's similar to, and it's completely different, but hear me out. It's similar to how the rotations in WoW developed over time. And I think the designers are designing too hard, specifically. I think the issue is the same. The outcome is completely different because the games are completely different, but Like in WoW, the rotations went from something that's very simple but not designed in vanilla WoW to retail WoW, where the rotations that you use your abilities in are specifically designed by the talent system. And this is my criticism of the Diablo 4 abilities and talents as well. Same company. Like, I can read the abilities and I instantly know, like, you know, like for Diablo, it's like, oh, you're a barbarian, you have like the fucking stun build, you have the crit build, you have the fast attack build, you know, and then you have the I forget what they call it. Is it vulnerability or overpower build? And it's just so clearly set up for a certain set of them to be picked and work together. The designers designed those rotations specifically, and the players, sure, they figured it out, but it's like pretty fucking obvious, right? Yeah, the feedback loop of design to player expectations back to design. Yeah, it's too short. That's it results in something that's up and own ass. I like that. I like that breakdown. It's a good way to put it. I know what you mean. I know what you mean by that. But yeah, even though the vanilla WoW rotations were oftentimes super fucking simple, for Warlock and Mage, it was like 1 or 2 buttons, right? But at least it wasn't like, at least for the other classes, the rotations weren't designed to be that way, right? Like the designers just gave the classes different tools. And, you know, it's kind of up to the players to put them together. Kind of, but all games eventually get solved regardless of how it's designed. Yes and no. I mean, yeah. In some of these finite type games, yes. Yeah, it eventually gets solved, but the thing is, like, it's not obvious, right? The optimal thing is not obvious, I think is important. It's not, oh yeah, combine all of the crit related talents together, you know, and you get the crit build, and that's one of 4 builds. Like I was saying for Diablo 4, like, that's a very cookie cutter. And like vanilla WoW was still cookie cutter, but the rotations were not like giga designed such that there was like even less wiggle room, despite there being more talents, you know. In my game, we'll see what you guys think of this, but like kind of my rough frame of thought for how the roguelite progression is going to work. And I think roguelites do a great job of making it varied and making it hard to figure out the meta, you know, or what's best. You do eventually figure it out, but you know, think about what I'm going to say in terms of an MMO, right? Where you're playing online with other players. So like I'm thinking like every 2 levels or so, maybe we'll play around with that number. Maybe every level, we'll see. But you get to pick from 3 random abilities. And each, I'm going to go with the WoW style of each class has 3 different specs or talent trees, different vibes, you know, like for a mage it'd be fire, arcane, and frost, you know, for a rogue it would be like assassination and subtlety or combat, and then different abilities relate to those different specs, and you get to pick from 3 of those randomly. Could be from any of the 3 tools or talent trees. And then it's kind of up to you as the player to combine those in a way along with your talents that are not random. You get to pick your talents, and you kind of like, you can place your talents in relation to what abilities you get. And so each time you play through the game, you'll have different builds. And I'm hoping that there are enough abilities where that'll be very varied. And then I also want there to be abilities that are unlocked as you progress through the game. So first of all, it's going to be impossible to get to max level the first time, but let's say it was, like, you wouldn't have access to all of the abilities, because I want there to be certain kind of class quests that you have to go on, right? Certain things you have to go, maybe there's an ability scroll that teaches you an ability at the bottom of a dungeon somewhere, and then when you learn that scroll, every random roll that you get has a chance to show that ability from now on. And certain abilities have different levels that they can show up at, right? Like maybe that scroll you found was for level 40 plus or something, right? Or maybe you have to go find a certain trainer, you know, to get some of the, you know, you have to go to the Frost Archmage to get like the Deep Frost abilities. And so as you do the progression through the world, you start unlocking more varied builds, right? And you start learning more about the different abilities and stuff. So That's kind of the rough frame of thought that I'm thinking of for it. I shouldn't have to read a wiki, a forum, and a fanfic to solve the game. It should be easy enough with the clues the game gives you if you pay attention. Yeah, I mean, that's all about, to me, just giving the player the information should they choose, right? Like detailed views. I love how Baldur's Gate gives you the in-depth tooltips. I think that's a great move, a great way to facilitate that, right? There are certain WoW tooltips that, like, will just say, oh, has a chance to do this thing. Well, it's like, okay, what's the fucking chance? Like, I have to go figure out the chance by hitting something 100 times, you know? New game plus ideas start at level 20 with 10 settlers. Yeah, I mean, I want there to be a bunch of kind of scenarios like that you can kind of just hop in and play if you want to. For single player, for sure. Feels like you're honestly just designing a game where people re-roll their start 50 times until they get the random they want. Because timing is always vital, right? Like an 8% XP boosts. There's not going to be any XP boosts in my game, that's for fucking sure. I think that's pretty bad design. 8% XP boost means more in the first round than it does in the last. Yeah, no, that's not... You will not be able to choose from an XP boost in my game, ever. So you can just get into the shit after you know the rules. Yeah, I mean, sure. I do plan on it going pretty fast at first, you know, just to kind of get players to teach them, right, what happens when you die, how do you get new abilities. I may even let you pick like your first several abilities at level 1 or something, you know, like there's a certain abilities you can get under level 10 and you can just pick from, right? So you kind of have like a starter build, but then from there on completely random, you know. And yeah, Pixel Shake, I don't think that will be an issue. I specifically have in my mind rolling with the punches. That would be another one if I had a core gameplay tenet. It would be like replayability, rolling with the punches, right? It's all about doing the best you can with the hand that you're given, with all the RNG, right? And I think that there is a level that it gets to and a fine line that it feels really bad, but there's also a point where you go really far in, you lean really far into the RNG to where nothing is certain, and so anytime you get like a random positive outcome, you're like, oh fuck yeah, you know. And it's just kind of like, and if everything has like, you know, enemies out, like Blood Bowl is a great example of this, right? The RNG, and like even I think even Baldur's Gate kind of an example of this. Like some of the miss chances on your spells, like it's like you're kind of expecting to miss, and so when you do hit, it feels good, right? You're like, oh shit, fuck yeah. And then Blood Bowl's kind of like that, where it's like the randomness is dialed up so high that it's actually chaotic and fun, but there's a middle ground that feels terrible, you know. I don't know where that middle ground's different for every system, but yeah, I think if it's like, you know, 90% chance to hit something or for a certain outcome, whenever you don't hit that outcome, it feels bad, right? Like that feels bad. So you have to use that sparingly as a designer, I think. But if it's like sub 50%, if it's like, you know, sub 50% for a certain outcome, like if you do that across the board, it just gets chaotic and fun to me, I think. And yeah, certain players aren't going to like that kind of game, but I definitely think I didn't get the desired outcome I wanted, so I'm going to reroll. I'm very like, I'm going to lean into the roll with the punches kind of stuff. But at the same time, like, I do want you to be able to fail, because one thing I hate is when the game gives you a bunch of tools to use and there's no wrong choice. I actually kind of hate that, because it makes my choice not feel very meaningful. Like if the game is so easy that picking any ability means that you can still do everything in the game, that means to me picking the ability doesn't really matter. And I want you to, like, if I want you to die, like I want you to fucking die if you don't build your character correctly, or if you pick bad abilities, right? But the game should definitely have a way of telling you why that didn't work, right? So you can learn from it and be very clear about that. There are definitely a lot of fine lines in the design for that. suppose the RimWorld approach is to make this scenario highly configurable so players can choose to challenge themselves. Yeah, I definitely want a good amount of that too. Like modability, I think, is something that'll be really cool. Don't agree personally, no offense. None taken. Just preference, really. Because we can trace rogue to roguelite. And we have set standards, right? 1 hour runs, for instance, because we know that it's not been solved. How can we add randomness to a long form game without feeling pretty naff? Souls is difficult, but the penalty is low. You can always recover. Wait, hang on. Let me read that again. Still mulling over how punishing my game should be. Like, is there some relationship between difficulty or RNG-ness and penalty? I suspect the penalty should be low. Like, Souls is difficult, but the penalty is low. You can always recover. It sucks to invest in something for hours and then lose it all due to RNG. Well, I think that's where the roguelike kind of shines, right? Because then every time you play it again, like, there's the meta progression, and I think that's really important, right? At least in a game like RimWorld, where it's a story generator and the point of playing the game is to have the journey and not, like, whenever I lose a colony, I'm devastated, right? But that's part of it, and I'm excited to start the next one. Like, that's the feeling that you should invoke in a player. Like, if you have enough options and enough variety from playthroughs, I think the player will be excited trying again. Like, yeah, they'll be frustrated. They're going to feel that emotion. They'll probably put the game down for a while. But there's going to be a time where they come back and they get a completely different experience. And that is going to open their world. That is going to be a feeling that not a whole lot of games can give them, right? Like, that is very anti-modern game. You know, having your cake and eating it too is like the current industry standard, right? And what I'm talking about is, no, you can't. You can't have that. The game is providing you with friction. You got to figure it out, you know? And there's a lot of ways to do that. And you're going to fail, you're going to die, and you're going to have to start over. But with a roguelite, you know, meta progression makes that hurt a little less, you know? You get excited the next time you go through because you're going to be a little bit stronger, you know? I don't know what the meta progression in my game will be, but and for those who don't know what I'm talking about, like, the meta progression in a roguelite is like what changes in between each run. Like, if each run you start the exact same, and you're not getting stronger each run, or each run is not varied, then I think you have a rogue-like, not a rogue-lite. Like, I think that's what the difference is there. I could be wrong, but so the meta progression and the differences between the runs are what keeps players coming back, right? And if you do a good enough job of it, like in Hades, you know, you also integrate the story into the runs, right? So you also want to know, I got to do another run, not necessarily because it's fun and I want to try all the different combos, but I want to know what happens next, you know? Well, some of the most memorable gaming experiences I had with old school DayZ mod, when I die and lose a character that lived for hours, I'm basically nerve-wracked. Yeah, dude, that's what I realized. I realized long-form roguelikes can actually, or roguelites can be, I mean, this is what hardcore games are. Hardcore Diablo, hardcore WoW. When you die, you delete your character. And it may, dude, like, playing WoW for 15 years and then playing WoW hardcore for me was holy shit. It was a completely different game. I looked at the world completely differently. I was scared of everything. Anything can go wrong, especially in vanilla WoW, where it's not like have your cake and eat it too. You know, you pull 2 mobs, you better have an escape plan, right? You better have cleared all the mobs properly on your way there, or else you're kind of fucked, man. You better use every tool in your toolkit to get out of that situation. And it's also, it makes it to where one thing I like about high stakes, high punishments, is that it no longer becomes more damage equals more better. It still is that way to a certain extent, but it also means, like, I need wiggle room to escape in a situation. And more defense, you know, getting more defensive talents or abilities or more stamina maybe, like, gives you more wiggle room, gives you more ways to survive, which is actually, surviving and living to fight another day actually becomes more important than killing things fast. And that's what I like about it. It makes it a lot different. Got to get up and walk out. Yeah, 100%, dude. I've lost, you know, I lost a character at level 28 in hardcore WoW. Yeah, I had to stop playing for a little bit there. I had to stop playing for a little bit, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun getting there. And it becomes, to me, that just makes it become more about the journey. If you don't like the journey, then yeah, the game's not for you, you know? I'm not afraid of losing you as a player. Now, on the other hand, Izzy was a horror game. It was pretty effective in its early days. Yeah, I mean, that pairs so well with a horror game, right? Even higher stakes, right? I agree with both of you in theory, but I've not seen, or I'm blinded to, the design that solves the negatives enough to work. Yeah, maybe you just haven't, I don't know, have you played like a hardcore Diablo or a hardcore WoW or anything like that? It has to be a game that you enjoy on its own, right? And then you add the high stakes on top of that. Like, I think maybe for you, Pixel Shake, I think, you said you liked Witcher. So, you know, try playing Witcher hardcore where you start over if you die. Like, you'll look at the world completely. And you'll play completely differently. I don't know if people do hardcore Witcher runs, but that would maybe be an example of what we're talking about here. Oh, totally the hardcore stuff. Okay. But generally speaking, people are not booting into hardcore when they first start playing a game. Right. And that's where, you know, if you haven't played Hades, give it a shot. I'd be interested to see what you think about it. It's probably one of the best roguelites there is, I think. I think a lot of people would say that. I'm a totally zero save scumming. I don't like my Mass Effect ending. I accidentally got the secret ending, so instead of loading it and changing it, I played the entire series again. Yeah. Or like a commitment mode. I need to try Hades one of these games. Yeah, it's a great fucking game. I played lots of hardcore games before, but I generally know what I need to do before I go into hardcore, and there's no RNG there. Yeah, I think hardcore is definitely quite a bit different than like a roguelike, or roguelite rather. And that's where I was saying before, the meta progression is what saves that feeling, right? When there's something, you have to, I think the key is having both short-term and long-term goals in the game that supersede the death. Like for me in my colony simulator game, like how well you set up your colony, like when you die, some shit's going to happen after you die, right? You're not going to be there. You're not going to be there when you're dead. And you know your colony might get raided, and how well you set up your defenses is going to depend, is going to, you know, that's going to mean how many colonists are left when you get back, right? And if you set up your colony well, that's kind of a form of meta progression, right? Because you have like maybe the skilled crafters that you spent time investing into before you died that can give you some, you know, better than average gear now. Save scumming is for the plot. Yeah, well, it depends on what you're playing the game for, right? Different reasons to play the game, you know. If you've done 17 playthroughs of Baldur's Gate, I understand save scumming to get an option that you haven't seen before. I think my game is more about jerry-rigging with your rando gear and yellowing stuff, and I'm thinking high punishment doesn't square with a game that emphasizes ad hoc experimentation and serendipity, so maybe the punishment needs to be low, because high punishment demands instrumental play, i.e. being a metal lord and always doing the optimal thing. Or at least having room to recover. Or get, like for me, what that's going to mean is like, I'm going to have ways to escape the danger, right? Like you're going to be able to, if you have some defensive abilities, you know, if you have a Frost Nova, you'll freeze the guy in place, run away. He'll stop chasing you after a while, right? So you do need to have ways to recover from mistakes, I think, is important. But I totally get what you're saying about experimentation. And therefore, because like there's I guess there's a couple different ways to do it. Like you can either have experimentation to where it's like just so free and everything is so easy that it doesn't really matter, and that therefore you can experiment with whatever you want because nothing's going to pose a threat to you really, and which I think is kind of a bad way to do it. Or what you're saying, which is to just like make the penalty low for when you do make a bad decision. But I think it's a good way to handle it, and how most games do, I would say. I was working 24/7 at the time Cyberpunk release, so I had a friend stream their playthrough over Discord while I worked, and they played in such a frustrating way. They would reload anytime they got spotted and start the mission again because they wanted a 0 kill run. Yeah. That's just like it's just a completely different mindset, and I get it, right? Like they're doing like a kind of like their own imposed challenge run, which I get. But yeah, I will definitely be trying to facilitate rolling with the punches in my game. I definitely want that to be kind of similar to what you say, Shawnee, where it's just like everyone's got a shit hand, everyone's just jerry rigging everything together. I do play stealth games like that. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the stealth games, like when you restart, it's really frustrating because it's, you know, you got to start over, and it's a slow-paced thing. It's a thing that rewards patience, and so that can definitely get frustrating after that time. Otherwise, you have to do the thing where you run away, wait for the aggro to wear off, etc. Yeah. But I mean, that is one way to prevent saves coming, right? Making something like that easy. But yeah, I do kind of like the vibes you were talking about, Shawnee, with you know, jerry rigging stuff and you know, just random gear and stuff like that. You're just kind of like trying to make what you have work. Scarcity, I guess, is another way to put it, right? Like the more scarcity there is for optimal, then to me, like the more fun it is, because you're just trying to like make what you have work. And then when you do find something really good that works for you, you're like, holy shit, you get like that big dopamine moment. I think a lot of games now are just doing that like steady dopamine drip style of stuff, which gets super flat eventually, right? No longevity in those games. Whereas like I want more of like a stepstone-y type thing, or like more of a sine wave, you know, ups and downs kind of gameplay. I think Hitman did a good job with its setup to keep coming to a minimum, basically huge possibility space. Yeah, I mean the whole game was about that, right? So it makes sense to have a huge possibility space there. Yeah, I'm trying to disrupt meta as much as possible. You got to jury rig stuff constantly. Yeah, I'm trying to do the same. Like we have the same mindset. I think we're having different executions on it, which will be interesting to see how it plays out for both of us. Like I'm dialing up the randomness. I'm increasing the scarcity, I think, for both abilities, gear, you know. I guess the only constant is going to be your colony and your talents and whatever meta progression there is. Yeah. But yeah, this is fun chatting. My throat fucking hurts from talking so much without water. And I'm getting hungry. You could fuck up and then try another approach. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what gets players to come back. If you have more options the next playthrough, you don't have to do the same thing over and over again. You know, restarting isn't so bad. It's actually exciting. And that's what I like about RimWorld, right? Like when I lose in RimWorld, I do the commitment mode where I can't reload saves. Like, oh, I built a completely wooden base where everything was connected, and then I got hit by fire and burned everything down and went into my gasoline storage and exploded. I've learned some things, and I'm going to do it differently next time. But yeah, I'm going to send you guys over to First Crimson. Oh no, he's offline. Never mind. Why did that show up then? Who's online? Is anyone online? No one? Oh my god. Is there anyone using Unreal Engine? Is there anyone doing Unreal Engine development right now, or is it just me? I don't want that re-roll to 50 hours. I mean, I think there are ways to change your mind. I think that there are some things that can be done. Slim pickings in the Unreal Engine tag. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, well, I'm just gonna hop off then. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Thanks for talking game design. I love that. So yeah, hopefully I will stream again this week, and I will see you guys all then. I'm gonna get some food. I haven't eaten today.